And good morning. Happy International Podcast Day. For those of you who have no idea what the heck I'm talking about, this is a day created by Dave and Steve Lee back in 2014 to basically not just honor the medium, but to showcase the medium and the people in it. And in the sport of wrestling, we've had a lot of wrestling podcasts come and go. My first one was back in 2008. The first one I can actually track down, I think, was Mat Slammers, which were started by two guys out in Western Iowa in 2006. Since then, I think we're up to 121 that have come and gone. I'm adding more to the directory every day at madtalkonline.com/directory. Today, it's going to be a 14-hour marathon. I'm starting with Sam Eagan, a member of the Bills Mafia, former wrestler at the University of Wyoming, New York native, and actually, while not an active podcaster, somebody who has actually got more gritty behind-the-scenes details in the last year than probably any other wrestling podcaster or wrestling-related podcaster I know. Sam, 1, welcome to International Podcast Day. 2, welcome to the Speakeasy. And 3, just welcome, man.
JB, I appreciate it, man. I'm excited to be here. It's good to finally get to talk well, sort of in person, obviously, but yeah,
sort of in person. So what the key is here is you were working basically in media production and such at Wyoming, and basically tell us how you got into the world of podcasting first before we get to the wrestling stuff.
So I sort of first broke into like the podcasting, audio, public radio world in my junior year of college at Wyoming. I had a pretty bad knee injury and couldn't wrestle over winter break, so I'm stuck in Laramie, Wyoming. It's cold, it's snowy, not a lot to do other than like rehab my knee and sit at practice. So a friend of mine was working at Wyoming Public Radio, so I gave him a call, asked if I could intern there. Came in the next day, and they needed help with their podcasts, and so I started producing podcasts for them. And the rest is history, I guess.
Yeah, when you get into the podcast production side, what is basically the routine for you? What is it that you actually do when you say, "Oh, I'm a podcast producer"? Now people are familiar with podcasts; you don't have to explain that to them as much, but when you get to the nitty-gritty, this is something that's not just, okay, hit record, upload, and you're done.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different. This is something I actually deal with often. It's funny you ask, because it's a lot of the time it's like I tell people, oh, I work in podcast production, and that like their mind first goes to like, I don't know, like Joe Rogan, which is, I mean, not to diminish Joe Rogan, but a lot of it is just like hit record, let's just chat. And what I do is more long form documentary, narrative style podcasting. So what that means is my day-to-day is sort of everything that you would think of in a journalist. I'm calling sources, I'm pulling archival audio, I'm assembling stories in Pro Tools. So there's still a lot of talking, a lot of interviewing, but maybe a little bit less than what people their minds first go to.
So when people are actually talking, say, the one show that I first discovered you through was Mobituaries, which is hosted by Mo Rocca, who I first discovered at The Daily Show way back in the day. I mean, I'm trying to think, was that probably early Jon Stewart era, and then the theme of that show. So the way I understand it, so you were doing a lot of the interviewing, or was that Mo doing a lot of the interviewing, and you were piecing it together?
So if it's the week before an interview, Mo says, we're talking to, for the last episode, we interviewed Fred Armisen. We're talking to Fred Armisen. I am pulling research. I'm spending the week researching Fred. I'm pulling clips that Mo is going to want to show to Fred. I am drafting a list of questions. I'm helping him prep for the interview. And then the time comes for the interview, and I'm running the board. I'm sort of sitting in the back seat, helping guide him through. At this point, I familiarize myself with the subject enough that if Mo has a question mid-interview, I'm the person who's supposed to jump in and say, oh, no, this, or oh, no, that. So although I'm not really not yet, at least in my life, not the voice on the mic, I'm around.
Yeah, and you're now working with Vice, and you've got 2 shows you're working with there. Explain a little bit about what Vice News Reports is and in the other shows, and how you fit compared to what you were doing at CBS to what you're doing now with Vice.
So Vice News Reports is a weekly documentary style podcast that is going to take listeners sort of behind the scenes, so to speak, of sort of getting away from the sort of horse race day-to-day political coverage and the horse race day-to-day news coverage, and isolate one particular issue and take listeners deep into it. Our host is Ariel Duham Ross, who is a fantastic reporter. She spent 5-6 years with Vice prior to jumping ships and going to Vox, and now is back at Vice. We're excited to have her. It kicks off October 15th is the first episode. Can't tell you exactly what yet, but you can expect the trailer.
I've got a pretty good idea based on what many people witnessed on Tuesday night. There could be a theme coming from that the next couple episodes.
Yeah, you'd actually be surprised. Kind of trying to avoid that stuff.
So did I. I didn't watch a single second of it. Twitter was all I needed for that. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna nope.
And I think that's what's so cool about working with a place like Vice. And then, I mean, they do have these people who are working on those, like, sort of just day to day. This is what's happening. But so much of what we do is focused on the news that you don't know about, and you don't know that you should know about. And I think that that's where we're going to take people, and I'm really excited to be a part of it.
A couple questions already jumping in. So if you're watching, you can throw your comments in through Twitch, through YouTube, through Periscope, via Twitter. Right now, already JP Pearson's explaining that what we call winter, it's snowy, because you had Wyoming, I've got Minnesota. I am not really looking forward to this winter by any stretch of the imagination. Mac Beasy right there is asking our first question from the user. What about Bajrang? Tell me about Bajrang, man.
Bajrang is our one true savior. Best wrestler on the planet, bar none. I would die for that man. Nothing else needs to be said. Bajrang boys for life.
Yeah, Zach Goldrosen, who actually has a victory over Dylan Dennis, actually says, "Hey, that's my legitimate business partner."
Yeah, we are the true one CEOs of Dirty Style Wrestling. Went and got it trademarked. Working on the LLC. Excuse me, other way around. Got the LLC. Working on the trademark. Gonna swoop that out from underneath the snake oil salesman that shall not be named.
Yeah, I've already blasted him once on this show. It won't happen again. Now, when we get to the world of podcasting and then tying it into wrestling, there's very, very little crossover. What have you found in your travels and your discussions with your wrestling friends, what they listen to podcasts that are outside of the FRL, the Short Time, the Blood Round? What shows do you find your friends in the wrestling world are actually consuming?
I'm going to be honest, not a lot, and that's sort of
it's serial, and that's kind of like the introduction to people's podcasting in a lot of places.
I think that I was going to say serial. I think that a few of my friends listen to the Daily. I mean, you got to remember that I lived in Wyoming for a long time, and so it's not like people are what they would often consider to be the liberal media. They're not necessarily going to go consume a New York Times podcast or an NPR podcast.
Whether or not there's content there that is politically agnostic, it's like I'm not going to make this show political. I can guarantee you that.
Sorry.
It's just, again, that feedback though, because when you work for a CBS, when you work for a Vice, the premonition for some people is like, oh, well, mainstream media or liberal media or your agenda-based media. And that's one thing I like about wrestling coverage for the most part. When you're an agenda-based media outlet, you're like an Iowa alum or a Penn State alum or a Cornell alum, something like that. Nothing is, I mean, it's divisive to us, but nothing is as grossly divisive as politics can be.
Yeah, it's small potatoes compared to it. And like I think that when you're talking about media bias in a wrestling podcast, it's people are wearing their heart on their sleeve. There's no hidden I'm secretly an Iowa fan. There's no hidden I'm secretly a Penn State fan. Everybody's owning it, and it's all good fun.
Yeah, you find in wrestling, it's like, well, your alma mater, for example. I don't know anybody that hates Wyoming, because it's like, okay, it's like the Minnesota Twins to me. It's like, oh, cool, good for them. And I don't mean that to disparage the great work that Mark Branch has done, but it's like until they start to threaten you, then they're just like, okay, I can root for Wyoming. Like Oklahoma State Cowboy fans are probably rooting for Wyoming, except when they come into Gallagher, Iba, or return the trip up there. Speaking of returning the trips up there, what's it like to witness teams come in to Laramie and just die from the altitude?
Oh, I loved it. It was definitely something that we banked on. It was something that, and I was always sort of like even before I got to Wyoming, I wasn't necessarily the most athletic guy, but I was a goer.
I'm with you there.
So I knew that.
Actually, I'm with you with the non-athletic, but I'm not much of a goer. So yeah.
Well, I was a small heavyweight, so my logic was just pull on people's heads, take them down in the third, and then as many times as I got to. So it was just a cultural fit for me, and it was definitely something that we leaned into. And I mean, I'm sure people have told you this. There's nothing quite like feeling someone break, And Laramie is the place to do that.
Yeah, and what people don't know is Laramie is I believe, by altitude, the highest elevated Division I wrestling, the arena there.
7220.
Yeah, because in Colorado Springs, where I live, most people think, oh, Denver, mile high. Well, that's 5,280 feet. Colorado Springs is like 60-something, and because Air Force is pretty high. But when you get to Laramie, I've drove through bits of Wyoming once. I've never actually spent any considerable time, unless you consider driving through Lusk on the way to Fargo considerable time. Really don't. I haven't really experienced that 8,000 feet altitude. I mean, those of you who are kickball fans know that when the U.S. goes into Ecuador for a friendly, that's over 10,000 feet. So it is. How much did it affect you when you first got to Wyoming?
So at the top, I'm originally from Utah, so I'd previously lived in altitude, so to speak. But I spent the last 5-6 years up in Western New York, where I think the elevation is like 100 feet, and it's also super humid. And I think that people always talk about the elevation, and like that takes a while to get used to, and it really sucked. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I was huffing and puffing, but for me, for a solid year, it was so dry in Laramie because it's so high that my nose bled every practice.
Oh. How about hand lotion? Like, I remember moving to Colorado Springs, and I'm talking with Zeke Jones in the USA Wrestling office, and it's like, and I've got this just bottle of lotion. I'm sitting there just like, oh, I'm dry and crackly. It's just I felt like Ashy Larry from freaking Dave Chappelle.
It's just really bad.
It's bad.
I remember like my first few months, my neck bled a few times because I was a guy named Leland Pfeiffer, who's since graduated, but was like the ultimate just goer, just pull on your head. And he's just like, I'm a big fat freshman heavyweight, and he's just beating me up, and my neck is so dry, and he's just pulling on it, and we're like outside because it's preseason hand fighting, and I feel like it's like I go and check, and there's like blood on my neck because like my skin was so dry.
What are you doing?
And I'm so new. I didn't know what to do, and Branch is just like, wrap it up, man. I just have like a neck thing. So it was bad. I think, and I think the elevation for me was it takes about a month to get used to. I think the first week is really, really bad, and it kind of shocks people, but I think you get used to it a lot quicker than people think.
So I guess the question I have is, how does somebody, Utah, I wasn't aware of that, but the Western New York to Wyoming was like the what? So having lived out west before, going to Wyoming wasn't a stretch for you. Talk about, the journey to Laramie.
So I was born in Salt Lake City, lived in Salt Lake until I was 13, 14 years old. My dad got a job in Western New York that moved us out to a town called Churchville, a tiny little dairy town. About 35 minutes outside Rochester, like 45 outside Buffalo, kind of smack dab between the two. Excuse me. So moved up there when I was 14, picked up wrestling while I was there, my first year there. Had never done it in my life. Everybody else in my family were hockey players. It's a lot of D1 athletes, but my dad played D1 hockey at Princeton. My uncle played hockey at Yale. Our other uncle played football at Utah. No one had ever wrestled. So I somehow found that. I'm remembering now. I haven't thought about this in forever. My dad brought home a flyer, and I wasn't really playing sports at the time. I was kind of just a lazy bum, and he was like, just sort of put it in my face, and he was like, "You're doing this," and went to my first practice. Didn't really like it, but my dad made me keep going. I was like 13, and I was so frankly fat that I had to wrestle like 15-year-olds in like off-season tournaments, and I was just getting beat up, and I hated it, but kept doing it. Got in better shape. And then I guess one thing or another ended up being not that bad. Got on the state podium my junior year. And then the summer between my sophomore and junior year, I was going out to visit family in Utah. All of my extended family lives out there. And my dad mentioned in passing, he was like, there's a camp in Wyoming, at University of Wyoming. Do you want to just like do like a double header and like spend a week with your family and then go out there to Laramie? And I was like, what? Why? I was not into it.
Gee, Dad, let's take a vacation first back to Utah, and then let's double up on the squarish states and go north, okay?
Yeah, and it's
a little notch there. I mean, a little rectangle.
And the thing is, like, even especially in Utah, I think there's sort of this reputation of like Wyoming just being the only reason people go to Wyoming from Utah is to buy beer. That's the only reason. Because the beer is stronger.
Well, actually, I believe Minnesota's the last state to do the 3-2 thing. I think every state has abandoned that. I remember.
Do they do that still? I didn't know Minnesota did that at all.
Well, it's because it's the only place you can get it in like grocery stores or whatnot. But yeah, so I and living. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Yeah, we'd have to cross the border to get certain substances like grain in Virginia, or if somebody had a military ID. So I'm familiar with the crossing of the borders to get. Like here, you got to cross the border to get spotted cow here in Minnesota to get the good old Wisconsin stuff. So. Anyway, when we get to the wrestling side of thing, of course, question there from another friend out in the Twitterverse. What does Sam think about the state of New York City wrestling?
So, some may know I am I'm a high school coach with Grand Street High School in Brooklyn. Had a solid few years. I've been there 2 years. We've won the city championship back-to-back years. I think that New York City wrestling is growing. It's maybe not growing at the exponential rate that it was, peak 2011, 12, 13 when Beat the Streets was just taking over the planet. But it's steady, and I think it's more sustainable. Our team put a guy on the podium this year, took fourth in New York State. I mean, that's the best I ever did. Kid's solid. We put a kid on the podium the year before. I think this year we put 3 or 4 kids cumulatively from the state, maybe even 5. On the podium. It was one of the best finishes we've ever had. It's coming along, man. It's obviously got it's got its trials and tribulations, so to speak. It's got its issues. I think the biggest being the way that New York City wrestling operates and high school sports operate. You can't join a high school team as a 7th or 8th grader because the schools are separate. There's not really school districts. Kids go to schools all over the city. They apply to different schools. So in New York State, everyone else upstate, Long Island, they can all start wrestling in 7th and 8th grade. So when you get to that state level, we have like our best guys a lot of them have never wrestled until high school. So they get good enough to get to the state tournament their junior, senior year. They've been wrestling 2 years. They're wrestling kids who, first of all, have been wrestling since they were 7. And second of all, been wrestling high school wrestling since they were 13. So there's this huge gap in experience that like we just have to accept and work with. I mean, like control what you can and just don't worry about everything else. And that's what we try to do. But it's coming along. I think that it's only gonna be up from here. And I think that like what I try to get our kids recruited. I mean, just some of the kids that we work with, like the stuff that they've been through in their lives. I mean, these are people that you want on your team. They're maybe not, if you're a college coach, they're maybe not they don't have the most accolades, but these are kids who are tough. They know how to fight. They know how to multitask. They know how to they're coachable. Just great attitudes and great life skills.
A couple more questions coming in from our friends in the Twitterverse. Is question one. I dig the Public Enemy poster that's just over your shoulder, having been an aficionado of Public Enemy since I was a kid. But the question is, what's the poster to the left of the bathrobe here?
Right there?
Yeah,
that's a Red Hot Chili Peppers poster.
Okay, got me there too.
Should I show it, or what are we gonna do?
I mean, well, first of all, it depends on the album. So how old is that thing?
It is really old, but it's not an album. It's a show poster.
Okay, show poster. What year? That'll tell me what really old is in your mind.
You see it?
Let's see it. 89. Okay, that typically, that classifies as old. I was 10, so it definitely precedes Mother's. Pretty much, I think it's close around the Mother's Milk era, if I'm not mistaken.
Mother's Milk was 89.
Okay, yeah, so I was nailed the era. It was pre-Blood Sugar Sex Magic, which I think is where most people discover, at least of my age, discovered the Chili Peppers because, I mean, Under the Bridge, the slow, oh, wow, that's a cool song, and then they come in with some of the harder stuff. I remember my mom took the tape from me because I got it from Columbia House, and it's like had parental advisory, explicit lyrics on it, and she found it, yoinked it. So, 10th grader. So
it's Blood Sugar Sex Magic is the best album, period, ever to me. That's my favorite band.
Okay. Gotcha.
That is just such an amazing piece of work.
I always think it's funny when you come across a song like that's buried deep in an album or something that's from an older track that you never heard get radio airplay. I mean, like Iggy Pop songs that show up as like television bed music. I mean, like I think The Passenger was it's a
B-side, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was one of the shows on like either Discovery or something like that, and then. was it Me and My Friends or Fight Like a Brave? And was one of the tracks from Micro's Dirty Jobs. So it was. I
Really?
can't remember right off the top of my head, but it's definitely. I was like, I know that hook. So
And they were in particular really into like B-sides in general. They have so much like unreleased music and so many B-sides. It's still, and I think that I have probably dang near every song they've ever made on like my Spotify or like my Apple Music. And
yeah, they're not my go-to. I mean, my go-to is typically kind of like, you know, if you're an XM radio listener, like the Turbo, which is like the 90s 2000s metal. So before we get into the Nickelback crap, then we you know, into the more of the Pantera. Give me the Tool, the Pantera. You know, give me the grunge from on Lithium. So that's kind of my with a side view of okay, yeah, you got that. I saw him live at Lollapalooza with Korn and Snoop Dogg back in '97. Cool. Yeah. So and Orbital,
that's cool.
Orbital closed the show with like this light show. We're getting way off the podcast. I'm fine with that because we're going to get a lot of this because we can only talk wrestling and podcasting so much. And Sam's got a hard stop at 9:30 Central Time because time zones are funny things when you go from mountain to eastern back to eastern.
It messes me up, but I'm actually going to be out in. I'm heading out to Wyoming to sort of visit some friends for I think about a month, so I'm gonna have to adjust. I'm gonna be working like 7 to 3 every day at least. It's gonna be kind of tough.
What's it like going from Laramie to like the biggest city in the world?
It's so weird. I mean, even like I think that there's this sort of. I tell my friends this. There's this like when I was living in Laramie, I was sort of like the token city guy, even though I lived on a farm in Western New York. But everyone was like, "Oh, you're the guy. Like you're the guy from New York. Like you're the city slicker." And then now living in New York, I'm like everybody's token hick friend, so to speak. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're the guy who lived in Wyoming." So I sort of stuck between two worlds.
They could also blame that on being with the Buffalo stuff too. Oh, you're the hick from Buffalo.
Even though Buffalo is like a city of 2 million. It's like one of the bigger cities in the country.
I mean, there's more people in a city block than there were in Laramie. Something like that, right?
Yeah, no. So I live in a neighborhood called Greenpoint, which is like the far northern, like the most northern tip of Brooklyn, and just in the like 10 block north-south area, there's like 75,000 people. And Laramie with the college is like 40,000, I think. And then without the college is like 25.
So what's a summer in Laramie like with no school or no mass students?
I was talking about this the other day because we're doing we're working on a sports story that's sort of similar to this. It's sort of like it's kind of like the NBA bubble. It's just all you do is we went home, played video games. Some Busch Lights were for sure consumed.
Official beer of Iowa.
That's right.
Is it the official beer of Wyoming as well?
Yeah, I'm gonna say
okay.
It's just a slobber knocker between Coors and
my God, yeah, we could play the Jim Ross drinking game all night here.
But I'm a Coors man, but like I'm not gonna turn down a Busch Latte. So it's just wake up in the morning. If you got a job, go work. I bartended.
Must be hard if everybody's drinking Coors Light and Busch.
I'm not I'm not a good bartender. It was like Coors Light, whiskey Coke, rum Coke, Coors Light, Busch Light. So I'm not making you a Cosmo, but so you wake up, go to work, go to practice, play video games. It's pure. It's just fun. And Laramie is like for 8 months a year, it's hell. It's cold and windy and miserable. But you live for those 4 months where it's 75 degrees every day and there's not a cloud in the sky and it don't rain. Love it. Like I cannot say enough positive things about Laramie in the summer. Those are some of the best memories of my life.
Spinning back things around to while we're here, International Podcast Day, not sure what Vice or any of the other podcast groups that you've been associated with are aware of, because it seems like when you talk about podcasting in the North, they call it that Northeast bubble, the independent podcasting circuit does, of like, okay, the NPR shows, the public radio shows, the things like that, they tend to live in their own world. How do you see what is in their world versus what you've seen with your experience at CBS and now at Vice?
That's an interesting question. It's not something that I've thought about. I think that
because you're pressing the buttons and you're not necessarily the voice and the distributor. You're not necessarily you don't seem like you have to be in the space in terms of the social discussion about it as much as you are in the trenches of building the shows.
And I think that like just the biggest difference is going to be, I think that companies like CBS and companies like Vice are, I mean, they're like, there's just no way around it. It's a capitalist country. These are profit-making entities. And I think that the goal, first and foremost, a lot of times is going to be to make money. And that's just not the case with these public radio shows. So I think that there's the benefit in that if you're doing like Fresh Air, like they can do whatever they want because it's like they're doing it sort of for the people, for the love of the podcast. But I think that, so they're maybe a bit more free to try different things. But then at the same time, like Vice News has built this massive team of incredible journalists and incredible podcasters in a really short period of time. This time in April, there was like 8 people on staff, and we're sitting at 24 or 25 now. They've grown this huge team to do something completely new. And there's this sort of freedom in not having what we do defined. We're making it up as we go. And I think it's going to change the medium in some ways. I think that I've always been really surprised that Vice didn't have a huge podcasting team. It seems like it was something that would very, very much fit their style of journalism, especially because like you can take a microphone places you can't take a camera. People are just less uncomfortable with a microphone. And yeah, I'm getting off topic, but
well, there's a lot of things that the podcasting community does that, when we think about our drama in wrestling, we think about the, whether it be, we were talking about media biases and things like that earlier. Mm-hmm. It's like, we kind of have that in the podcasting space where, like, for example, this show, this today, I sent it over to Pod News, which is a daily update about 2-3 minutes, and it got in there. And I'm like, yes, not everybody that's an independent has that opportunity. But again, guys like James Cridland are like, yes, we are. He covers everything from Australia independently. So that's a cool thing. So again, it's one of those things where you hear about, I think it's Nick Qua's Hot Pod, or they're not going to pay attention to anything I'm doing because their shows and their newsletters about what they're interested in, which is mostly the Northeast and the NPR type of bubble type of shows.
And I think it's also Hot Pod is looking at things that are just like sort of weird and different. And
well, you want to talk about weird and different? 14 Hours of Wrestling podcasters. That's weird and different.
This is weird and different. And I think that anytime you do something different, it's risky, but there's an opportunity there, an opportunity to stand out, and I think you're doing that. And this is cool.
One of the last questions we got before we got to let you go is from our friend the Bulldog. Bro, do you even lift? I'm paraphrasing, by the way.
TCOB.
I'm not. I'm just a caveman. I'm not down with your weird cryptic Diamond Club type of stuff. I don't. Yeah.
If you have to ask, I can't tell you.
That's on a bar somewhere, and it took me years to figure out what the last 3 letters meant.
I do not lift. Bulldog, you know this. I don't lift. I don't believe in working out anymore. Branch took it out of me. He got it. He took everything I had for 4 years, and I periodically, probably once or twice a week, I go for a 3-4 mile run. I'm done lifting, man. I don't like it. I don't. Maybe that's why I was such a small heavyweight. Don't like lifting.
12-ounce curls. No. All right, last thing. Here's the pitch. Where can they out there if they're like, okay, we know Sam from Twitter, but wait, he has a real job that doesn't involve wrestling? He talked about wrestling, but you have a real job. Tell us about where we can check out these shows on Vice that you're working on.
So you can find Vice News Podcast pretty much wherever you get your podcasts, Stitcher, Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
Wherever fine podcasts are sold.
Wherever they're sold.
Free, by the way. They're not. These aren't sold.
These are free. They are. Painkiller is currently out right now. It's an amazing podcast about the fentanyl crisis. It's a long-form documentary.
I'm not going to make light of that crisis, but did you by chance get a chance to license Painkiller by Judas Priest as the song intro?
We didn't. It's a lot of like moody synthy music. But it's cool. And
Rob Halford blaring, "This is that." Not quite going to do it for that show.
Wouldn't fit the mood. But you can find
understand it.
You can find Painkiller out right now. Vice News Reports comes out October 15th, and will be continuing weekly into early next year, every Thursday. And the other show, which I actually can't talk about directly, but you can expect a documentary anthology series coming out that I work on in December, January 2021. And you can follow me on Twitter at Sam_Eagan.
At Sam_Eagan. Our first guest to kick off International Podcast Day, Wrestling Edition, Sam Eagan from Vice. We'll be sure to talk about things you got going on. We'll actually bring you on for a proper short time here in the future. But for right now, we got to let you go. And folks, we've got about a 30-minute gap here, so I'm going to basically still readjusting, get things on. We'll leave the stream up, leave your comments in there. Be back at 10 o'clock Central Time. Be back at 10 o'clock Central Time with Anthony and Gennaro Bonaventura of D3 Nation. Talk a little D3 wrestling. So, Sam, appreciate the time, man, and being the guinea pig here the first time out for International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition.
Happy to do it, JB. This is awesome. Good talking, man.
Yep.
See you later.
All right, folks. Thanks to Sam Eagan for checking things out. So, like I said, I'm going to take a short breather. This is not a break because I need a break after 30 minutes. I got 14 hours. It's the let's set some things up. I've got some things to do through here, and I'd like to thank StreamYard. This is not a paid promotional outlet or anything, but StreamYard, if you're listening, I'll sell out. I'll sell out in a heartbeat. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm media. I can be bought. So right now, we'll be back in a bit. I'm Jason Bryant. You are watching International Wrestling Podcast Day, back at 10. All right, folks, I am getting ready for our next guest coming up here at 10 o'clock. I'll introduce them here momentarily, but figured it was time to, just readjust. I learned that standing up is going to be a bear for 14 hours, and so is everything else. So we'll have Gennaro Bonaventura coming in here in a moment. As we get set, we'll wait for everybody to get set in the green room before we officially go live. I see him looking good there. All right, let's bring him on in.
What's up?
I got Gennaro in there. Now we got the other one, Anthony Bonaventura. We got Wonder Twin powers activate.
Yes, sir.
You know it.
So we'll start officially at 10, but actually, you know what? Since you guys are here, we might as well just kick off International Podcast Day, session number 2. This is the 10 to 10:30 Central with Anthony and Gennaro Bonaventura of D3 Nation. We'll pop that up on the screen here real quick. You can see D3 Nation right there. 19 episodes right off the announcement of Matt McDonough joining the Cornell College coaching staff. So you guys are Johnny on the spot. But before we talk about the show and what you guys got going on with it, let's just talk a little bit about yourselves. Obviously, with twins, when you get involved in wrestling, you're your best workout partner. So I guess, Gennaro, the question's to you. Who's older, you or Anthony?
I am older, actually, by a college wrestling match, 7 minutes.
7 minutes. You can't script this any better, by the way, and both of you with backgrounds wrestling in Division III, now coaching in Division III, and to my knowledge, the only twins hosting a podcast anywhere. Then again, I actually haven't searched twins hosting podcasts, but I also came prepared. I got the North Central College hat today.
There you go.
The Cortland Red Dragons, one of 2 Red Dragons in Division II. If you didn't know, the other one is right down the road at Oneonta, so go figure. But I also got a Wartburg hat over here, but I decided not to wear the Wartburg hat because I really don't want to create a divisive nature here on the show. But Gennaro, just talk about, introduce everything in terms of how you guys got into wrestling.
Just at a young age, my oldest brother, Benny, he got into it in the middle school, high school level, and our high school program had a very good youth program. And, my parents were just like, you just want to try it out. I mean, we were playing a lot of sports anyway as kids, and, we went to the first youth practice and, just fell in love with the sport at a young age. It was me, my twin brother, and we have another brother 1 year older than us that competed as well. And then it was just a cool experience having my oldest brother coach us throughout our whole career, just having that family aspect to it. And, it was just a fun ride from the start.
Anthony, what about you? I mean, 7 minutes older, man, you realize the big brother's been getting you into wrestling, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was the youngest by 7 minutes, and they definitely helped me know it growing up. But, wrestling really just was a great sport for us. I mean, we were always doing it in our house anyway. I felt like our mom and dad were always being a referee for wrestling matches in our basements. And, we just fell in love with the sport right away, just like the individual aspect and, getting each other better. And like you said, we were all just great workout partners for each other and pushing each other.
Now, we look at the landscape of Division III wrestling in terms of starting a podcast, which, of course, this is what today is about, is talking about the promotion. I had a D3 show called The Ice Hour, which I had launched really early on with the Matt Talk Podcast Network, and the funding kind of stopped with that. And I'm really, really excited the fact that somebody else picked it up and carried the torch. And what have, I guess, been the reasons behind starting D3 Nation? I guess, Anthony, I started with Gennaro last time, so your turn.
Yeah, sure. So, podcasts have definitely been growing a lot, and it's always something that I was passionate about trying to do. And, me and my brother, we're very passionate about Division III wrestling. Our oldest brother actually finished his college career at CUNY Hunter. So that's like kind of our first introduction to Division III wrestling and how competitive it was. And then we followed it up with competing at Waynesburg University and now coaching. And, Coach Andy Vogel does a great job with D3 Wrestle, d3wrestle.com, which I know you posted the Ice Hour podcast on. I listened to those. And but it was just a matter of there was no really outlet for other news. And D3 Nation was just, we wanted to make sure that Division III wrestling was the results, the news, coaching moves. For example, like a Matt McDonough getting hired, like people talking about that and just spreading awareness for Division III wrestling, because it's such a great division of wrestling. It's huge now with so many schools adding wrestling. well north of 100 teams, going into this year 115 teams, and we just want to continue that conversation and keep Division III wrestling in the forefront in the wrestling community.
Well, we go back and look at your wrestling careers at Waynesburg. Ron Headley's been the coach there. Matter of fact, one time at Final X at State College, my wife and my kids and I, we went out there. We did the Hershey Park thing, but we stayed in York, and then we drove up to State College. So we're sitting there having dinner at a Cheddar's in York, Pennsylvania. And Cheddar's is like one of my favorite restaurants. And I look over and I see some Waynesburg gear and stuff. I'm like, huh, that's interesting. And I'm actually happened to wear an Oklahoma wrestling shirt at the time. About to get up and go. I walk back and I look, it's like, Ron? It's like, so there's like your coaching staff there in Cheddar's, like for some coaching thing at I think it was at York College. And I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, Waynesburg's not really close to here. And all of a sudden it was just like, wait, what? How did that? Just wrestling, wrestling shirt. Hey, look at that guy. Hey, that looks like a Waynesburg hat, So it was one of those cool things that you're running the Waynesburg staff. But I guess, Gennaro, the decision to go to Waynesburg as athletes, what was that like? Kick that off with you.
It's actually funny you bring up that story because I was actually there too. That was they were going over the new D3 rules at York College, so just this small world and how we ran into each other there. It was kind of funny. But going to Waynesburg University definitely wasn't easy at first. It's pretty far from where me and Anthony are originally from, Long Island, New York. But we had like I said, an older brother that played Division I football at Robert Morris, which is like an hour north of Waynesburg. So we were just looking at schools like in that general area. A lot of other teams in the President's Athletic Conference and, some D2 schools. But it just turned out, Waynesburg stayed honest, recruited us hard. I actually played football and I wrestled in college. So that was like a big thing for me going D3. Like I wanted to try and do both sports. I haven't left yet. So obviously the move worked out great for me. And, Anthony actually, after he finished competing in college too, he got into coaching too. So, everything happens for a reason. And, if we had to make the decision again, we would definitely be Jackets. We had a great run and it's been an awesome experience.
All right, Gennaro dropped out for a second. Oh, look, he's back. That's quick. See, quick response here. You're up and out up here on StreamYard.
There we go.
What's interesting, before we get to the tech of what you guys are doing with the podcast, you're twins. You've been together your entire lives. Now, how hard was it for you, Anthony, to all right, I'm doing a job. I gotta go to Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely tough. I mean, for 23 years, we were together. I was definitely fortunate enough that my first year coaching, Gennaro actually had a year eligibility left. So my first coaching position at Waynesburg, I got to coach him. And, I had 1 year left on my contract at Waynesburg, my graduate assistant position. But, when opportunities like Stevens come knocking, you can't really pass them up. It was essentially a part of my coaching career where just a year ahead, at the end of my Waynesburg coaching career, graduate assistant, I was going to be looking for a full-time coaching position. So, very, very gracious for Coach Favia to reach out to me and offer me that position. But it wasn't an easy decision. I was very close with the Waynesburg staff and the Waynesburg wrestlers. But, leaving that community, I knew my brother was in great hands. Coach Headley, Coach Yates, Coach Avelka, everyone associated with that Waynesburg wrestling program are just really, really genuine and good people. And I knew my brother was going to be all right. He has he's married down there now with Heather, who also works for the university. So he had a very good connection and community there. And, and he's hit the ground running. He's doing a great job there too with Coach Headley.
Yeah, both these programs seem to have really made a rise. Of course, Stevens really had gotten the ball rolling prior to Joe. I mean, my good friend Mike Clayton was a coach there for a long time, and he was a coach down at the Newport News Apprentice School. And then going to Stevens, it was like, okay, this was a school that was still kind of coming back after being reinstated. It wasn't there was a gap in the program for a while. Whereas Waynesburg, you got an interesting, unique history here. I mean, a couple years ago, Tony Gazzoni goes in as a distinguished member to the National Wrestling Hall of Fame. Kerry Colat's up there being inducted, talking about, they told this it was the Gazzoni, and that comes out of Waynesburg, and Division III school now, but back in the day, competing with the big guns. And I guess Gennaro, what's it mean to you to have that type of history associated with your alma mater and your current employer?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, Greene County, Southwest PA wrestling is just, nationally known. It's one of the best in the country. Actually, I don't even know if you know this, Jason, but Coach Hewgley actually coached Kerry Collat in high school. That was his first high school job. And, besides Kerry, he coached some very good individuals at Jefferson Morgan, which is like 10 minutes down the road from Waynesburg. There's Waynesburg Central nationally was ranked last year. It's just a wrestling community, a wrestling town. Like, you don't see that much anymore. It's more football and basketball maybe related, but when you come down this way, it's wrestling country. And, it's just excited to be a part of that history. Like you said, we wrestle with the big guns. We have some good guys that wrestle D1, and then we had very good NAIA guys. When Waynesburg, started to struggle a little bit, it was the transition from NAIA to D3. Obviously, no more scholarship money, less funding, all that stuff. So it was a little bit of struggle transitioning D3, but Coach Hewgley and Coach Yates had great high school coaching careers. And when they made this transition to college, it was like second to none. And Waynesburg's been, on a decade of, very good history and just kind of keep building on that to Division III level.
I'm going to cut over and look at your 19 episodes in, so you're still pretty young when it comes to a podcast. And you start out, and where's the discussion amongst you two? Okay, how soon do we focus on Stevens? How soon do we focus on Waynesburg? Because Troy Stanek from Stevens is on there early. Then you've got the new Roanoke coach, Nate Yetzer, who spent time at Ferrum building that program, Eddie Smith-Loris. Then, you got Millboy. Joe Rao, everybody knows he's an Elmhurst guy. Then you've got, a female wrestler from Stevens. You got all sorts of stuff. Zach Roseberry from Del Val, Virginia kid, AA kid back in the day. So, you have a cross-section of Division III guests that, I'll be quite honest with you, I'm jealous of in regards to when I was running the Ice Hour. So what's the discussion like between you two and how you're scheduling and what tools are you guys using to make sure that you guys get the best guests and make them in a timely manner? I guess I'll go with Anthony on that first.
Yeah, so I think we have amazing connections within the wrestling community that allow us to connect with a bunch of guests. And to be honest, the book was unwritten. Essentially, whatever guest we got on was going to be good because there just wasn't much of a database with people getting interviewed and archived. So the first goal when we were talking about launching this podcast was let's get the news out about Division III. Let's talk about the teams, how many programs there are, how do you get to the national tournament, the landscape. That was like kind of the first mission. And then from there, talking about the different guests we have was just, we both coach at Division III schools, but we didn't want it to be a Stevens Waynesburg podcast. That was never the goal.
Right.
The goal was to talk about the schools that need that recognition and, people that you don't hear about usually, and to get their stories out in the forefront of the wrestling community, the wrestling media. And I think it's been great so far. Like you said, we're still very young. We started this past June. So pretty happy that, we're 19 episodes in and we've been so generous to have guests that want to share their stories. And it's been a lot of fun just connecting with so many people around the country and hearing their passion for Division III. There's so many people at this level that want to grow the sport, and it's just awesome to share their stories.
In terms of starting up a show, I've been doing podcasts for 12 years at this point, and the mediums and delivery options have changed. Sometimes people, it's a podcast, and there's these stickler rules that, like, if it's only on YouTube, well, it's not a podcast. Or like Joe Rogan moving over to Spotify. Well, if it's only on Spotify, it's technically not a podcast. Now, nuances aside, you guys jumped on Anchor, which is a free platform to decide this. Not, people are kind of on the fence about it. If you're looking for something quick and easy, Anchor's a way to go. If you're looking to make a business out of it, there's probably, you should probably pay more for, the support and whatnot. But regarding Anchor, a lot of our guests today on International Podcast Day are using Anchor. What, first of all, Gennaro, do you like most about using a platform like Anchor to start your show? And this is not a commercial for them, so I'm just curious on the tech because they're not in my scope of what I would use when I start. So I'm curious on what it's like to use that platform.
Well, it was just good, like you said, easy, resourceful to use. Obviously, the funding, is very cheap, so that was like something going into it because. Behind D3 Nation, there's not much of a budget or funding or anything like that. We just want to create the podcast as soon as possible and as quick as possible. And Anchor was a great resource to have to just, spread the knowledge of our podcast and to get things going pretty much.
Yeah, to kind of jump on that a little bit. So I think doing the research, the biggest thing was figuring out how to get the feeds and get your media content out there. And I'd say the best thing about Anchor is it automatically creates your feeds for you and then adds it to whatever stream that you get qualified for. So like, for example, Apple Podcasts is usually the longest where you have to go through a little regimen to get cleared for. But once you're cleared, then their stream is live, and we essentially just create everything on the back end through Anchor. We upload all the content, our D3 Nation song, the intro. You can record stuff right in Anchor, and then once you create the description and stuff, it just goes. So like right now, as you see on our Anchor page, each one of those streams, those 8 those little icons, it's streaming on 8 different platforms. And a lot of people use Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Those are the biggest ones, but where to listen. There's a lot of ones on there that I didn't even know about, like Pocket Cast and just some other little things like that people can listen to as well.
Now, when it comes to podcast listening, people don't typically start a podcast without actually having some type of inspiration or shows that they've listened to. Gennaro, what was the first podcast you remember listening to?
Podcast wise, I'm a big sports guy. I follow a lot of the Fox Sports podcasts, like The Herd or Undisputed. Whenever Mike and Mike in the Morning was a show on ESPN, I always used to listen to them. I love them in the morning. They were a great morning talk show. Wrestling wise, the podcast obviously was your podcast that really I would listen to the most, just between your different amount of guests from each level. And I thought you did a great job. I was actually kind of, whenever we were originally talking about it, when you stopped covering D3 as much. I mean, you still cover D3, but it's not like as direct as it used to be. I really enjoyed listening to those podcasts as well.
Yeah, I missed my D3 show. I'll be quite honest with you, and I was looking for the funding for it because, see, I got a business out of this, but I mean, there's things that I do that are for. I mean, I got my D3 chairs behind me. I'm good.
Yeah, I see it.
I got one from. I got Cedar Rapids there. I think my other one my daughter uses as a desk. So I think this will be my first D3s. Well, I'll get to the D3 background in a second. But Anthony, what about you in terms of what podcast did you stumble across to really kind of entice you to jump into the medium?
Well, you mentioned it earlier, but I mean, the Joe Rogan podcast was always great, especially when, those long drives from New York to Waynesburg, Pennsylvania. Joe Rogan podcast is 3 hours long. So just
at least.
So just turn one of those on. And it was always just crazy, the unique guests that he would have on. But, somehow it always comes back to MMA and talking about jiu-jitsu, which is always great. So that was really the first big one. And honestly, it's the number one podcast in the world. So it came across my eyes first. But a guest that you're having later on, Ryan Warner with Wrestling Changed My Life, was another one that really, really started to get me into this project that we have now. I've really picked his ear a little bit of, how he does it and how he goes about it. And he's always been very open to reaching out of how he does it. And then, of course, what your podcast as well too with the Rudis, the Rudis Wrestling podcast. It was Matt Derlin and Ben Askren, and then when Askren started doing the Flow Wrestling Live, the radio live, then you jumped on towards the end there, and you guys showed some D3 love in your final 2 episodes, talking about a national preview, which obviously I wish we would have been able to wrestle, but
dude, yeah, we'll touch on that in a second.
yeah. But yeah, the Rudis, for starters, has just been an amazing wrestling company, sponsoring so many senior level athletes, and then just the media content on top of it too. They've just been doing a great job. So I'd say those handful really got me invested into creating this podcast.
Now, in terms of talking about Division III wrestling as a whole, it's something that my first tournament was in 2009, and I tell this story And poor Clayton Rush has to hear the brunt of this story every single year. But it was the first time I went was 2009. It was in Cedar Rapids before the renovation, the old orange seats. So it looked like a home duel for Wartburg, even though it was basically across the street from Co. And Rush and Clayton Rush and Seth Flodine had met in the finals in 2008. And then in 2009, they both get upset, and they're in the Conci semis. And it was like the exact same thing that happened where Rush is winning the match. Flodine figure fours the head, sticks him, and the Augsburg fans start chanting, just like last year. And it was the most evil chant. I mean, it wasn't like, over the line in terms of, you'll get kicked out for it, but it was just an intelligently smart and painful thing to hear. And it was like, these D3 fans get it. And a lot of them were students and the large rosters of the team. I mean, one year at the Ice Arena in Cedar Rapids when the U.S. Cellular Center was under construction renovation, they were getting on the Luther fans for going around and sitting where their guys were and doing the chant. Though what was really interesting, though, is I was curious in Hershey in 2015 if anybody from the Midwest was going to do the East Coast timeout chant. And I think one fan from Luther started at East Coast time and realized they were in Pennsylvania, sitting between Wilkes and Delaware Valley fans. So that was probably the one year in recent memory where we saw an injury time that we didn't really have a full East Coast timeout. But I'm curious about that. I mean, because I tell my experience, and that's why I fell in love with Division III wrestling at the championships. And I've been fortunate enough to announce them every year since 2016 with Brian Hazard, with Sandy Stevens, with some others along the way. And the question is, I guess, when did you really fall in love with the Division III championships once you actually saw them? I guess, what was that experience like, starting with you, Anthony?
So
given the fact you wrestled in the finals one of those years too, so we did kind of bury the lead in terms of your credentials.
That's okay. When you're good enough, people know the credentials, so you
don't. There you go. There's the wrestling ego we love to hear.
Yeah, exactly. So. Actually, 2013 was my first NCAA championships, and that was in the Cedar Rapids Roughnecks, I believe, was the name of the arena, the ice arena.
Yeah, junior hockey league team. I actually still have a thermal I bought from that. Gift shop.
So I remember just being there for the first time, and after watching like the Division III finals like online and stuff, and then seeing it firsthand, it was an amazing experience. Like you said, the biggest thing was the fans. Everyone had their little niche. Like UW like had their chant. Wisconsin lacrosse fired up. The Luther fans were extremely fired. The Luther fans were like so rowdy, and those Iowa, old Iowa Conference, now American Rivers Conference.
Yeah. I mean, I've got my Nebraska Wesleyan hat over here. Brandon Bradley coaches there. I'm like glad to wear it, but I'm as much of a stickler for terminology. It's hard to not call it the Iowa Conference.
I know, because it's one of the best Division III conferences.
It's the Big Ten of D3.
Yes, essentially, sure. And so those schools travel so well, especially with the tournament usually being out in Cedar Rapids or Wisconsin lacrosse. Those WEAC schools and now the American Rivers Conference, always such a great showing. The presence is always great. When we had it out on the East Coast in Roanoke and Hershey, also great attendance. The Johnson and Wales, Lonnie Morris and Brian Allen, they do a great job of getting their fans out there. So people are passionate about it, man, and they travel well, and competing in March is a big deal. It's the pinnacle of the sport for any collegiate season. And like you said, D3 fans, they're knowledgeable, they get it, and they also understand, hey, when you're wrestling a Wartburg and an Augsburg guy, those guys are pretty good. These teams are going for the team race and national title. So that's why it's funny you mentioned that about like the Augsburg fans chanting, but like whenever an Augsburg wrestler is or a Wartburg wrestler, like both fans are like, all right, now they're cheering they're rooting for the other school. They don't even know the other school, but they're rooting against the Wartburg or Augsburg. So it's just funny to see how that rivalry continues to grow over in March. And it's also great to see now being more parity, a lot of teams competing at a high level. The hat you have on, North Central College, Joe Norton doing a great job there. And seeing these schools getting good and competing for team trophies. So it's fun.
Gennaro, what about you? I mean, the experience there. I mean, Anthony wrestled in the finals, but what's it like watching your brother wrestle for a championship final and that experience, and realize that nobody's talking. Well, I mean, we like to talk about the Division III, trying to champion every division of wrestling, but to sit there and realize that this is your bubble right now. This is what the most important thing to you while your brother is wrestling is your brother's national championship quest. So I guess put that into perspective to, the general wrestling public in terms of, everybody's talking about Iowa, Penn State, but there are things that are important to every person in this sport that aren't just the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, just to go off our last interview with Matt McDonough, whenever he got hired at Cornell, someone on Twitter, like a wrestling fan, because Matt McDonough is a big name, he said, don't you think this is too big of a hire for D3? And, I loved Matt McDonough's response. A lot of D3 coaches feel the same way, or D2 or NAI coaches. The goal is always the same. Everyone has one end goal in wrestling. That's to win a national championship or, as a team, win a national title. And to see my brother throughout his career just work hard and get to that point in his career. Obviously, the match didn't go his way, but in my eyes, like, he was already a national champion just from where he started in his career. Obviously, he didn't have immediate impact right away at the college level. He had pretty good freshman and sophomore years, but he really, turned that switch on his junior year, didn't look back. And just to see how he developed and progressed and just kept working hard, it was awesome to be a part of. One of the big reasons, because I was still on the fence of wrestling in college. And, that was a big reason to be on the team, hang out with the guys, and, follow my brother's career more closely. Because with football at the college level, it's tough. You miss a lot with football into college wrestling. So, if I had to do it over again, I would do it. It was amazing. Like I said, I'm still here coaching now. I just love the program. It's a family atmosphere. And, when Anthony made the national finals, when he went up there, he had a huge community behind him just because of who he was and what he had done for the program. So it was an amazing feeling for sure.
When we look at some of the memories that are created, I mean, things like that we talk about, but then we get to, the growth of Division III wrestling, and then you've got 19 episodes. You talked about how many, over 110, 115 schools coming on board, new ones coming all the time. We got women's wrestling programs coming on. And I look through your episodes like, these guys you guys will have a never-ending supply of content. But early on, here are the 3 episodes that I think, I haven't had the chance to listen to the Matt McDonough one just yet. Was listening to Ryan Epps last night. But 3 that jump out off the page to me that I found the most interesting was Jake Evans, because obviously, but what people didn't know is how old he actually was when he was wrestling in college until probably his senior year when he's pinning everybody. I mean, the guy pinned. I mean, he just was a pin machine. Joe Rao, of course, made a world team and was the most recent Division III guy to do that. And Midland's place winner, all around goofy, funny guy, likes to eat. And then Jeff Riccio, who, with his background in terms of the media and knowing what Jeff has done over the years in terms of his video and his photography. So those are 3 that really jumped out off the page. So I guess I'm going to turn it to you guys. What's your favorite episode so far? And it can't be the Waynesburger-Stevens guys.
Okay. Go ahead. You can go first.
Well, actually, it can be. So Gennaro, yours can be a Stevens guy, but Anthony, you're kind of screwed because you can't be either Waynesburg or Stevens in your choice.
That's fair. Personally, I think one of the best coaches to ever do it, Jim Miller from Wartburg, and having him on. I mean, whenever that guy talks, you better be listening. He's an amazing guy about character, competitiveness, and just to see where Wartburg is now and to know where he got them at was amazing. Just like in his second year, they were competing for a team title. That's unheard of. Going from never winning anything to being competitive on a national level is amazing. So I would say that one was really, really cool. And I think also too, another great episode was you said you listened to it recently, the Ryan Epps one, and getting an inside look of talking about his crazy NCAA finals match, his junior year in 2019 in Roanoke, and getting his perspective on the match, because I mean, from us as the coaches and us watching, it just seemed chaotic, to him.
Understatement. Try being the PA. Like, are you get? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, technically, when he won, he was still losing by 3 points.
He was still losing the match, and he got his hand raised.
And it was the most bizarre thing, and I think it was actually crazy too. In Division II, now it wasn't the same thing because Epps like was on a comeback. The Division II actually there was also a disqualification, but that kid was like he dominated him, was pushing him around the mat. I believe it was the Millersville 165-pounder. So it was a little different, but in the same year, there was 2 national finals that disqualification. I was just like, I've never seen this before, and yet in 2 NCAA tournaments, it happened twice, and it was just kind of crazy to see.
Question down there at the bottom of the screen from our man JP Pearson via our Periscope stream. Anthony, what's the map behind you?
Oh, so the map right behind me, it's actually an old school map of Long Island. You know, it was my aunt's. She always had it at her house, and so. You know, that's where we grew up. As people from Long Island would say, Strong Island. I
had a roommate went to Longwood, so
there you go.
There you go.
Great wrestling program, but we competed in Section 11, and you know, big brother to Section 8, in our opinion. But
so for those who don't know, Nassau County or Suffolk County?
Suffolk County, Section 11. Section 8 is Nassau, who's also very good, just not as good as Suffolk County.
Yeah,
Correct.
I'm sure there's probably housing jokes about Section 8, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure that because you know with Kerry McCoy went to Longwood, Nikki Hall, who was an Old Dominion All-American and assistant for us for a while, and his son wrestled at NC State, who will be on later with Brian Reinhardt with the NC State show. So there's a tie to Long Island. And Danny Sable, my roommate was George Sable. His brother Danny played football at Stony Brook and was a Fargo runner-up. So there's and actually what also people don't know is Doris Burke. Her maiden name is Sable, Strong Island, and New Jersey. So one of the greatest broadcasters would not talk about wrestling here, but I remember finding that. I'm like, George, your aunt is Doris Burke. You never freaking told me. I've been broadcasting for years. So yeah, funny. Wow. So a Doris Burke reference here on the show. I wouldn't expect to get that one. Yeah. But anyway, we got the map of Long Island. So in the time we got left, let's get a pitch. I'll bring it back up on the screen. D3 Nation. You can find it out on the anchors of the page. You can also go to madtalkonline.com/directory. And that will give you a link to all of the shows that I are known of. I found out Ward Wrestling Live is finally on iTunes. I just need to go find that one. I know Coach Ward's done a good job with that. But right now, you guys, I appreciate the time. And as we come back to full screen here, any final thoughts? Again, starting with the older one.
No, I mean, I appreciate you doing this. I think it's great, not just, you know, for our podcast getting some love, but all the wrestling podcasts out there. Just you want to keep spreading the word and keep growing wrestling. I don't think there's any better way you can do it than this. So, you know, going off the episodes we have already, like Anthony said, you know, I really enjoyed, you know, the talk with Coach Miller, Coach Yetzer. I think the Ryan Epps episode was awesome. Just, you know, hearing about his career, talking about his crazy matches, because even before his controversial match his junior year, he had a crazy, one of the best Division III finals matches I ever seen against Thompson from Wartburg. It was a 1-1 match, but I mean, those guys got after it for a very long time. There were scrambles, there was awesome exchanges, and he ended up winning in overtime. Just hearing the insight from those guys and, you know, their mindset and hear their elite mindset, you know, and like you said, just getting content from all across the country. D3 Nation podcast isn't going anywhere. We're just going to continue to grow and keep improving and getting better.
All right, Anthony, close us out before we get to our next guest, Kyle Klingman, who'll be coming up at 10:30 Central.
Oh, nice. Klingman actually just interviewed Coach Favia, so make sure you check out that interview on Track Wrestling. But yeah, I appreciate everything you do. Keep tuning in. We're going to continue to go strong here. And Jason Bryant, you know, you're a big Division III wrestling advocate, so we'd love to have you on the podcast sometime in the near future.
What? Me? Yeah. It's the thing. You want to be on a show, but you have to wait to be asked. I'm just like, I don't want to be like that guy that's on everybody's show all the time.
Yeah.
But,
right.
Hey, but when you know, your credentials kind of speak for themselves, right, Anthony?
Exactly.
I'll spin that one back around. So again, D3 Nation, check it out. We'll have you guys on to do a more, maybe we bring on and do a D3 preview when we get back to wrestling again, because we will wrestle again. So guys,
we will.
Appreciate the time. We'll be back with Kyle Klingman after the little bit of a 2-minute changeover. It's that. Let's do the towel flap like international. We get the 30 seconds between periods. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, Jason.
Thank you.
Thanks.
See you, Jason. Bye.
All right, folks. Kyle Klingman will be on with just a second, so hang tight. Now we welcome our man, Kyle Klingman, host of On the Mat, here to our International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition. Kyle and I started podcasting, 2008, 2009, and now he is the voice behind On the Mat, been a voice of that radio/podcast for a long time. Kyle, from your speakeasy to mine, welcome.
Thanks, man. I appreciate this. Hard to believe that we made it this far after being in a basement for years, or a year, and here we are together on the call, so I appreciate it.
And I'm back in a Minnesota basement, too, so, I mean, this is like kind of throwing it back for us, although there's no dogs going to be interrupting the show today.
I'm a little disappointed to hear that.
Yeah, I don't know if that dog's even with us anymore, but what we're talking about today is podcasting. And Kyle, even prior to our foray into the digital world of Wrestling 411 back in 2008, you were hosting a show when you were working with what was then known as the, see if I can get the acronym right here, the Dan Gable International Wrestling Institute and Museum. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it was the worst, no offense, but it was the worst acronym ever. Now with the merger with the Hall of Fame, just simply the National Wrestling Hall of Fame's Dan Gable Museum. Now, since then, you are back with Sports Engine and Track Wrestling as a content producer and doing a lot of video there, a lot of podcasts with your co-host Andy Hamilton. But let's go back in time to when On the Mat launched, what it was, how it was, and I mean maybe some of the troubles that went along with it.
Well, the show really falls in line with working with you in a lot of ways. I don't know that we would be a podcast without Jason Bryant, and we can get into some of that, but it was a live radio show starting out on KCNZ 1650 AM locally in Cedar Falls, Waterloo. Fortunately, we had an opportunity to have that broadcast over, I mean, at that time, it would be the internet and you could access it, but it was pretty archaic. You could listen to it live. We had some problems recording it for a while. Then you got on board when you were at USA Wrestling and you recorded it, and then it became a podcast and it went from there. But it was live, and we had commercials in it, and we had a formula where we had a 20-minute segment and then a guest, and it's just different radio when you have to go live. It's just a different product because you have to be on, you have to refresh the audience on who the guest is. So just a different product than podcasting, because podcasting, there is no limitations. You can go 2 hours if you want. And so I miss that part of it. I like live radio. And I don't know if there's as many opportunities right now for live radio with podcasts.
Yeah, one thing, but you see what you're seeing is a lot of these radio shows now that are iHeart stations they're basically like, you know, we had Anthony and Gennaro talking about Mike and the Cowherd and stuff. Those are radio shows that are then put in as a podcast, whereas On the Mat now, since you've fully, you know, you'd left the Gable Museum to join Track Wrestling and brought the show with you, as there was no longer a place for it on the radio, I think was the actual situation. I'm not trying to throw KCNZ under the bus by any stretch of the imagination, but the format worked, and where you and Andy could do your 20 to 25 minutes of here's what we need to talk about, here's what you and I need to talk about as wrestling people, and then you're not limited by an 18-minute station break to break up an interview with Jim Miller when he's telling a story about working out with Gable or something like that. So what I've found is, you can be 58 minutes, you can be an hour and 58 minutes. The best thing about a podcast in terms of what we're looking at for the wrestling is it's as long as you need it to be. So if you've got 15 minutes of content, make it 15 minutes. If you've got an hour and 15 minutes of content, make it an hour and 15 minutes.
I agree with that. It's a better product all the way around. And it got frustrating at times because you get to that last guest and it'd be 15 minutes. And if the previous guest went long, you'd have 12 minutes and it might be a great guest and you only get to one or two questions. And then they get frustrated because you have to cut them off. And I remember it happened with Damian Hahn, and someone even made a comment like, hey, you should never cut someone off like that. And we had no option. We had to cut them off at the end.
The Cubbies were throwing first pitch. I mean,
and yeah, we would get nicks for the Cubs because the Cubs were on that station. So we were absolutely secondary, as we should be, because the Cubs are what drives that station. But it was fun. I'm glad that we had the podcast. I'm glad you recorded it for us. And I'd love to know from you, did you just take the time at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock, whatever time zone you were in, and just hit the record button and you were on it?
Yeah, because it started because when we split from 411, I went to USA Wrestling. You went back to the museum, and Kent Sesker was also hosting the show in your absence. And then it was back to you. So what happened is when I'm in Colorado, so I'm a mountain time zone, which made a 4 o'clock record time in the mountain time zone a little easier. So what I found a program called Audio Hijack, and then you guys streamed it. I'm not really sure exactly what the format was at the time, but I could hit play, and Audio Hijack would actually record browser audio. So this comes it's not even an inside joke. It was actually a legit time. So about 5 minutes prior, at 3:50, I'd set a reminder on my calendar, like on the mat, ding, like 5 minutes prior. I would grab my phone, I would text Kyle and say, "Start stream reminder," because if they didn't start the stream on the web, I couldn't record it. So there's a couple episodes. Okay, there's more than a couple episodes in there where the first 1, 2, or 5, or even 15 minutes are cut off, and trying to call the station to try to get, Scott Fensloff, who's producing the show, because he's busy producing the show. He can't always answer the phone, and it's after the office is closed because it's 5 o'clock Central. And it was a reminder, because it was a point where Wednesdays I definitely planned dinner around it. I was a newlywed at the time. I'm like, when Abby was working remotely in Tennessee, it wasn't that terrible, so I'd just stay in the office and record and listen to it. But yeah, and then you had Scott send me some CDs that contained some episodes from 2010. I think Rene Goulet was on one of them. I mean, some of the pro wrestling tie-ins too from the Gable Museum. And so basically we built the back catalog. I know that there are numbered, I think we figured out there's 618 episodes, 616 episodes, but like the first 200 don't even exist anywhere. So it's just when recording and putting that show in, and it was with the Matt Chat feed. And then I left USA Wrestling and started Short Time, and then I put it on the Short Time feed. And then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, got 2 different shows here. Let's create the Matt Talk Podcast Network. And Short Time was the first show, and On the Mat created its second feed. And that's how all this was born, Kyle. That's how all this was born. That's how the Speakeasy was born.
I didn't know some of that history, and it is funny to think back. So we started On the Mat in 2007. I think it was like January 3rd of 2007. And if we wanted a show recorded, we actually had to have a cassette tape and pop it in there if we really wanted it. So
what's a cassette?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I got plenty of them. I got bootlegs here, but from shows. But yeah, so we've gone from cassette. I don't think you guys ever sent me any cassettes, but you sent me some CDRs. I did actually try to record some stuff back in the day with a mini disc, but that format never really took hold. But when we get to what's going on with track wrestling now, because there's been a couple different podcasts that have come and gone, and you guys have finally kind of concentrated it to On the Mat. David Mirkatani was hosting a show. Alex Steen was part of one. I basically took your Countdown to Nur Sultan series and made that a 3-minute, 100 episode, basically 3 to 4 minute audio series. 7 minutes is coming on How Wrestling Built Me. So you guys are still working around what formats work, and then with the COVID-19 situation, you've done a lot. You've gotten really good at video conferencing. So explain how podcasting really fits into the sports engine and track wrestling model of things.
I think podcasting really is everything in a lot of ways, because it allows you to, like you said, have no restrictions on what you can do, how long you need to go. If it's not going in a good direction, you can cut it off at 10 minutes, or if it's just rolling, you can go for an hour. And in our case, we've been able to take it and chop it up into different segments, which I think is really good. So podcasting really is the future. As you've seen, look at your lineup, man. I mean, you have so many guests for today, just scrolling through and seeing who you have. It really is something that is what was cutting edge at one point. I think we were kind of one of the first to do it when we were with 411. I don't know, there was a lot doing it. And now it's just everyone's in the game, and you just have to get creative and find your own niche.
You're a guy that likes Bob Dylan. You're a guy that likes music. You're a guy that likes ultra running, and you've been a runner and such. So when it comes to podcasts that don't involve wrestling, I'm curious what Kyle Klingman listens to.
There's a Sam Harris podcast that I like and I listen to. I like The Office Ladies. That's a good podcast.
That's about The Office, the TV show, right?
Yep.
I think I just heard about that like 2 days ago.
Yeah, really good. I love The Office. I don't know if you're a fan of it or not, but
we just finished the series. We went start to finish. Finished it about a month ago.
For the first time, or had you seen it?
I got up to about, I think when I moved from Pennsylvania is where I kind of lost it, and then I would pick up pieces of it. Because I remember after the NCAAs in 2019, I'm sitting with some buddies after we have brunch. We're just waiting for our ride to the airport, and there's an episode of The Office that was on. I'm like, I haven't seen this one, and I'm not really sure which season it was from. And then then there's a part where Creed's playing hooky and he hops on the bus, and I thought that was earlier in the series, and that's like one of the last seasons, and I'm like, wait, I've been waiting for that segment for the entire time, and that's because, again, it was kind of all over the place on where The Office is, where I was watching it. But yeah, so The Office Ladies is one I actually wrote down to have to check out. I might have to do another rewatch.
That's good. I like those would be the two that my go-to ones that I like. So, and then there's some that people will just send you and say, hey, check this out. And I like to listen to, but yeah, those are my two go-tos.
One thing that I actually discovered a couple days ago, I actually listened to it. I think I saw a tweet about it. It was about marathon investigations. And now the podcast isn't live anymore. They haven't done a show in about a year, but it was an episode where it was a guy that investigates people that cheating races and stuff. And it's like he's got a whole website, a podcast about cheating ultra marathons and stuff like that, and people finding certain races that, I mean, basically there's a niche for everything. If you just want to talk about Iowa wrestlers from the 70s, you can create a podcast solely about that. So that's kind of a strength in the format.
It is, and you can go any direction you want. I think that's good, is that you can make it niche, which is really cool, and you don't have to just have broad strokes, and it really does allow you to have a theme for your show. And you think about a lot of these live shows, you have to have a broad base, and you've probably listened to a lot of live radio through the course of your life, and you think about it, just, hey, you might have guests on for football, basketball, wrestling, and try to really develop a show that way. But that's a good point, man, to be able to really lock in. And you just had the D3 guys, man, you can get in and be as detailed as you want.
In being a national outlet, and you've had the background of covering Division III. Matter of fact, you're the one that brought me into the Division IIIs the first year in 2009 when we were with 411. And, you know, I saw the love for that tournament and the fans. We had just talked about that with the Bonaventura. That's a long name to say, the twins of D3 Nation. So when it comes to a guest, I mean, now it's a weekly show. You've got also videos that are coming in there. You know, I know you like Brahman Creighton, who's a fascinating individual. Was on a trip with him back in 2012 to the Junior World Championships in Pattaya, Thailand. And then you've got your go-tos. I mean, you always like talking about Titan Mercury. You always like talking to Gable based on that relationship. Jim Miller is an individual who doesn't get enough credit across the sport of wrestling. So where do you and Andy, as hosts, I mean, you guys have known each other for probably 20 years at this point, develop your synergy and the mindset of, okay, here's the guest we're going to bring on. Why is it going to be relevant for this week's conversation?
Well, I think you just hit on it. It's going to be relevant for that week. For the most part, we try to steer clear of just having someone that's just going to be on just to be on. So I think we always ask two questions. Is it relevant to today, or is their story relevant? So those are the two things that drive how we get a guest. And if their story is still relevant, we're more than happy to have them on. But we're not going to just have someone on just because, hey, they won a state title in 1971 and we just want to relive some memories. If their story is still relevant and we feel like we can go down that road, like a Wayne Wells, I don't think we've had him on, but his story is extremely relevant. You want to talk about maybe the most underrated, underappreciated wrestler in all of wrestling, the first world champion to win an Olympic gold medal, won it in 1970 and then 1972. He went into law, so he kind of got lost in the shuffle because he never went into coaching after that. But I think it's the relevant question. Is the person relevant? Is the story relevant? And when they are, we want to have that person on.
When you were with the Gable Museum, there was also the tie-in with the professional wrestling wing. And for years, and I actually had a conversation with I've had conversation with Jerry Briscoe about this and wrestling fans overall about there used to be this divide, this basically this discontent for professional wrestling from our world of amateur wrestling. And I don't like the term amateur wrestling. Because I think professional wrestling invented it, which professional wrestling is now sports entertainment, and we get into the nomenclature issues and things of that nature. But there's a tie with it in Minnesota with the Vern Gagne AWA thing. But the Gable Museum, I mean, the founder Mike Chapman was also a fan of professional wrestling in that regard, and going back to the days of Hackenschmidt and Frank Gotch and such. And when you were doing shows with the pro wrestlers for the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame, was there pushback from our wrestling community? Be like, why are you doing that? I've always been curious about that.
Not really. I think because we always had someone on that has a respect for amateur wrestling or could talk about it. So even if it's Jim Ross, who never stepped foot on a mat, he's going to talk about Dan Hodge and growing up with him, and he had relationships with those guys. So I don't think he ever got pushback. I think in any for a reason, I don't know why, but I think there was a fascination on what these guys were going to say. And I've always said this, Jason, that I feel like professional wrestlers respect amateur wrestling, which I don't think either of us like that term, but we'll call it that, amateur wrestling, more than amateur wrestling does, because I think they're in awe of it. They're like, these guys are so good at what they do, and in some ways they couldn't do it either. Maybe they could fill 100,000 people for WrestleMania, but they couldn't get on the mat and perform at that high of a level. And I think people were fascinated by what they had to say about amateur wrestlers, and I respected that too, because one of my favorite stories is after one of the banquets, and actually we went up there. You know who Mick Foley and Terry Funk are, I'm assuming. So
no recollection of Terry Funk pile driving Ric Flair on a table outside a Clash of Champions. No idea Mankind taking the tumble off. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I know you're talking.
Well, you do know. Anyway, Gable is meeting these guys for the first time, and Mick Foley and Terry Funk are just beside themselves. They're like, "Oh, Mr. Gable, how you doing?" And they talk to him for 5 minutes, and then Gable pulls me to the side. He said, "Hey," he goes, "who were those guys?" And then after the banquet, we went back to the museum. And he looks around. He's like, "Hey," he goes, "is anyone here?" And I go, "No." He goes, "Those pro wrestlers love me." And they did. They had to give that honor to him and that respect. And Gable, you just throw the name around in professional wrestling, gives you street cred. So I've always appreciated professional wrestlers' appreciation for amateur wrestling.
And one thing that's also pretty cool about that is the with the curtain being pulled back, so to speak. I mean, we've got a lot of professional wrestling podcast shows. I think you could have probably done International Wrestling Podcast Day with 800 professional wrestling podcasts. I mean, there are a lot out there, but I know Conrad Thompson's has a show with Eric Bischoff and Jim Ross and Bruce Pritchard, and all, those guys have been through the Gable Museum a time or two with the Professional Wrestling Hall of Fame inductions and such. And it's just funny to see the pro wrestlers mark out, and it's a wrestling term, for Gable, and then all of a sudden you got the lines of people waiting in line for Dolph Ziggler, who is Nick Nemeth, who my roommate wrestled at Nationals, and it's strange of the dichotomy of a word you like of how the wrestling fans are wrestling fans from over here, and then wrestling fans over here, and then there's that glimmer of people in the middle that really appreciate both, and that's one thing that the first iteration, I guess, of On the Mat did, and you've continued that through its current iteration, as I said, iteration twice in one sentence. But now we get to in our last 10 or so minutes of this particular segment, On the Mat with Andy. You've had some interesting co-hosts. On the Mat has had Doug Van Gelder, Hail Caesar. You've had Kent Sesker hosting the show. Jeff Bradley did a Panther Wrestling Club edition once a month. And from what you've seen On the Mat evolve from and what it's at now, what's your favorite thing about co-hosting the show with Andy Hamilton now?
I think it's that we both come into it from a space of really wanting to give the guest full recognition for what he or she has done. And it really is about the guest, and that we get to dive as deep as possible. And that's what's cool, is that Andy came on as the co-host while we were still doing it live, and that lasted for a little while. And then we went to the podcast form. But I think that's the best part of it, is that he might ask a question that I had no thought process of why he asked that question. It was a really good question. And I think that's the best part of it, is that seeing someone else's mind work and how they articulate a question, and never have thought to ask that question. So I always appreciate that he has questions that I wouldn't ask, and hopefully he would say the same thing about me.
We look at the shows that you guys have, and the most recent one with Mike Finn, the Mighty Finn, you guys call him, Andy's former neighbor in Coralville. I remember staying with Andy one time when I totaled my car. Actually, it was National Duels with 411. I totaled my car. I had to go back to Davenport to get it out of a scrapyard. I had my new car. I was on my way to Purdue in Iowa, and then UTC in Northern Iowa, and then Minnesota, Iowa that weekend. And it was just a very, very weird thing. And yeah, Andy goes, "Yeah, Mike Finn lives right there." As I go to sing karaoke at the bar down the street. So so Andy and your rapport with Mike Finn this last episode, again, he's probably one of the more frequent guests on the show, but you've had hundreds of guests, hundreds, probably thousands at this point. There any guests from On the Mat that stand out and be like, wow, that was a great interview. We really need to get them on again?
Well, the one that always comes to mind, and it wasn't even On the Mat, it was Wrestling 411, and we did it, was, I don't know what it was, but when we had Jamie Pollard and Kevin Jackson on the show together, Kevin had just gotten hired, and they were driving down to Kansas City. I don't know why, man, but that felt larger than life. It just felt like, wow, we're really doing something, moving the needle here. We got the AD in the car and Kevin Jackson, and that just felt like we really were doing something special there, and I really appreciated that. Of course, anytime you have Gable on the show, he's always going to give you some gold nuggets in there, and you appreciate that. But I'll tell you what, that Kevin Jackson interview that we did, that was just really special to me.
What's funny about that whole year, and I know we actually did a podcast about kind of chronicling that year in its entirety, how you and I both approached it, and you know, the personal relationships that came out of that. And you know, it was a really interesting year, but it's funny to look back at what we were doing 12 years ago. It's 2008, 2009. It was weird. 11/11/08. We had our first show with Tom Brands at Augsburg College, and then to see where the shows are out, and then technology like this, the StreamYard, for example, is an Ecamm exists out there, and OBS, all the technology. Man, Kyle, if we had this technology 12 years ago, we might still be going. Is it crazy to think about?
It is, because I tell you what, you can't really explain how primitive and archaic we were starting out that show.
And we were technologically advanced while being primitive and archaic.
Dude, it was, I mean, that first show, if you go listen to that Tom Brands episode, it was rough, man. I mean, just absolutely rough. And it was just, we didn't know what we were doing on this. We're in this KOG studio. You knew what you were doing. I certainly didn't know anything of what I was doing. You had all the tech side, but man alive, you just think about being able to click a button and you give me a link and I'm in this show right now. It still floors me a little bit that we have this technology and the capability to do this. I shake my head at how rough it was when we started 2007 and then 2008, 2009. It was rough.
It's one of those things that where we look back and we're like, man, we did this. And I think a short story before we let you go, take our little 5-minute changeover and bring Eric Olanowski on, is actually, I got to look at the schedule to make sure we got that right, because it's on MadTalkOnline.com/IPD2020. Actually, KJ Pilcher is up next, then Eric Olanowski. So we stick with the Iowans. But it was the big story that year wasn't just, it was the coaching changes, because we had so many dominoes fall again, but was the first year of the new qualifier system. And I think that's really where I think both of us, I can't speak really for you, but I assume both of us really made our inroads with the NCAA in terms of Brad Traviola was on with us multiple times that year explaining the qualification process. We were at your buddy's house in Austin, Texas, trying to maybe do the interview and like, oh, we got to wait. So we got in the car and we drove together for almost a month. And we were in Schulenburg, Texas, in this hotel room that's reeked of cleaning agent because probably somebody smoked in there the night before, sitting on a bed doing a podcast from my relatively brand new Mac. And if we needed to do that again today, we could do it again today.
Those were good times. I think we went to the Alamo too, didn't we?
We did. We did that on our way to D2s. We stayed at the Smithsonian, and that was the first time I met the late Leroy Smith Sr. And I just remember asking him, and this is all podcast related, it's because of my podcast, sitting in Leroy Smith Sr.'s living room, sitting on the couch, ask him, who's the most notable person to sit where I'm sitting right now? And you see big Leroy scratch his head, and you go, well, Kenny slept on that couch before. Meaning Kenny Monday. And, Alexander Medved sat there one time right where you're sitting. I'm like, oh my, right on that very couch. And I'm like, and this is funny because when he's showing us those pictures, well, that's Christopher there, Chris Perry with the pink hat on backwards. And then he was showing us the baseball trophies. Well, one of those baseball trophies was JT Realmuto. If you go back and think about it, he didn't say it was at the time. I can't remember him saying this, but he was pointing the trophies to his grandkids playing baseball, and JT Realmuto, Major League Baseball, he's kind of a big deal now. His trophies are in there right next to John Smith's World Championship trophy. It was still one of the most remarkable experiences that I got to see, and you were there with us.
Yeah, it was fun, man. And it really is, as we talk about podcasting, man, you want to talk about an odd couple, me and you being together. I can't even believe it. I mean, I don't know that there could be any more polar different people than you and me on this planet, and we made it work. And I thought it was a really good show, and I think it was good because we came into it from a different angle. And I can still remember you slipping me a note. I said Logan Stieber wrong, and you slipped over a note. I said Stieber. You slipped over a note and said it's Stieber. So just those little memories, you know. I don't know at that point I'd heard of Logan Stieber yet, but you had, and he was in high school. I don't know if we were talking about him or interviewing him. I think we interviewed Helen Maroulis young. So
yeah, Adeline Gray, Randy Miller, Chaz Betts. I mean, we went through world teamers and such. Okay, real quick before we go, we got a question from our man from Twitter. He's been asking a lot of questions. So J to the, well, I can't say his old handle. How often do you get to work with Richard Emmel, and what's it like?
Not enough. I'm a big fan of Richard Emmel. I don't think he appreciates when I'm a fan of his sometimes, because like, that dude's awesome. That guy,
I helped him move. That's how awesome he is. Like, that's how much you like somebody when you help them move without actually them asking until, hey, are you available Monday? Like, I told you, let's do it.
That's such a good question, because I think about it all the time, because I am in the same company as Richard Emmel, and I never get to talk to him, never get to work with him. Like maybe once every 3 to 4 months we engage in a conversation, and that's not enough. That guy is a really big asset for wrestling, and he should be celebrated, man. He's really good at what he does.
Kyle Klingman, co-host of On the Mat. You see it right there. Found anywhere where good podcasts are found. Don't worry about where the bad ones are found. You can find it on MatTalkOnline.com, one of our signature shows. So, Kyle, we got KJ Pilcher coming up soon. So, in a sign-off, you got 20 seconds. Take us home.
Thanks for making the On the Mat a reality. We wouldn't be a podcast without Jason's work and recording it in some primitive days, so we appreciate it. Thank you.
KJ Pilcher in the house here on our next session of International Podcast Day. Mr. Pilcher, I'm trying to represent your coverage area, your alma mater. How am I doing here?
All right.
Yes, no,
What's
indifferent.
going on? I've got you.
I'm saying I've got BV on the hat. I got some Mount Vernon, which I think that's your coverage area, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so I'm trying to do. I don't know if anybody's picked up on this yet, but I'm trying to theme up with our guest today. And KJ, former well, I don't want to say former because you don't actually get it removed. Past award-winning journalist. You got a bunch of awards. You have many leather-bound books, including ones from the National Wrestling Media Association, which we have these big glasses now.
Mm-hmm.
But
They're
Cedar Rapids
awesome.
Gazette, longtime wrestling aficionado. Your family's been in wrestling now. If you don't follow KJ on Twitter, you should. If you don't follow him on Facebook, you really should, because I tell you, the parenting this guy has for his softball girls, I am writing down. And my daughter just started playing soccer, the 4-year-old. So I'm now one of those parents.
Uh-huh.
And so we're going to be talking wrestling. We're going to be talking questionable parenting methods, as you have said it. But KJ, welcome to International Podcast Day, and I'm glad you're a part of it, man.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jason. You know, this is fantastic. Not only do I consider you a friend and a colleague, but you know, you're somebody that I admire and just enjoy seeing your work on many different platforms, from what you've done with podcasts and online and writing, and your announcing. Pretty honored to be able to work by your side most of the time.
Yeah, we've sat next to each other quite a bit. We've had some Twitter discussions from across the arena at Midlands.
Yes.
One of the cooler things I think I actually saw you do. I'm going to get into your Division III career. When you got to be a I guess part of the Grand March at the Division III championships a couple years ago. Explain the background and how that story developed.
Yeah, really, I'm not exactly sure, but Cedar Rapids has been kind of a semi-regular host of the NCAA Division III championships, and obviously one of the individuals and a driving force behind that is Dick Simmons. They call him the Fixer, and he decided in that the parade of All-Americans to have individuals. Over the years they've had co-All-Americans and champs, and then Cornell All-Americans and champs. And this specific year, he wanted to make sure to include people in the Cedar Rapids area that have been contributors. And for some reason, he thought I was somebody that was worthy of that. I disagree with him fully, but it really meant a lot. He knew my background, as you mentioned. You're wearing the BV hat. I was lucky to kind of be a small, very small part of the BV program in the 1990s and stuff. We've talked about that on podcasts before, just how important and crucial that was for me and what it's led to. And he felt that was he felt it was worthy to include me in that and what I've done as far as covering the sport. I felt really weird, My older brother was an All-American. He was somebody that earned kind of being on that stage. I was somebody, I've just covered the sport. I didn't deserve to be up there with some of those other guys. I think Heilman from Cornell was one of the other individuals leading the All-Americans out. And it's like,
now an assistant coach at Air Force.
Yeah, and it's like I don't deserve to be out here, but whatever's asked of me, I'll do for the betterment of the sport. And if I was asked to carry, I think I carried like the 157 pound. I led the 157 pounders out. And I'm not a 157 pounder at all. But that was a great honor. Probably the neatest thing I think I've ever experienced, being able to be a part of that and lead those All-Americans out that day. It was pretty cool. And my wife and daughters were there. I don't think they knew what the hell was going on. But, they saw me in a suit and out there in front of everybody, so they were pretty proud too.
When was the last time you were in a suit? Because we don't wear suits when we cover events.
Yeah, we don't wear. Geez, when was it? Maybe maybe that was. I think maybe Easter. Maybe there was an Easter somewhere. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, it's few. There's more dust on that thing than maybe the 8-track cassette tapes I have in the garage.
Don't knock the 8-track. My 81 El Camino had an 8-track player in it when I was driving it in high school. So
you had an El Camino?
I had an El Camino.
My
mom still has it in the garage in Poquoson, Virginia, where
really?
Oddly enough, the last time I was actually on pinning combination, I was actually in my hometown outside of the wrestling room.
Yes.
But pinning combination, your podcast, I'll bring it up on screen here, is it's a different iteration. You've gone with the RSS feeds, the straight audio, and now you've got an interesting collection of people that you now host on Facebook Live with Wyatt Schultz from The Predicament. You see him as a photographer. I've known him for years in Fargo. And then former coach Dick Briggs, you see it there as part of the newspaper's offering, and we'll have Cody Goodwin on later talking about what they do at the Des Moines Register. But you are part of basically like the four, I call it like there's like 4 or 5 newspapers in Iowa that really have what I would consider one of the most aggressively tough beats. You cover high school and college wrestling in one of the most wrestling crazed states. I know from a stats perspective, when I have something from Penn State on, the numbers come in big. Whenever I have something from Iowa on, the numbers come in big. But you could have Iowa, Iowa State, and Iowa high school wrestling, and that just all funnels into the papers. I mean, you, Nelly, Andy previously, now Cody. I mean, Steve Batterson. There are so many different angles, and it's still an aggressive wrestling beat. So how is the podcast side of things and the wrestling beat kind of melded and using one with the other to make sure you can cover all angles?
Yeah, that's a really good question because, the podcast itself has evolved or changed drastically. I think Wyatt and I, it was just an audio only version, and Wyatt and I were literally like in a storage closet because it was the only quiet place we could get to with a phone line that could reach there. Back in I think it was 2011, I think, when we first did the first pinning combination podcast, and then as kind of the structure of our company changed, so did the podcast a little bit, to where we actually had a recording studio that we were able to do it from, and then it eventually turned into more of a webcast in kind of a quasi studio that we have at the Gazette, where Wyatt and we brought Dick Briggs on after he was done coaching, and of course Dick Briggs, All-American at UNI, as well to his long coaching career. But yeah, I mean, there is so much in this area. When you look at the University of Iowa, we also cover UNI, Iowa State at the D1 level, the D3 wrestling with the now American Rivers Conference. It is such a big priority for us, as well as the prep. So we're covering, Cole, Cornell, Upper Iowa at the D2 level, Luther College, Wartburg. We have a lot of area wrestlers that are at those other institutions that maybe are outside our circulation area that we cover. And the podcast really allows us to kind of encapsulate everything that we cover into one net, pretty much. And the podcast at one time was just one complete podcast covering everything, and now we've kind of broken it up into 2 things because there's so much. I mean, we were going for like 90 minutes at times because there's so much to get to. So we decided, hey, let's break it up into a high school version and a college version, and then that's been kind of the best thing for us, because there is so much content, so many stories, and so much going on, especially in this area, that the nets were starting to give way a little bit. So we've broken that out to really shine a broader light on both sections.
Yeah, I just want to know how many times, because I periodically listen based on the amount of volume of what I need to know about Iowa. For example, I was listening to Iowa Russell going down on the night of conflict, which I had the opportunity to announce. So in those cases, I would listen to shows as, okay, I'm going into this, and I'd see a guest that was previewing this. I would go in as a media professional or as an announcer. I would listen to that show to make sure I'm going to get stuff, because podcasting gives you a little, I mean, as a journalist, I mean, in the print media, and that was my past career, was you get 12 to 14 inches. You can't get everything you want to say about somebody into something. And from a journalistic standpoint, this is not just great for, who you're interviewing, but, for your colleagues to say, okay, well, KJ had this really good feature on this kid. Wow, I'm going to dive into that for my readership, because while it may not be your coverage area per se, you may get somebody like Kyle we just had on from track, give it national attention or something along that line. So what's it like to bring that journalistic wing to a medium that's really kind of changed the game in our sport of wrestling?
Yeah, it really, I think the tagline that we tried to really live by at the Gazette was a one-stop kind of shop, for our coverage, where you can get the written story. Like you said, a lot of times it's a little bit more condensed than what really it might be due. So you're able to really expand on those things, in the online when we're discussing things. It's a lot easier to make it conversational when you're dealing with a feature or a subject than maybe a little bit more formal print wise. But the one thing about the medium is that there are such great elements out there that you can be exposed to different stories. Like you mentioned, you can watch a happy hour or potentially dangerous, Matt Talk Online, and kind of be introduced to like, oh wow, I didn't realize that, and like you said, then kind of delve into things. It's just a way to kind of broaden what you're covering, and it's just amazing how it's really led to that kind of evolution of coverage.
With your co-hosts Dick Briggs and G. Wyatt Schultz, and the G starts for Grant, it means Grant.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, does he bring the Oreos anymore? Because in Fargo, he would show up, and there, Gary Abbott would do a good job with the hospitality treats for the media, because we really didn't get to get up and eat a whole lot. But here comes Wyatt with every flavor of Oreo known to man, and some Easy Cheese.
We have no Oreos or Easy Cheese. We have candy occasionally and stuff. But I'm going to give him a little bit of crap, because he's a little stingier with us, I guess.
Well, I don't know if he's doing. I think has he technically retired from his other job?
Yes, he's retired now, so he's.
You know what I think that was? I think he was actually saving you. He just didn't like us, because all the stuff that fell off the pallets is what he would bring to Fargo.
Okay, I see. You're getting the leftovers. We get the fresh wrapped candies, but yeah, it's fun. I tell you what, what's covering the sports since 2003 with Wyatt. That's a relationship where, I can remember when we first just sat down and started talking. It was literally in the corner of a mat during the 5 Seasons duels at Cedar Rapids Kennedy's gym. And he was taking pictures, obviously, for the Predicament and the 5 Seasons duels finals. I think Apple Valley might have been wrestling Iowa City West, or I can't remember who, but I remember Apple Valley being there for that. And we just sat down and we started. I was covering, taking notes, and he was taking pictures, and we just started chatting. And then it's amazing. It really was a friendship that was forged through the sport of wrestling. and it's blossomed to where we used to just travel places together, and then when the Gazette decided, hey, let's do some of these other elements online, he was the first person I called to say, hey, do you want to do this with me? And it's been that way ever since. And oddly, with Dick Briggs, he coached at our crosstown wrestling. It wasn't really a rivalry because Jefferson was so much better than Wash, but there's a natural east-west rivalry in the city that's separated by a river between the two high schools. And when I was in high school, I did not like him or his team. I did not. I hated everything Jefferson. But after covering his teams and getting to work with him on a professional basis, we became really good friends. We actually live near each other, and now we've kind of extended this professional relationship and friendship into the podcast now that he's done coaching, and it's been awesome to where now he's a regular contributor at NCAA tournaments and other things like that. So it really, it's a great relationship through the podcast with three people that love wrestling and have devoted a lot of time to the sport just because of, a mere passion for it.
When I hear the name Briggs, I mean, I guess when I'm not from Iowa, so I was exposed to the stories of Don Briggs, and then of course
his brother,
Dick with the brother there, and then Kyle Briggs out there wrestling for Wartburg. I remember pulling it up, and I think this is one of those things where it's like, I think it was Ben Saracen was wrestling Kyle Briggs at the Nationals, and I looked at they were both Cedar Rapids guys, and I'm like, I guess these two might have met before. And you text me right there, it's like they hadn't met. So there's a Cedar Rapids story for you, and then I want to know how much Cedar Rapids stories you get from Dick about Don, maybe when the microphones aren't on, because I know Don Briggs he's got some stories.
Yeah, we probably haven't ventured into the big chest of stories from Don, but occasionally there'll be some things from his time wrestling for Gary Kirtle there at Cedar Rapids Jefferson, and then down at the University of Iowa, and then of course he was a longtime coach at UNI. But both Don and Dick are very outgoing individuals, I guess you would say. I think Don still ice climbs, and I've heard stories about the iced over silos that Don still, in his 60s and stuff now that he still does. I mean, it's pretty amazing. But Don, I want to say wrestled Gable maybe at one of the state tournaments up in Waterloo. I don't think it went real well for him, but it's just that connection to history. But we haven't really gotten into many of the juicy stories with Don, but I have heard maybe a couple of the not so family friendly ones that are pretty entertaining.
That's the one thing with the podcast that you don't have to worry about for radio. You just mark it explicit, and you'd be like, okay, we are going to be dropping Effenheimers today. Typically with the newspaper, you've got newspaper branding behind you, so you can't really do that. Because I remember one time when I was working at the Daily Press, there was this outrage because the word shit was in the paper. So how times have changed a little bit. But
interestingly, sorry to interrupt you and kind of interject this story. One of the times that I got a lot of pushback from our readers, and of course, we still have a strong paper or print circulation. A lot of rural areas that we go to, so a lot of older people still read the paper. I got a lot of pushback the year that Matt McDonough lost Brandon Preson, I believe, in the Midlands Finals, and I quoted McDonough verbatim saying that he was pissed. The term being pissed. Mm-hmm. And I checked with the editors. They were fine with it. We went with it, and I got a pushback from a lot of the older readers that were upset about using the term being pissed, which kind of blew my mind. But,
well, that's a college athlete.
When you mentioned that.
Well, on the
Yeah.
same note, I was
Yeah.
covering. I remember that story too. Story similar. I was covering the AA state tournament back in Virginia, and a kid from Lafayette. I remember the match. Austin Moore from Lafayette High School in Williamsburg, same high school as Lawrence Taylor, by the way, was wrestling one of the Artuzio twins from James Wood High School. I think it might have been Kyle. Again, this is stuff that I want to say 04-ish range maybe. And Artuzio threw him to his back early. He was down, so Moore was down 5-0, and then decked him in the semis. I think it was. It might have been the semis, and then he got to the final. The details of which match it was or lost. I think it was the semis. And then I quoted him in the paper as saying pissed. Then I go back and see it the next day, and it says ticked in parentheses.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, okay, I can deal with that. But I was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, it's a high school kid. The difference there was if I would have quoted a McDonough, college athlete above 18,
Right.
you can speak like that. You're an adult. Whereas, while Moore was probably 18 at the time, he was a senior, still a high school athlete. So there's always that.
Yeah.
Now, with what we've got on news sites
Exactly.
today, who knows? Now, as it pertains to the Gazette, was pinning combination something that was launched directly with the Gazette in mind, or was that something you did and then they said you pitched to them and be like, hey, I want to do this, and I'm using, say, down in Florida, the Orlando Sentinel, Brant Parsons did his own little thing and then got the Sentinel involved with it because that's where he worked full time. So I'm curious on the germination of pinning combination with the Cedar Rapids Gazette.
It was mostly through the company. I mean, they're looking to do some things. We've done a few. We've done a few little things to kind of dip our toes into kind of a multimedia pool, I guess you could say. And then I just went to him and I'm like, you know what? I want to do something where we just talk about wrestling for an hour and bring some guys on, because right now it's more of a studio show and it's just the three of us talking. Before it was Wyatt and I talking to coaches or wrestlers and stuff, which is something I'd like to get back to. But mostly it was kind of the Gazette starting to venture into this, and the minute that they said, hey, we're looking into doing this, and actually they're talking to I believe Mark Morehouse about Iowa football, doing something there. And I was like, hey, I would love to do something with wrestling. And they're like, well, what do you mean wrestling? But,
Well, it's Iowa wrestling,
like,
sells your
yeah.
papers.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, it could be college and high school. I think people would love it. And, of course, J.R. Ogden, I got to say that, he's the editor there, and usually anything that deals with wrestling, hey, let's do it. If you want to do it, let's do it. He covered the sport for a long time. He followed Mike Chapman. I think a lot of people know Mike Chapman's history in covering the sport. It really kind of taught JR a lot of things, and JR is really supportive when it comes to wrestling coverage. So when we mentioned that, hey, how about doing this as part of it, it was all for it. So it was pretty much through the Gazette. They decided, hey, we're going to go this route, and I jumped up and said, let's do wrestling, and it really caught fire because this is going to sound really, really silly, JB.
I'm all for silly. Bring me silly.
But in the studio, the podcast that we have, some of the main ones, we do it for different sports. Mike Halas, our national award-winning columnist, has his own podcast.
Doesn't he portmanteau his name into it too somehow? I think I've seen it was like Hlascast or something like that. Or
and I can't. I'm blanking on it right now, but we have these little pennants on the wall, and for years it was On Iowa podcast, which is the big one that Mark Morehouse and Scott Docterman have, mainly discussing Iowa football and a little bit of basketball. And then a pennant for Halas on the wall behind this big picture. Last winter, we finally got a pinning combination pennant to put up there because the viewership had grown to the point where it was one of the top 3 or 4 podcasts with the company. So that was something that we thought was pretty cool when they decided, hey, we finally have we've kind of finally gained the status, I guess, for that.
As we wrap up here, this segment, we're going to go back and there's where you can find the Pinning Combination podcast at thegazette.com. Easily found there on the sports section. You see got the most recent episodes up from Mr. Briggs, Mr. Grant Wyatt Schultz, and Mr. Pilcher. And I guess final thoughts, KJ, as we head out, and we're going to bring Eric Olanowski in about 3 minutes.
Cool.
So, KJ, fire us up.
One thing, some of the things, a little bushwhacker motion there, but one story I want to finish. We've had coaches. We talked to people like you, Terry Steiner. We've had coaches one coach actually he was delivering puppies from his kennel when we were talking to him. Jeff Voss from West Delaware, who's part of the NWCA and everything. It's been really fun and exciting to be a part of that, to have ambassadors of the sport like the people I mentioned on there, to be able to cover the sport in one that's rich in an area that's rich in tradition. Wrestling fabric, we always say, is kind of intertwined with the blue collar and agricultural background of the state of Iowa, and the people that been able to work with are fantastic. We will be firing up here pretty soon. We kind of do have it structured within the confines of the season. It's a seasonal podcast now, but we will be firing up here pretty soon. We'll be able to see that at thegazette.com, and then you can follow me and for updates at KJ Pilcher on Twitter, and then Facebook on the mats as well. Now that we'll be getting into some things, and the U.S. Senior Nationals will be coming up here in a little over a week.
I'll be down there, so I have to stop. I've already mentioned Cheddar's once on the show today in York, Pennsylvania. I'm looking forward to the Cheddar's again in Coralville. So KJ Pilcher,
Awesome.
Always a pleasure. See you in a couple weeks, man.
Hey, my pleasure, JB. We'll see you then, bud. Thank you.
We'll be back with Eric Olanowski after the break. You're watching the International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition. 2.5 hours down. I think we got 11.5 to go. Thanks, KJ. And we are coming with Eric Olanowski. He's in the house.
What's up, brother?
I'm on brand here. I've got the Kazakh hat, but I don't. This is going to be a little bit warm. What do you got? Okay.
Hold on. Or you want me to roll with from Dagestan, the Pabaha?
Yeah, but I've never been to Dagestan, so this is the best I got. I got that.
I'll roll with.
Actually, no. I can also go with the. I'll go more on brand. I'll go with the. This is probably gonna be a little bit more comfortable. My Nur Sultan hat, because. Okay, you got the white one. Okay. Yep.
Jeez. I haven't put it on.
Yeah, dude, your hair is too. Don't mess up your hair, man. This is what you do when you don't have hair like that. So Eric Olanowski of United World Wrestling, via Michigan State, via Virginia Beach, Virginia. His ears have always been that size, folks. But you know what those ears are good for? Listening to podcasts. So we're talking International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition. Now with Eric Olanowski, currently without podcasts, but you've had a couple of them. You've had the College Commits. You've had the College Wrestling Review. You've had Blue Chip Recruiting. You've had a couple different things. You're working with new media and interview formats in our time of COVID to produce new content. So before we get to that, Eric, welcome back to I guess the show. You're now getting a glimpse of the Speakeasy. Your stuff looks good. I like the credentials. I got them over here. So welcome to International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition.
Man, I'll tell you, you're what, 2 minutes or 2 hours and 31 minutes in?
Yeah.
So what are you going to do for food during these?
I don't know.
Someone.
I'm going to stay hydrated. I got my USA Wrestling big one here. I got with the Matt Talk branding. I'm out of coffee, but that's what you see is during the changeover. It's time to 1, match up, and 2. Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Dude, I'm on brand. JP Pearson has totally picked up on that. He's the first one that has. So, yeah. So next up, we'll go to Kansas with Patrick Kelly at noon. But as of right now, we're talking UWW, talking Michigan State. So, Eric, before we get into what's going on with UWW or UVV, as we like to say overseas, podcasting's been something that you've been consuming, but you've also dipped your toes in the water over the past couple of years. And what's something you like about the medium?
Well, to be honest, podcasting really changed my life. Starting back in 2012, I had an office job, a desk job, and to pass those 8 hours, I needed to find something. And my boss said, I noticed you're over here just kind of hanging out. If you listen to music or anything like that, you can. So I started listening to a podcast called The Church of What's Happening Now with Joey D is on one of Joe Rogan's podcasts. And really, my life podcast was in order to achieve something you really want, you need to start with your goals. So that's where I, but it was always a podcast. That another thing I took from, as humans, we get tied up in what other people are doing, success they're having through social media. So at show, I learned that if you really want to succeed, you need to be happy for other people rather than just being happy for yourself. So that was podcasting. I attribute all of that to podcasting. And if I never would have started listening to podcasts, then I'm sure I would have just been focused on myself and never would have wrote my goals down.
Well, unfortunately, the technology is what it is most of that came out garbled. So I might ask you to redo it again, but right now it looks like your picture has reconnected itself. So in post, unfortunately, we'll have to probably crop that, edit out. But that's technology. That's what the joy of live. But so just make sure you're cutting everything off there, Eric. I mean, you did a live stream with Corellin. I mean, show some respect.
Yeah, I mean, everything's cut off here.
All right, now you're good. Now you're good. So I don't know, just a little glimmer of glimpse. So in terms of those shows, then you start your show. You start it with YouTube with the Second Caution, which you started as an interview show in YouTube, and you really didn't have it into the podcast world again with the differences of what is or what isn't a podcast becoming blurred. But what did you learn from that process in doing interview shows? And you've got sideline work with Big Ten Network and things of that nature. But what did that hands-on process do with helping you learn about it?
Well, you learn that your time is not as important as other people's time. Just trying to get people fail to realize that when you get these big name guests, you have to put in hours of work before just to get in touch with them. And that was one of the reasons why I stopped doing the others, the shows, is because it's just difficult when you tell someone 6 o'clock or you ask them if they're available at 6 o'clock and they say yes. Then when 6 o'clock rolls around, it's like, where are they at? So it got to be too much when it was breaking up my family time when people weren't showing up. So I learned that my time is not as important to other people's as theirs is to mine.
I think a buddy of mine, Nate Shy, who bringing in our Virginia ties, was a state champ at Bethel back in 1998, same high school as Allen Iverson. While we're talking about famous people, we've already mentioned Lafayette on the previous episode, so we've got Lafayette and Bethel down. And I think I've already mentioned Poquoson, so 3, and then you're a Kellum guy. So 4 Virginia high schools already, 2.5 hours in. But was when he said, it was him and J. Rob also kind of echoed the same kind of thing. Is power is not leveraging your time; it's leveraging other people's time. So that's the one thing you've got to understand, that when you have guests, and I've been using, and for you podcasters out there to bring it into the tech world, I've been using Book Like a Boss to schedule my meetings through COVID. So I work from home. I work here from this office. So when I need somebody, I think Cade Belshea, who's at wrestling at Arizona State, he's doing some a master's thesis, I believe, and he's like, hey, I'd like to schedule, and I'm looking at my schedule because I'm teaching my daughters on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Daughter, the youngest one's still in Montessori school. They're open. But the scheduling, the booking, here is when I am available. Pick your time. And then that takes out a lot of that guesswork, because there's nothing worse than trying to schedule a guest and playing phone tag or text tag, and then dinner comes up, or then all of a sudden, there's a doctor's office visit or something like that. So, explain trying to schedule guests for the UWW live stuff around the world. I'll bring that up on screen to see. Here's just the videos, but within there, you've got the videos with Corellin, you've got Instagram live stuff. I mean, we've got webinars and all sorts of stuff like there. So any thoughts about what's going on as you take a peek into who I subscribe to there on the left side?
Yeah, it's extremely difficult because you have to not only I just tweeted, and I'm extremely proud to say it, but we just hit our 20th different nation on UWW Live. And most of those are other languages. So we just released the one with Almat Kabasbayev of Kazakhstan. I don't speak Kazakh, and I don't know.
Nobody we know. I mean, Jane, the translator, she doesn't even speak Kazakh.
Yeah, so it's like it's extremely difficult because you have to not only find the translator, but you have to book the guest and you have to book the translator. So it's another avenue that has really made it difficult. But once again, you learn so much about yourself when you're trying to, and it's patience. I've learned patience because and this is what people don't understand. How people do things in America is completely different from how people do things around the world. So you have to take these cultural differences into account when you're doing these shows. And I mean, just from a religious standpoint, if people are, different religions or whatnot, it's pretty difficult, but I've learned that you have to get on top of it way in advance and you can't procrastinate. And for an American guest, you think, hey, let's talk on Monday. We'll do it on Wednesday. You can't do that. You have to have it weeks in advance.
Yeah, because, we know because we're globally all over the place. When you're in Kazakhstan and you got to go all the way, you're like, okay, I've got the time zone on my Apple iPhone to set to every major wrestling city. So I know what time it is in Ulaanbaatar. I know what time it is in Krasnoyarsk. I know what time it is in Tehran. So when we have international events, I know, okay, that's when I can wake up and watch it. So and from a scheduling standpoint, now you bring up like the religious side of it. Is that something where you've got to be mindful of, say, if you've got somebody from say a Muslim country and you hit, their prayer times or such, or is it Ramadan where they're like, okay, dude, you're not going to talk to this person during the day because they're going to be fasting and they're going to be pretty irritable. So explain what you mean about, some of the cultural differences that you have to work with scheduling a show.
Yeah, I always ask up front, is there anything that would possibly interfere with this from a religious standpoint or meal times around your family? I always like to include their family in the shows because they are giving me this time. So like for Almat Kabasbayev, he has multiple kids. So is there something that could interfere with it? And if so, can we talk about it up front and maybe schedule around that?
Scheduling around dinner is something that's tough for me too, because today that's the 1 hour break we're going through. And that is not cultural. That is just sanity around the house. Now, when we talk about wrestling growing in the media, UWW has done a really good job since we got kicked out and brought back in 2013. You've been involved with that. I've been involved with that. Tim Foley's been involved with that. Brian Hazard. We've got John Cullen. We've had so many different people that have been involved. Gordon Templeman, of course, is the one with, basically telling us what to do and where to go and how to do it. And it's odd that there's Virginians all over the place with this. You, me, and Tim are directly connected, but Gordon also first Colonial grad. Tim Foley's parents first Colonial grad. Then your brother, I don't know how many of them, you've got 9,000 of them, went to FC for a year or two or whatnot. So it's weird that we've got all this stuff together. We got the Virginia tie, and then there's the technology that's considerably evolving with it, seemingly every event.
Virginia runs deep, I'm sure, and it's
the Brits, they do pretty good.
They do, yeah. It's pretty crazy to think about. What are the odds that this many people from such? I mean, I look at it as a small city, but from a small city that could have such an impact. You talked about Gordon, Tim, myself, and then to go, to expand it, you look at yourself and Hazard and CP and Earl, all from Virginia. It's if you drink the Virginian water, you're going to become a part of the wrestling media.
Yeah, because just don't drink downstream. Well, it's just anyway. Yeah, Earl will be on too. Earl's going to come on at 2 p.m. Central. He's got Noke Wrestling News, and he was the founder of Sudden History, and I think he's got some news to break with us there later. But, the technology, I mean, we're using, again, I've mentioned this a couple times already, and this is not intended to be a commercial for Anchor, StreamYard, or Brook Like a Boss, but these are two of the three that I use quite frequently. And then now you've got something that just jumps right to now streaming live on YouTube, Periscope, Twitch. I could add Facebook Live to this. I could add Rockfin to this, which I'll be putting this stuff later. But again, the technology, how has UWW evolved with that technology, and what's some things that you feel that UWW has kind of been leading the charge with technologically that then wrestling picks up after seeing UWW do it?
I would just say the way that we approach, I don't know if the way we approach our videos is kind of next level. When you see the production that goes into everything that we've done really since, I'd say, after 2014, or starting with the Tashkent World Championships, has really helped grow the sport. You look at the level of the entertainment factor of it. We have produced some high quality stuff from social media videos onto the Wrestling 360s, the Rising Star series. We have all that has really helped the
Big
sport.
Move Monday.
Yeah.
Big Move Monday is not as big of a thing here in the United States as it is globally. I mean, I heard somebody talking about Big Move. Big Move Monday is the deal overseas. Like, you got to be on Big Move Monday.
Yeah. Someone, Florian Bakor is the one who initially, that's his thing. And someone said, they were talking at a meal, and he said, yeah, I work on the Big Move Monday. And they went crazy. They were like, what? This is so cool that we get to meet you.
And what's interesting, what's his nickname overseas?
Flo.
So sometimes when you see a Flo Wrestling, it's actually Florian. So it's not actually the boys in Austin sometimes. So that can lead to a little difference of like, wait, what? No, Flo did that. No, that Flo, not that Flo. Not Flo from Progressive, not Flo in Austin, but Florian from France.
Yeah, someone from Flo reached out. I tagged Flo in one of the videos that they didn't do, but they sent me a direct message and said, you tagged the wrong Flo in this video. And I said, no, this is the real Flo.
Yeah, you can't really put a takedown request when it's that guy's name. But, oh boy, technology and DCMA and all sorts of fun stuff. But what are the next options or next things that UWW's got planned? Of course, less about the wrestling, more about the tech, but we've still got the potential to have a world championships in Serbia. Really not worried about the news break in that regard, but what do you have planned from a UWW technological side that kind of jumps into almost podcasting, but definitely the UW live series that's been so popular?
Yeah, well, I actually just got off the phone with Oklahoma State, so John Smith's going to be coming on soon. Have some Japanese wrestlers that we're going to bring on. Like I said, 20 different nations, and my goal is to reach as many as possible. So Anastasia Nichita is coming on. She's from Moldova, rising star. Still, from my understanding, junior eligible, but she's an Olympian, junior world champion, junior world silver. But yeah, I'm going to try. I want to start looking towards the next Olympic cycle and bringing on these stars that you necessarily wouldn't know yet. But after you hear their story or see what they've accomplished, it's hopefully going to grow their name. So a lot of rising stars should be coming on the show pretty soon. And also Isalu Tainabekova, world champion from Kyrgyzstan, first ever for her.
First world champion in any style for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, so she's coming on in 2 weeks.
Yeah, she's ferocious. She is straight up ferocious.
Yeah, she's just such a unique story, being from Kyrgyzstan, and it's not the most popular thing to wrestle in Kyrgyzstan. So for her to be seating at such a high level, it's not only, when you see Adeline Gray in America winning world titles, or, Risako Kawai in Japan, it's just the norm to them because they've seen it before. But for Tainabekova to be able to do it in such a small country, it's going to grow wrestling. It's going to do wonders in Kyrgyzstan, especially for women's wrestling. So I'm excited.
Have you been to Bishkek?
I have not, but
you've been to Dagestan, but you've not been to Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, the Asian Championships were there in 2018, and I was
huge crowds.
That is my number one spot in the world that I want to go to watch wrestling. After seeing, and if you haven't had an opportunity to, whoever's watching, go watch some of the Asian Championship highlights from 2018 in Bishkek. The craziest fans.
Yeah, a lot of Big Move Monday out of that one too, especially in Greco. So next steps for Eric Olanowski. I mean, there's been some talks. Tim and I have had some, light discussions about bringing a UWW podcast into the family. Has there been discussions there between you and the communication staff about you guys having an in-house show in addition to what we're already doing? There's a lot of content you guys are putting out, but where does podcasting fit?
Yeah, I've brought the idea up, and I would love to change UWW Live over to a podcast format, but the thing that comes into it is the translations part. I'm not sure how I would deal with the translations. I'd have to find somebody else to read off the translations, and it would just be another avenue for these videos because, as I mentioned, you have to have the translator, and it has to be spoken first. And then after the interview is done, you have to cut the interview, and then you have to add the written translations. So on top of it, it would be spoken translations, written translations, get the video back, then provide the audio translations for the podcast. So it's just another avenue. But eventually, I would love to get into a podcast. I think it would take the show to the next level, to be honest with you.
And one thing that's a question too, for my experiences when I get brought in as the PA announcer, English is an official language of UWW, and French, I believe. And now is there a third one? Is Russian an official language of UWW, or is it just English and French?
I can't speak on that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so it seems like if you know Russian, you can get by pretty much everywhere, which is why I've got Rosetta Stone, which I'm on lesson 1. Version 1, and my Duolingo has basically gotten that little download thing. Like, I haven't used it in so long. I really need to get in there. But from an announcer's perspective, we say it typically it's the host language and then English. Now, when we get to the Olympics, we've got the host language English and then French for the award ceremonies, which was interesting in Rio, trying to do things in 3 languages as the PA announcer. What I'm envisioning is like dual podcasts. It's like, okay, here's the French one where, like, say Flo sits down with with the people that know French, they speak their version, and then you sit down and speak English. Okay, here's the French. They're not the same show, but they're recorded from the show. That's what I'm thinking. Let's just add more work to your plate when we get back to the World Championships. What do you think?
It sounds like a great idea, and I'll tell you what.
Yeah, who else is going to do it?
I will not be calling you if I need a Russian translator.
No. I usually thank goodness they brought Brian Hazard in with me last year in Nur Sultan, because 9 days of a World Championships with 10 weights, you really don't have a whole lot left in the tank. This is exactly, I'm going to feel like this tomorrow when we get done after the 14 hours here today. So again, when we look at the language barriers and stuff, Again, I'm the English guy in venue for the World Championships. And then we had Eric. The other, his name was not Eric, but we called him Eric. I am the guy from Kazakhstan. He spoke English, but he smoked a pack a day. I think that gave him that good voice. So, what's it like to see the evolvement of how awesome these events are? I mean, there's, like, as Tim calls it, sonic identity. You've got the DJ. I mean, you go. I think Paris really kind of set the bar for everybody with the production crew, and then we've had that model at the World Championships, and we've tried to mimic it at Continentals and World Cups and stuff. I mean, things like presentation are firing on all cylinders there.
Yeah, it's really changed when you watch. For example, the 2014 World Championships in Tashkent, and then you look at 2015, and
that was a tough one. I'm not going to lie. 14 was tough.
Yeah, but since then, and it's not only the presentation that has evolved, but it's also the athlete experience as well. And that's what people don't realize, because when you're not an athlete, you don't see the meals they're getting, the transportation they're getting, the hotels they're staying at. All of this has helped grow our sport because people are more involved now, because they see the effort that we're putting in on the back end, and it's making it seamless when the wrestlers step on the mat, from the time they're warming up to the time that they're wrestling. Everything is basically, you just show up and you're ready to wrestle. We have taken all of the worry away from them, and you touched from the video boards to the mats to where the referees sit. Everything is to a T. It is built so that it looks like a top level presentation that it is. Hold on. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
It might help if I unmute my microphone, because I had to cough there for a second. Look at me trying to do the first. Like, here it is. Here's where you mute it. Now we're good, right? See, that's going to show up on the audio, but anyway. But yeah, it's pretty cool that the semis and the quarters are all the same time, and that is as a fan experience. You can now set your watch by, okay, here's where we're going to be wrestling, because I remember Junior Worlds in Pattaya, that was just like, we're going to wrestle where we're going to wrestle, and to the credit of this, that was the previous regime. So we've changed things out. Now, Eric, we got a question coming in from the chat from JP Pearson. What's it like parenting with twins when you travel around the world?
I grew up in a military family, so I run my household pretty tight, and they know that my wife is queen around here. So if they get on her bad side, before they even know they're on her bad side, they're on my bad side. So they are pretty good, and it's nice that they have each other. We're really just here for food. That's what I tell people. As long as we cook them food, they can take care of everything else, because it's just, we're background noise to them at this point. They have each other. That is all they are worried about. They have only spent more than 8 hours apart one day, and that's when one of them was sick and went to school. But yeah, it's easy.
Now, and just for perspective, how old are your girls now?
They'll be 9.
9. So, yes, this is Eric Olanowski wrestling in the Big Ten, having twins his senior year.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be on the call with Shane Sparks, and then to look back. When we wrestled, I believe it was Indiana, it was on the Big Ten Network, and Shane Sparks is interviewing my wife while holding my kids while I'm wrestling. And fast forward a couple of years, we're calling the NCAA finals together. So that's pretty cool to say.
Who is more excitable, Shane Sparks or, I don't know, a lightning strike? I just can't think of anything. I mean, because it's like, I tell you, Bryant.
When you're on the call with him, you wake up the next day like you wrestled a match, because he is wrestling you the entire time, pushing you, and your shoulders and arms are exhausted, because it's like wrestling a 7-minute match with that guy.
Whenever we get Shane on the show, I tell you, he gets so, I mean, you got to keep it together like that. Now, as we finish up your session here of International Podcast Day, again, we've taken the pitch on what you're doing with UWW Live. We got 20 countries and such. And when do you think you're going to hop on a plane again to cover some wrestling in person?
We'll find out October 5th when the Bureau executives meet again. Hopefully it's sometime in December for the World Championships, but we still have a couple of days before they figure that out.
because we got countries that need to be committal. We also, I mean, October 5th, that's just a couple days in the run up before the U.S. Nationals, which we've got in Coralville, which could totally change if there isn't a Worlds. Okay, probably things stay the same. If there is, well, I guess we got a trials procedure to worry about.
Yeah, and people always ask me, do you think it's going to happen? And I'm optimistic. So
that's above my pay grade.
Yeah, it's way above my pay grade. And people are like, what do you think? Like, to be honest, I have nothing to do with that.
Coming off a plane from Serbia, which I want to see. If there was no pandemic and we were going to Serbia, I would be elated because I went to the European Championships in Novi Sad a couple years ago. I love Serbia. Like, it is, this is not a joke. I love Serbia. It's awesome.
Really?
But, yeah, Serbia is fantastic because for $8, you get an entree of meat with a side of meat and some more grilled meat. The only vegetable on the plates there is a sprig of parsley, which you probably don't want to eat. So I had a blast in Serbia. Singing the Scorpions with John Cullen in a cab on the way back to the arena. I think Facebook wouldn't let us play it because we sang so much like the Scorpions, it said it was a copyright violation. But on that note, Eric, last word before we get to our next guest. Actually, you know what? Stop. I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to do bad podcasting. JP Pearson has been asking people what's on their wall. So let's do a quick tour of your wall. Then we can give you the last word.
A quick tour of what's on my wall. Let me look around real quick.
Well, we got the credentials, clearly. Okay. Is that the Tacoma Narrows Bridge? No, we got credentials. So we got some, looks like your Big Ten football stuff, sideline reporter, NCAAs. Okay. What else we got? Okay. See, you're much more elegant with yours. I just put every piece of crap I have on the wall. You got some really good flaming here. You got that's Nur Sultan. We got some Rio stuff. Yeah. Yep. That is very you got your credentials framed as well. I do the same thing, but so that's what we got. And so Eric, I'm gonna kick you out now. Thanks for your time. We got Pat Kelly coming up from Airtime from the great state of Kansas. So hang around. We'll be back after the flip. Eric Olanowski, thanks for coming on, man.
Take care, buddy. Appreciate it.
So we will hang around. Guess what? We'll be back in a few. Coming back in our now noontime hour as we start hour number 3, or 2 hours and 58 minutes if you want to be specific about it. Patrick Kelly out of the great state of Kansas. Multiple times I've seen this guy down in Topeka, down in Wichita, as they've hosted the NAIA championships a number of years, doing some great stuff. Pat is the host of Airtime and the Kansas Wrestling Coaches Association podcast, as well as dabbled in a third one, or you're trying to figure that out. But yeah. Coach Kelly, welcome to the show. I'm rocking your Seaman Wrestling shirt here.
All right.
So you've had the anniversary. I've been trying to be on brand, but welcome to International Podcast Day.
Well, thank you. And thank you for doing this. It's been really entertaining during our hybrid day. So we don't have students. They're all at home today. So I've had it on in the background and really, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's various course. Of course, coming up after Coach Kelly, we got Jude Swisher from the Home Mat Advantage, Brian Reinhardt from Pack Mentality, then Matt Geeks, and then we get on. We'll finally get to our dinner break around 6, but we just finishing up with. Yeah, okay. Aaron Sweezy already is telling us Topeka equals toe picker. I don't know, whatever that means. So, the sways can sit there in the peanut gallery. That's the last comment we're getting in. But Coach Kelly, you've been involved in not a variety of levels of wrestling throughout your long career in the sport, and just give us a background of what got you into the sport of wrestling, and then eventually we'll get to the podcasting questions.
Yeah, well, come from a big family. I have 8 brothers and sisters. Dad originally got into wrestling when he was in high school, probably about a sophomore in high school. Just really liked it, really liked the sport, and went on to Iowa State and wrestled there a couple of years before getting drafted and part of the Korean conflict. And then when he came back, he tried it a little bit as he finished up at Iowa State, but so just actually did it his first 2 years. And then, and it really, I mean, my first memories were surrounded by wrestling. Going to events and then eventually watching my brothers, being very connected with the Iowa State program. Dad had tickets to the Iowa State football games when the stadium was originally built, the current stadium. So been around that. And then, when the Nationals were in Iowa City or Iowa State, we would go and, so just been really infused in the sport from my earliest memories.
Now, what are your earliest memories of podcasting before you started your own? And you've been very prolific in starting shows and getting the state of Kansas really connected with it. But what do you, I guess, like the first question, this is one I haven't asked anybody yet today, because I figure I'm trying not to repeat questions. What was the first podcast you remember listening to?
That I remember listening to? Oh boy, I'm not sure. I mean, wrestling related or just any podcast?
Any podcast.
I would say probably some financial one, Motley Fool, Clark Howard, one of those kind of shows probably that kind of interest me. And then I can't tell you like how I happened upon wrestling podcasts. I'm sure it was something you put out, and it just kind of fascinated me. You think about back in the day when I was growing up and listening to the station out of Clarion, Iowa, would broadcast the Nationals each year. And I can remember when Darryl Burley and Mike Land wrestled in Corvallis, and it was just, or when Iowa Public Television would air the television part. It was just amazing to me that, wow, wrestling has a place on the airwaves. And so when the podcasting started coming in, I go back to a story. I was coming back from middle school practice, and on my way back, I caught a station out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, not Kansas, and Jay Robinson was being interviewed. And I just thought it was so cool to be able to, on a Wednesday night on my way home from middle school wrestling practice, listen to some wrestling content. And to the point where I got home and I was in the garage, and my wife, Lisa, was like, well, what are you doing out there? And I listened to the last 10 minutes of the interview with Jay Robinson. And it was just amazing to me that I could have access to that content. And now fast forward to where we are now with just almost, I'm not say too much content, but I have to be a little bit selective or I'm not going to get through all the stuff that I want.
Yeah, we look at your show, going to bring it up on screen here with airtime, promoting the Olympic styles of USA Wrestling Kansas. That's one of the shows. And then you've got the KWCA, not the Kansas City, Kansas Wrestling Coaches Association.
Correct.
That's your other main show. And when we talk about those two shows, I mean, one, why is there a I guess crossover or not a crossover? You're separating the two, and why start two different shows? I guess start with airtime.
Well, that is a really good question, because one of my intents with starting the 34 Russell Twitter account, I guess, and the idea was to kind of consolidate them, but it doesn't always work with, there's two boards, there's KWCA board and USA Wrestling Kansas board that are different and a little bit different seasons. The airtime is sort of meant to start at State Freestyle Greco and lead up to Fargo and through Fargo. And then the KWCA really starts in the fall and goes through our fall clinic and banquet. It's been a little bit, since COVID, and I think hopefully going forward it'll be a little bit more gray, that area. And this summer, that's definitely been the case where I've kind of thought, where does this show fit better, KWCA or Airtime, and put them up in that way. So that's a good question. It probably would make some sense to consolidate them, but it just, for a few reasons, isn't real practical.
What's one thing that you've learned about the medium from when you jumped in, be like, okay, I'm going to start a podcast, to now, almost over 100 episodes total between the two shows, and be like, okay, what have you learned, and what's been the most daunting thing about putting it all together?
Well, I think I go back to technology has always been something I've been interested in, whether it's print or putting out a newsletter. When I wrestled for Coach Denny in college after I graduated, to this kind of stuff, to video, to making highlight videos, that sort of thing. It's always kind of really just amazed me what you can do on a shoestring budget, and just the productions that you can really put out. So that's a piece to it. But I think I can't remember, I think it was one of maybe your original emails that you put out that you're going to ask, why, I think, why you got into podcasting. And so since I've gone, the thing that probably impresses me most is how much podcasting is like competitive wrestling, like when I was competing in wrestling. The preparation it takes. If you don't prepare, the product you're going to put out, it's you. I mean, I'm in charge of everything from, doing the research for the guest to, the final posting of the podcast itself. So I think that there's just really good parallels between the two. And it's sort of you using those skills that I learned as a wrestler in the podcasting.
One thing you've done about Airtime is that we look through the guests. I'll bring that back up on screen again. Is you've got the referee from the most recent Flow Super match with Dakin Chamizo, Tanner Gardner, Kansas native, Tyler Gonzalez, who's spent some time. A lot of people in Kansas know his dad Bob, but Tyler's been around the world. You got Jace Kelzer wrestling at Northern Colorado, yours truly, Clay Lott at University of North Carolina, of course. Then you get guys like Dan Gable. Okay, you as a wrestling junkie with the Iowa ties. When you get a guy, an opportunity like Gable to come on the show, I mean, how do you set that up, and how can people like you that want to talk to Dan Gable on their podcast set up an interview with Dan Gable? Well,
there again, I think it kind of goes back to the wrestling, and you have a goal in mind, and you pursue it. So I think that was kind of the case with that. Is I just started going through his website, and where there's the form that you can submit, which you never know where that's really gone to. And so I just kind of kept on that, and then, did a follow up, and actually to show that I was serious, I had questions laid out that I sent to him. And I can remember we were in the middle of the Sunflower State games, running that tournament, and he called. And so I really excitedly took the call and got it set up. And ironically, I told him, I said, I was just going to give up on you. And this is serious. I was getting ready to call Joe C., who is a Kansas native, right? And I was going to interview him instead of you. And ironically, that's right time when C passed away. I'd found out that he was in a care facility, and so that's kind of some irony there. But I think it's just staying after it and preparing. Knowing that it's not just that a fan crazy thing, but it's something that I really want to ask these questions. I want the Kansas wrestling community to be more connected with the wrestling world, and who better than Dan Gable to kind of put that stamp on it. So
you had mentioned Mike Denny and the legacy of as he says, that other place, University of Nebraska Omaha, and now they're a Division I school that lacks football and wrestling, and the legacy of you got the Dominguez brothers that came through there. Mark Manning wrestled there. You got so many great high school coaches across, through Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Kansas, and Colorado that wrestled at Omaha for a guy like Mike Denny. What type of, I guess, mindset did Mike Denny instill in you that actually may help you with podcasting? Not as a wrestling coach, but maybe as a podcast host?
I think, and I got to mention also my son Bailey wrestles for Coach Denny now, so that's been a real treat to get reconnected with him. And essentially, the old program just moved to St. Louis, really. But I think that the thing that Coach Denny brought was more than just put the blinders on wrestling, but how does wrestling connect and how does it influence your life outside of wrestling? And so hopefully that's what I'm trying to get a little bit is more depth in when I do these interviews, and maybe inspire a kid that Tanner Gardner I think is a great example of somebody that outstanding wrestler, but the backstory that he started late into the sport, but he was just a great kid and a great student, and it's taken him to high places. And that the wrestling was in the mix of that, not just the single thing that he had going. And I think that's how I would describe Coach Denny.
We look at the news that's coming out of Kansas. It's not just you've got a busy summer when you bring in the Fargo coaches and things of that nature and college coaches, but now we've got new programs popping up all over the place. A lot of them, in Kansas's case, all of them sub-Division I, meaning Division II programs. We've had teams go from the NAI into Division II, like Newman, for example, which is in Wichita. You've got the proud tradition at Fort Hays, and then the junior colleges. I mean, we've got them adding left and right, it seems. And one of the stalwarts of NAI athletics, Baker University, which has served kind of as one of the hosts when it comes to Topeka each year. You've had a lot. You went from having virtually no college wrestling news to having an overabundance of programs, and there's still more coming. So what's that been like as a podcast host, and what's that been like as a high school coach to now your kids have so many more options to go to school and stay at home and do it?
Yeah, great question. And just for for the numbers, we have 16 programs, 16 college programs in Kansas, 2 Division II, no Division III, no Division I, 8 JUCO, and 6 NAIA programs. So I think, I tread a little bit lightly answering the question, but truly maybe we are at a bit of a saturation point for the ability to recruit kids that will wrestle for 4 years of eligibility at a Kansas school, which means that you look at the rosters and there's a lot of out-of-state flavor on really everybody's roster. When they say even the JUCOs. So it's lots of opportunities, but the thing that I think people don't realize is, it's still wrestling. It's still difficult. It's still, the daily part of it. And not all these programs are fully funded. And that's what probably the biggest thing people don't understand is that, so-and-so got a letter today from, one of the schools. It looks like they're recruiting him. That's going to pay for his college. And that's hard to have parents understand that, especially for kids that maybe aren't year-round wrestlers and then expect to jump into a college room and to be successful. So that is a bit of an issue, but I think it's great the amount of opportunities we have, but it also comes with some think throughs as well. And then also with the addition of programs, and this is not just Kansas, but anywhere, my hope is that it's not just a thing that it's totally an enrollment driven situation where it's a bottom line dollars, but they have the facilities, they have the coaching staff, they have things in place that it's going to be not just about bringing students to campus, not just about bringing dollars to campus, but also providing a really good opportunity where kids compete at the regional and national level.
Now, with these programs that are coming through, and I'm not sure, well, I guess the question is what's the mindset of the high school athlete in Kansas when you see other sports compared to wrestling, and despite there not being a Division I opportunity yet in the state, how do you as a coach and you as a wrestling community with the Wrestling Coaches Association kind of show, hey, you can get your college paid for, you can get an education, you can get a degree that you need to move on with your life, and you don't have to go to Manhattan or to do that. So how do you convince them that places, like Maryville, across the river into Missouri, or the schools that are in Kansas, like Fort Hays or Newman, are viable options that you really need to consider if you want to compete outside of high school, after high school?
Yeah, that's another really good question, and because it is, even though in the internet age where we're exposed to everything you want to be exposed to, there still is a little disconnect with not having a high-profile D1 program in the state. So I look at it as we sort of have a strata of kids that are in the know, in that are getting looks at D1, D2 institutions, and then kind of the rest of them that are, clueless about it, or are just doing it as part of, their education experience in high school. So I think that exposure in that, because I think some people that don't take Baker, for example, a fairly new program, like a lot of NAIA programs are, but just what they've done in their outreach and offering, off-season workouts and that kind of thing, really impacts the quality of wrestling in that area and in the state itself. So I think that, some more high-profile states maybe kind of take that for granted a little bit, that they have that exposure and they have those opportunities that we're struggling a little bit to get.
And what about women's wrestling? That's obviously, we saw Idaho just come on board as another state that's going to be having a girls wrestling state tournament and sanction that. What's the landscape like for girls and young women wrestling in the state of Kansas? Yeah,
so I think we're up to either 28 or 29 states now nationally. And Kansas went, as a full separate sport last year. So this will be year 2. And after this year, it's more of a self-sustaining separate sport. Whereas now, for 2 years, we could be co-ed practicing and co-ed competition even. But they want to kind of make it more separate, more of a standalone, I should say, sport starting next season. So very good response. We've always had good participation with our girls wrestling here in Kansas, and it showed. The state tournament, for example, was designed to be a one-day event and a 12-person bracket, 2 regionals, and top 6 qualified from each regional. Well, it's grown so much that there's now 4 regionals, a 2-day state tournament, 16-person bracket. So it just shows you where things are, and our numbers were already good before Keisha stamped it as a standalone sport. So it didn't surprise, I think, anybody that it would be attractive to the masses.
And we're looking at the KWCA Coach Association podcast here, and one thing that podcasters tend to do is they evolve. As we see your recent episodes here, we talk about girls wrestling. You got the Girls Coach of the Year, Tricia Saunders Award winner, and things of that nature. But when it comes to podcasting evolution, wrestling has evolved. The movements, the funk, the wrestling moves that we watched in the 50s. Well, I didn't. I wasn't even close to being born yet. And to now are vastly different. So there's an evolution in technique and style. With podcasting, a lot of people start small. They might start with these earbuds that we've got because it's got the little microphone on it into your phone, or you've picked up the dreaded Blue Yeti or the ATR 2100. You sound like a guy that did your research before when you decided on it, what you're using. So let's talk about the tech side for a little bit from a wrestling coach doing technology, doing podcasting, because a lot of these things, these wrestling coaching and technology, they don't always vibe.
Yeah. And that's something where I really tune in. For example, when you talk about equipment and gas, right? Getting the latest. And
I get gas, and that what Pat means is gear acquisition syndrome. Okay, so what you do not see is what is off screen. I got a couple tripods. Underneath that bar, I've got a couple Focusrite 2i2s. I must have 8 or 9 microphones in a go bag for podcasting. There's my PA bag is over here. I've got this bag for Fargo. So yeah, gear acquisition syndrome. It's like, how many mixers do I need to buy? How many microphones do I need to buy? And when you've got that infectious wrestling mentality, acquiring gear, and if you're into something, you don't. My wife calls it Jason Bryanting it. You're going to Jason Bryant this. You're just going to go, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Wrestling coaches do the same thing. So, what was your progression from your I guess the first episode to where you produce a show now?
Well, basically, I started off with just what I had on hand, and really haven't. I have kind of a what I would want and what I really can do. Because it's not something that I'm making money off of. For example, the KWCA purchased this blue snowball, which is just a little bit better quality than what I had. But really, it's very, very low scale as far as what I'm doing for equipment.
So how has that changed? Now you've got your eyes on stuff now, because what do you want to, I mean, right now you're in a wrestling room, but I built myself a studio. I think everybody wants to do themselves a studio. I mean, how close are you to really saying, all right, airtime. Well, all right, KWCA, this is going to be my wrestling studio.
Yeah. Well, and I actually technically have that. We finished our basement several years ago and have an office down there that really is a really nice setup for it. If I was at home, that's where I would be. There's some acoustic issues in there, but overall, it really is. It could be very adequate if I was going to take this to the next level. Already ready to go.
Hey, you could also put you can have a secret door, a speakeasy to it too. Yeah. But you pop in here, you've got the wrestling. I was like, this guy, coming prepared to have a wrestling theme show. So
that's right. Yeah.
That's one thing. Now, what are some things you want to do with podcasting that, maybe that you haven't quite gotten to yet, or you haven't seen the state quite embrace just yet, but you're just waiting for them to do it?
Yeah, I think, and there again, I think, Jason, your influence, not to blow smoke or anything here, but it is really important. And I think that you plant seeds in people's minds. And when you talk about, you have a database of guests you want to have and show ideas that you want to do. I've started to do that. So I don't want to say too much about it because people steal my ideas, but there are some things, and it's amazing. So some people maybe in a more of a power state would maybe look at Kansas and, how could you come up with wrestling stories? Quite the opposite. There are so many ideas and so many people that I want to get to, that it could be a full-time job and then some. So there are, I do have, some ideas that I want to do, in addition to keep on the track of promoting, our in-state people, for sure.
All right, back to the tech, because I'm a geek with this stuff, because I use Overcast. I started with Apple Podcast, and I use Overcast because I've got an iPhone, and it just works the tech for me, because I listen to, as of right now, I have 107 unlistened to podcasts, and I have a whole playlist that I can build that is just non-Matt Talk podcasts, because I download all my shows to make sure that they're working. But I also have a folder of as many shows that I can get just to keep track if I don't miss something. And there is no way a human being can probably listen to every wrestling podcast and have an interest in other stuff. Like, I listen to Hardcore History when it comes out, an 8-hour episode. Of course, that takes a while to get through. I've got my craft beer podcast, which actually behind me I have a growler from Flying Tiger, I believe is the
Blind Tiger. Yes.
Blind Tiger. Okay.
Yeah.
I want Flying Tiger. I don't know why. I'm just Blind Tiger. I don't know. I've got a growler that you gave me at the NAIs a couple years ago. That is adorned in my craft beer loft behind me. So I want to listen to craft beer. I want to listen to the local food and dining shows. I want to listen to the Yahoo Sports College podcast. There's so much wrestling content to consume. What's the sales pitch for people to listen to your two podcasts and say, put these in your regular rotation if you're a podcast junkie listener, with apologies to Harry Duran and infringing on his name, but what makes people want to listen to your shows? What do you tell them?
I think I really want to be very much Kansas based, and so you'll get that flavor, and but also infuse regional and national and maybe even beyond that. So kind of be, I'd like to to be more of a one-stop shop. I know that I can't quite get there, especially with my coaching and teaching duties. Sometimes it's a little bit sporadic, but I think that my sales pitch would be to keep an eye on what's coming out and, selectively listen when you can. The feedback's been really good, but the audience size, I think, I could use some more listeners for sure. But I think it's really important for me, I think to put out quality and not necessarily quantity. I put probably about 2 hours into research and developing questions into each guest. And I think that that's important because, again, I'm not making money or anything off of this. So I'm not under the gun to put out a bunch of content and a bunch of content that maybe, is not that interesting. So I really am selective about who I want to interview. And then I think I do a fairly good job of researching them before and putting questions together.
All right, Pat, last pitch here. Of course, Aaron, the Sways is all over the chat, by the way. He's putting in so many comments that I can't even put up on the screen. But he says he's very proud of the work Coach Kelly's doing back home in Kansas. Of course, he's got so much to say there. You want to talk about a wrestling advocate, the Sways. That's a guy. Why doesn't he have a podcast yet? Because I tell you, with his drawl, I don't know. I mean, that's more of an Oklahoma drawl than I can't quite get his Kansas, now Nebraska, frame down, because he did the NAIs. When I moved over to PA, he had the commentary. He's been doing commentary for Concordia for a number of years. So,
well, and I think he's got the standing record for the number of posts on our talk forum. So, maybe he can get in podcasting and kind of get some record there as well. So
he's claiming he's blaming Central Oklahoma on it. So I'm absolutely with that. So, Coach Kelly, appreciate the time. Next up, we thought we were just going to have Jude Swisher, but now we've got Jude Swisher and Sam Herring from the Home Ad Advantage. They're coming up next after the break. Thank you for watching International Podcast Days Wrestling Edition. Coach Kelly, I'll be sure to check out the shows.
It's been an honor. Thank you.
Hey, hello.
Hey, we are back with we got the Wonder Kids here on International Podcast Day, the duo behind the home mat advantage, Jude Swisher, Sam Herring. Okay, kids, you guys have been like the most popular podcasters in the history of wrestling. Welcome to the show. Welcome to International Podcast Day.
Wow, thanks for having us.
So let's take a quick jaunt of what we've got over at the HMA. So here's what we've got on the site. You guys have gone from a couple of homeschool kids doing a website that you found on Twitter because you're asking questions to Flo to a bustling and burgeoning media empire. So before we get to everything that's on the site, let's talk about what all started this. I guess Sam, first up, I'll give you the comm as we talk about some podcasting nerdery here, guys.
All right. So first of all, I want to say that's a mighty fine shirt. It looks really good.
Brand awareness, gentlemen.
That's awesome.
I'm like I said, it's hashtag got Sam and Switch over here. You got Tony Rotundo texting me right now. Tony's going to anchor the adult portion of the show. You guys should not be up when that comes around. When we get to recovery time, I think you're old enough now to figure out what that means. But yeah, okay, Sam, go, start. Let's roll.
All right.
I like the shirt.
So this is a crazy story of how everything got started, how Jude and I met each other, and just where everything has branched out from, I guess. So it all started when, I think Jude and I got a Twitter right around the same time. The summer of 2018 was about when we both got Twitter.
Which is like ancient history for people your age.
Yes.
Right, exactly. Such a long time ago. But the reason we both got it was because of FRL. And we learned that you had to ask questions. Like, in order to ask questions, you had to have a Twitter. And so when I would ask questions, I would always ask it from my mom's account. And so on FRL, they would be asking a question. They'd be like, and this question's from Shannon Herring. And eventually my mom got so mad at me that I'd followed thousands of wrestling profiles and accounts. She was like, Sam, just create your own Twitter account. So I created my own Twitter account on her phone. I didn't have a phone at the time. And I started asking questions. And Jude did about the same thing. We were about the same timeline, but he had a fake name. And I think it was something like...
you're one of those. You were one of those.
I was the Twitter troll originally.
Yeah, Jude, what were your first names? I remember my cousin.
Let's see. So my first one was Mike. It was Mike Uzzin, spelled Mikeuzin. Because I wanted them to say like, oh, my cousin asked, and they're like, oh, your cousin asked a question, haha, or something like that.
Well, the guy that does the NCAA broadcast for ESPN's name is Mike Cousins, right?
Well, I did not know that.
You know it now.
I guess now it's impersonation. I'm glad I don't have that anymore.
You're no longer a troll account.
No longer a troll account.
On two different effects, yeah.
Yes. So, and then I would have I was like, Nomad's worst take or something like that, or like, all sorts of stuff like that.
You were a lot of people had something like that.
Yeah, ton of people. You go in there, lots and lots and lots of people. And then, so I met Sam through Twitter because he would tweet all the time during the day, like all the time. And I would be on Twitter instead of doing my schoolwork. And I was like, what is this kid's deal? And like, I could tell he was a kid, but I was like, why is he tweeting all the time? Like, if he's a kid, he should be in school. So I DM'd him and I'm like, hey man, are you a kid? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, are you a homeschooler? Because you shouldn't be tweeting all the time if you're in public school. And he's like, yeah. And man, we just hit it off like right away. Turns out we have a ton in common. Everything from like coming from big families to being homeschooled, taking our faith very seriously to wrestling. We have a lot in common. And so Sam and I talked basically every day. From like September of 2019 onward. 2018, excuse me. And then Sam, you want to talk about the Southern Scuffle and what happened there?
Yes. So like I said, FRL was kind of where everything branched out from, as we were both avid listeners of the Flow Wrestling Radio Live. And when I would ask questions, they started to get to know my name, but they didn't know who I was. And there was one question that seemed to really get them to figure it out. And that was, I think I asked something to the effect of, and it was right after Who's Number One, or right before. It was right after. And I started asking, it was, would you guys ever consider starting middle school for Who's Number One? Just add a couple middle school matches or something like that. And I was genuinely curious. at the time, I don't think I qualified to be at his number one. I was not at the top of the country in my own wrestling. So it was not to get myself wrestling. And I genuinely thought it would be entertaining to the people. And so when they asked that question, it took them about maybe 4 weeks before they would just decline the question. They wouldn't ask it. And for some reason, I was like, this one I want answered. And so I asked it every single time. And they did 2 shows a week at the time. And so it was about 8 times of me asking before they asked it on the show. And when they read it aloud, they were like, why does this guy want middle school at his number one so bad? And then Christian was like, I think I know why, guys. He said, this guy's probably a coach and he has some really good middle schooler in his club that he wants to wrestle at his number one. And then I think it was Nomad said, wait, is this kid in middle school? And they like figured out because my handle was Samwise 2006. And so they were like, oh my goodness, this kid's like 12. We just had this 12-year-old.
I remember listening to that. I'm like, wait a minute, because most people, okay, 06, okay, okay, coach, you graduated high school in 06. You're a young, eager coach trying to get your little brother a match. But
exactly.
No, you were born in 2006.
I was born in 2006.
I was 2 years. Dude, I spent 7 years in college, and that was 2 years after I got out of college. Like, I mean, I usually put people in the age group of how old were they when Nirvana's Nevermind came out, which was late 91, early 92, depending on the release date. You guys are like, you know, I mean, past Outcast albums and stuff. So
exactly.
yeah, so 06. So continue with this, because I love the story. It's one of the big reasons I wanted you guys on here is to tell the story. So Sam, you may continue, my friend.
So once they figured that out, they absolutely loved asking my questions, because not only did I probably had about average questions. They weren't that good, but the fact that it was coming from a kid like made them so happy, and they loved reading my questions. So it was perfect for me because I loved hearing my name on the podcast. It was so cool. Those guys were.
It doesn't get old, dude. I'm 41 years old. I will listen to other people's shows to see if they mention me. Okay, I am that vain.
I do that too.
It happens.
All
okay.
the time.
I remember the first time I got one of my questions answered on FRL, and it wasn't even my real name. Remember, I was a troll account, right? I wasn't even real, and they answered my question, and I jumped up and down and like screamed. I was like, "They answered my question, Dad, Mom, everybody, come here!" And it was pretty exciting.
We're all like that. We're all kids. Like Roddy Piper replied to my tweet one time. And then I also, or like Rich Eisen responded to me like 2 weeks ago. And people are like, dude, Eisen talked to you. I'm like, I'm just looking, I'm fishing for tweets from Pat 40 right now because of all the drop program stuff I'm doing. But it's a mindset where there's certain people you're like, yes. I mean, I can relate to Sam, especially because being as young as he was when you guys started. I used to call sports radio back home in Virginia. I was in 5th grade. I was 10 years old in 5th grade calling 1310, the daily sports radio, talking about all sorts of stuff. So I've been where both of you are, minus the wrestling stuff. So I was definitely recording myself with the cassette off of when I would be on the show. So now with podcasting, you guys record everything. So I think we're still getting to the podcast story. So Sam, I'm interrupting again. Continue. I'm being a bad host.
Well, I was just going to say we have a lot of technology advantages over what you had, but
rub it in. Rub it in. It'll be the last time you're on the show. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So once they started asking my questions, they started to get to know me a little bit better, and they would follow me on Twitter, and the Southern Scuffle was coming up. So they asked that question maybe November, and the Southern Scuffle is the 1st of January. And I lived in Tennessee, and obviously they knew that. I'd talked about it sometimes. And so Christian Piles reached out to me and was like, hey, Sam, are you coming to the Southern Scuffle? And at the time, I'd never been to an event that's not my own. I had only watched this stuff on Flow. And so when he asked that, I was like, wait, we could actually do that? And so it actually worked out pretty well. So I asked my mom if we could do it. We looked at the dates. And I was actually competing in a tournament in Atlanta the weekend before. And Southern Scuffle is like a Wednesday, Thursday tournament because they do it on New Year's Eve. Or they do it on New Year's. So it actually worked out really well. So I wrestled in the tournament in Atlanta. We drove up, spent some time training in Chattanooga, and went right to the Southern Scuffle. And I told Christian I could be there. And he said, awesome, come meet me when you get there, and we'll do like an interview with you, getting your predictions and stuff like that. And I was so excited that was probably the coolest thing that had happened to me up to that point.
Then you're 12,
And-
right? At this point,
Right. I was 12. So I was studying all the guys in case he asked me something, and so I knew so much about everybody who ended in that tournament. I studied a lot for that tournament, and I showed up. I talked to Christian for a while, and it was really cool. So I talked to Christian, and then like Tony Ramos would walk up, and, like say, "Hey Christian, how's it going?" And then be like, "Hey, what's up, Sam?" And I'm like, "What? Tony Ramos knows
I
me?
love it.
What in the world?" And so it was the coolest thing. We got a picture. Eli's my little brother, and he came with me.
Yeah, it's
And
the
we
one
got a
who's an
picture with him.
aficionado of the chicken wings, right?
Exactly. Yes. So that's actually where the story got started, in that conversation where Eli's like fame on chicken wings got started. But anyway, we got a picture with the Flow guys, and Christian posted it on Twitter and said, "We finally met Sam Herring." And the comments just started filling out with people like, "Have Sam commentate. Have Sam commentate. That would be so cool." And I would open my Twitter and have about 60 notifications like of getting followers. And
Which
every
for a
time I opened
12-year-old is like, are you kidding me?
it was absolutely insane. I had to shut off my notifications because my phone was going buzz, buzz, buzz constantly.
And it drain your battery too. You don't want that to happen.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't want to do that at a tournament. So the next day I had a wrestling practice at a high school there in the morning, and I get out of the practice and I open my phone, and it's DMs from Christian Piles, and he's like, "Hey Sam, everybody's saying they want you to commentate. If you're here, if you're coming today, we're glad to have you commentate. Just let me know when you get here." And I was freaking out in that car ride home because I came with friends, and I was like freaking out, like I'm about to go commentate the Southern Scuffle. So we got back there, and I walked up to Christian. He showed me how to do it. He put a headset on my head. I sat on the floor in front of a mat with my phone in my hand for like following how the guys did in that tournament for stats and such. And I commentated about 5 or 6 matches, and everybody loved it on Twitter and said, "We want more of it." I commentated the semis on Flowzone that night, and I had so much fun. And I had about 1,000 Twitter followers that came from that weekend.
Yikes. So, and getting in the connection with Jude here, Jude, so you're about 2 years older, right? So you're going to be, is this your junior year or your sophomore year?
Currently, this is my junior year. At
Okay.
the time, I was my freshman year. So yeah.
Yeah, because, and here's the thing, when you're in high school or high school age, you're not going to hang out with middle schoolers. Come on, man.
Nope,
like
never.
That 2-year age gap is like a wall that cannot be broken.
I still don't even like talking to Sam.
Yeah, but you guys have done it for, I mean, let's see, let's look at my numbers. So as we've got it, you guys have, where to go? You have 33 interview 33 of your HMAs, then you have 50 interview shows, and you got 37 fantasy wrestling shows that were all part of the Home Mat Advantage, and now they've kind of splintered off into different places, different hosts and such. But the idea for a podcast, Jude, when does this start to enter the discussion?
All right. So after the state tournament, kind of like March of 2019, Sam and I are talking, and I think I believe I threw around the idea. I was like, man, what if we had a podcast? Like kind of as a joke. It was mostly a joke. And he's like, haha, whatever. And 2 weeks later, he sends me a link to Anchor, which is, for anyone who doesn't know, you can make your own podcast for free. It distributes it, edits it. It's super helpful. So he sent me this link to Anchor. We checked it out, and I was like, I guess we're doing this now. So I took my birthday money. I bought a Blue Ice Snowball as my first mic. Sam used his AirPods. We called for the first time ever. So I heard Sam's voice for the first time in my life. And then 30 minutes later, we made a Twitter, Gmail, and made our first podcast. And it was like 6 minutes long. And it is probably the worst thing I've ever created in my entire life. Like just horrible. It was really bad.
Everybody's first podcast is their worst. I don't know if you were listening to Kyle Klingman and I earlier, but we were talking about our first episode of Wrestling 411 in 2008 with Tom Brands, and it was unlistenable. It's still on the web, but everybody, don't worry, folks. Your first podcast is always your worst. So, you've got a 6-minute show. You've got at the time Tennessee. Sam, you live in Mississippi now. Is that about right? I mean, because. So
actually, that's where I'd lived. I'm in the transition to Pennsylvania with Young Guns.
Okay, so
so that's where I am right now.
News break. But as far as in the I mean, you're in the South for wrestling, and
Right, on the border of Mississippi and Tennessee and Memphis.
yeah, and Jude is in for better part of the term, Pennsylvania, which I know I live there. I can say that I've been up there. I know Bellefonte. They've come down to the Virginia Duels back in the past. So
Yeah.
so you got
last year.
So Jude, you've got your show, you've got this show, and then all of a sudden, people are reaching out to help you kids, and you know, I'm watching you guys. I'm like, you guys reminded me a lot of myself as like, it wasn't a wrestling junkie, but as a sports junkie, as a, you know, elementary school into middle school, like talking about sports. I mean, talking about college mascots and stuff. You guys are just replacing sports with wrestling, and it's just like these kids got a head start on a lot of stuff. So when do people start reaching out? Jude, I'll start with you.
Right. Well, so I think one of the first interactions we had was actually, Sam, if you remember, Flow Wrestling did a show where they talked about us, like maybe the week after our NCAA, so 2019 NCAAs, and Christian talks about, he's like, you know, these kids, it's Sam Herring and Jude Swisher, and Nomad's like, it's Swisher. I was like, all right. I was like, I didn't care. I got my name on the show. But
well, it's better than my cousin.
It's way better than my cousin. And they talk about how like Sam had a take about Vincenzo Joseph leaving his head near his knee on in the semifinals or whatever like that, and how Sam had noticed that, and when he pointed it out, Christian was like, these kids pay attention, and these kids know what they're talking about because they're wrestlers and they know how to articulate, you know, their knowledge very, very effectively. So I remember that was like big, and because they told them like, hey, go check out Home Ad Advantage. And then a couple weeks later, after about our 4th episode or so, we get an email from this dude named Tony Rotundo. I had no idea who he was.
I think you're taller than he is, though.
A little bit.
It's a good bit. It's a good bit taller. Sorry, Tony.
Did Tony tell you he was a cadet world silver medalist in Greco-Roman?
Yeah, because there was two people in his bracket.
I don't know if he leads with that. I was second at the Bethel Open in my first tournament. So anyway,
nice.
I can't relate.
So he reached out to us, and all he said was like, man, you guys are doing something very special, and you guys have the ability and the promise to be something great. And I'd like to help you guys out, like whatever way I can. And then from that day, where that's April of 2019, where we only had 4 publications, or 5 publications at the time, like bad podcasts, not good. But he was able to see through like this kind of raw, unedited product. And he saw Sam and I, and he saw our attention to detail and our articulation, and he offered to mentor us basically. And so while the official term is a sponsor, Tony is way more than that to us. He's a mentor. He's a friend. You know, we talk to him every single day, and without him, we would not be anywhere near where we are now. And like, you know, he's a fantastic guy. He takes the best photos, like without a doubt, the very best photos right now. And it's very exciting to have him on our team.
And it's been exciting to watch because I've worked with Tony for a number of years, whether it be for, you know, overseas with UWW. He's part of our Wrestling Media Association, but he's also said you guys were definitely going to come out to hawk some stuff here. So we can go over to right there. There's the shop link. If we can bring it up on the page, it's not showing up, but anyway. Because it opened in a new window.
But, at the top of our page.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go see if it doesn't go up into the new window. Let's go to the shop because I was using it off the Twitter feed. There we go. Because see, Jude's wearing the hat already. I got the shirt. We got some gear there with the Home Ad Advantage, and I guess, you know, we can go in at length about what all this stuff, what the name and all that stuff comes from. But you got the homeschool angle. You got your podcast out. You guys are now reputable media outlets. You guys were named Win Magazine, named you guys Journalists of the Year, but you guys hadn't even met until Final X at Rutgers. I need to hear that story. I mean, we've only got 10 minutes left in this session, and I mean, we're just scratching the surface of what you guys are doing with podcasting. So, and the media empire you're building, because in 20 years, I'm going to be the old guy, but I remember when I had you. Actually, I'm 60. I shouldn't be talking like that, but 20 years, I'll be 60. 20 years, you guys will be, never mind. We won't even go there.
Don't even talk about it.
Yeah. So you won't even be 40 yet. You want to be 30. Well, you might be 35. I don't know. What are you, 15? I don't know. Whatever.
16 right now.
Yeah. Okay. Now he's driving. That's even scarier. No, it's scarier. So, driving to David Taylor's practice camp. So let's talk about meeting at Final X Rutgers, because that was when I met. That's where I got the HMA shirt, because that's where I met the Herring side. Jude, I don't think I caught you there right away.
I did actually.
I did.
So
Okay.
Right after the event, we just connected and talked. I mean, it was exciting. Sam, do you want to talk about Final X and like the whole thing that basically went down there?
Yeah. So I'll run through that as quickly as I can. So we obviously, when we started the podcast, we never thought we would cover an event. That was not something in our plans. That's not what we knew a podcast host would do. But through talking with Tony, he kind of sparked that idea, because I would be in Pennsylvania for that summer, and obviously Jude lives really close to Rutgers. And through that, Tony had the idea, and we were like, well, how do we do that? We can get media credentials. You don't have to just get tickets and you can be on the floor. What in the world? And so he showed us how to do all that, and really, I mean, he did all the work. He did very little. And so he set it up. He helped us get there. And that was the first time we had talked for about a year at that point. We had started a podcast. We had done so many podcasts. And I don't even know if we had done video podcasts. And so I don't think we barely knew what each other looked like.
Yep.
We met each other.
Oh man, it was funny too,
because for the first time there.
We met each other outside of the rack, and
Yeah,
I remember
we
I saw him, and we walked towards each other, and it was like kind of awkward because we're like, "Is this the guy? Is this Sam Herring? Is this Jude Swisher? Are we sure?" And I was like, "I think I know you," and went up and I gave him a hug. And Sam is left-handed, so he put his head on the wrong side of my body. So super awkward hug, really weird. I was like, ah. He's also at that time, I mean, he still probably is. He was a good head shorter than me, maybe a foot. So it was just, I mean, it was unprecedented. But man, when we got into the rack and like it's popping, like it was exciting. Everyone, there's people
that was a great
around.
event. That was just an awesome event.
So fun.
Jude,
And it was
Jude missed the first session.
I did miss
And
the
the
first
weigh-ins
session.
and the press conference, sadly.
Missed all that. I was at a piano recital, came for the second session. But even
And we
like,
weren't joking when we said homeschooled, Jason.
yeah, we're joking.
Was it your recital or was
My
it
recital? Yeah, I performed, and then we got in the car and drove to Rutgers.
Yeah, we were actually meant homeschooled.
We're gonna, I mean, because I've been meaning to have you guys on the Short Time Show proper to explain. We've only touched the surface, man. This is crazy. I love the synergy between you two guys. I love the fact that I mean, I'm not trying to make this about me here, but I love that some of the things that you guys are doing at your age were definitely things that were going through my mind. And then before I was at age 40, I got to announce the Olympics, which was one of my goals. You guys have athletic goals more than broadcasting goals, and Jude, you being up there with I don't know. I think I know what that shirt says there. That's an M2 shirt. So right up there in State College and Bellefonte in that area of Pennsylvania. There's wrestling goals you guys want to aspire to attain. But let's look at the podcasting goals in the near future in the short time we've got left here. Sam, I'll start with you.
For the podcast, I would say right now we're just trying to hang on and produce content. We have not. We have been very slow. School is getting very hard for both of us, and wrestling is starting to pick up. We've got Super 32 in a couple weeks, and so we're trying to hang on and create some content right now. But we've been growing lately, and so it's been easier to create content not through ourselves. So we have just started 2 extra podcasts, the HMA Fantasy Podcast hosted by Jacob Hewgley and his 2 co-hosts, Seth Gross and Jack Mueller. And we just launched the Wrestle Like a Girl podcast. That one, Mason Beckman and Jude and myself are working on doing interviews to help grow the sport of women's wrestling. And so we have a pretty large team right now with Mason, Jacob, Seth, Jack. It's a lot easier to create content, and we don't always have to do it ourselves. Obviously, last year we won the Wrestling Journalist of the Year. That was not a goal we had in mind. That was not even a thing we knew was an option. So when we got that call from Mike Finn, that's another story for another day.
That story is insane. That story, I still think about it and I start sweating. It's insane, man. Oh man.
Yeah, because again, impressive. And here's the thing: I've been a member of the Media Association, which we haven't done our awards yet since I was in high school. So, yeah, I mean, I wasn't even on the radar at that age, and you guys are. I mean, again, you've got the technological stuff, but it's been really refreshing to watch a couple of kids with, just the real passion for the sport. Because you come through and I look at the historians that have since passed on, and I'm going through magazines and stuff like AWNs from the 50s and 60s now, just trying to rebuild my own history. You guys are coming through. You've got it locked up. So when people like me are gone, you guys are there. And then after you guys, there'll be probably some kid that's waiting to listen to FRL. It's like 8 right now that will be inspired in a similar manner. So I just think what you guys have done has been really, really impressive. I'll get you guys on to talk more about the journey and go dig deeper on these shows on a short time. But for right now, Jude, thanks for jumping in there and doing it. And as I talked to it, it's like, okay, is Sam going to join too? And I'm like, heck yeah, you could join. I'm surprised. I mean, just the link was there. It was wide open. So hopefully I'll run into you guys, maybe call your name over the PA at one of these future events. Cause usually when you hear me, it's usually a pretty big event. So, not to pat myself, that's waiting to hear that. I got to tie myself, my ego into this somehow.
Right. Of course.
So gentlemen, as always, it's a pleasure. And again, watching you guys from afar, it's just been amazing. And thanks for having the time to jump in on International Podcast Day. Maybe next year you guys can do your own thing with people under the age of 25, see what you get. I don't know. You got a pretty good following there. So any final thoughts, Jude? I'll kick it with you.
Yeah. Hey, man, this is just like from day one. Like I just got the biggest shout out to my best friend, Sam Herring. Like I can't do this with anyone else. You're my man. You're my main man. I love you, man. And, hopefully listen, Jason, I'll give a tease. There is so much more to this story, like between like other events.
30 minutes is not going to encapsulate it. So we'll schedule this when we're done. We get through next week. We'll bring back on. This will be the tease. And then the full plate will go next week or two.
Yes. Yes, sir. So that's pretty much it for me. Sam, you got anything?
No, I'll right back at you. You're my best friend, and I couldn't do it with anybody else. This has been awesome. But Jason, thanks so much for having the time to have us on. And Jude, you've got a pretty nice microphone there. That looks pretty cool.
That's right.
Yes, the ATR 2100.
ATR 2100. Fantastic microphone. Thank you so much, Mr. Jason Bryant, for having us on the show and for helping us out in more ways than I can count. So thank you very much. You
guys aren't going anywhere, so might as well. Let's get that handshake early on. So, gentlemen,
right?
We got the pack mentality coming up next. But for now, for Jude and Sam, this has been, I guess, what hour are we in? We are at 12, coming up on 12. I don't even know. Coming up on 1 o'clock. I don't even know what time it is because we're almost 4 hours into this. 10 more to go. For Jude and Sam, we'll see you on the other side of the flip.
Bye-bye.
You know what, Jason? I can see you talking. I can't really right now. I tested this out 15 times today, and I still cannot hear anything.
You know what? Because that's my
I got
problem.
you now.
Yeah, because that was my fault, not
you
your
say that
fault.
again so people know.
I was going to say it was my fault, not your fault. And I sit there, I get up, I do the changeover, I mute the mic because I don't know what you're going to hear in the background. I've got my intro set up, and I'm like, yeah, these are called podcaster problems because no matter what, I've done this twice today, and no matter what, we're going to have those issues. So you're going to have a show where you forget to press record, or you don't hit your side, or somebody's been muted. So that is another thing. Even all of us make these mistakes, but what a tough act to follow, these kids. Sam and Jude with the home ad advantage. I mean, you're sorry, dude. You how can you follow that?
You know, it's funny. Whenever I do a podcast, I like to say, let's pull the curtain back, talk to people. I logged in 15 minutes early. I was sitting there watching. I don't know why you put me on after them. You might get 5 minutes out of me for an interview. Those two could have talked for an hour and been a lot more entertaining. So, yeah, big shoes to follow. They did great. They've interviewed some of our guys here at NC State, and they are just really hitting out of the park right now.
Yeah, and from that perspective, being media guys, they go through, you're the person they go through to get those interviews, and that's kind of, sometimes people just skirt around the SID or the media professional, and they went right to you.
I was going to say, probably won't call people out, but that is absolutely true. Those two are great. They know all the rules. You help them a lot. Absolutely. They go through me. They've asked me questions. They are doing a great job, and the future is very bright if that's the journalist coming up in this wrestling world.
I am going to agree with you mightily. Now, you are the host of the Pack Mentality Pop-Ins podcast, which we bring up on the screen here, which is...
Oh, man, look at Pat. He looks sharp there in that time.
He definitely does not look like that right now because he has gone... he's gone the howling, I think, on us. He's out there, and this is a show that's on the Matt Talk Podcast Network, but it is produced... Actually, it's hosted, and everything is done to you. You guys send me the stuff. I put it up together, and it's been one of the two colleges that are still actively on the platform. Of course, Virginia Tech being the other in the ACC. So you've got some competition there, but this one's done by you. You've got we're at 69 episodes, and during the pandemic, content is crucial. So. This has been, it's been a labor of love for you, but it's also kind of led the charge at NC State. And just, I guess, talk about the idea of wanting to even start a wrestling podcast and how that all got moving.
Well, I mean, we're looking for content. I'm in the media relations SID world, and we're always just trying to think of different ways to tell the stories of our student athletes. And Pat actually brought up a great idea. He wanted to start it. I obviously reached out to you, a lot of back and forth between me and you, and this is a new platform. Some of these Olympic sports, they don't get the coverage necessarily as the football or men's basketball. So our podcast, our fans get to hear from Pat. Most podcasts, he's not on all of his own podcasts, but the student athletes are the best part. We really get to dive deep into their story, show their different mentalities off the mat. And I think that's what really helps our following for the podcast is they hear these guys not just talking about wrestling, but just talking about their life. And I think it's a fun podcast too. We joke around a lot. I have good relationships, know a lot of them behind the scenes. So that definitely helps. And our podcast isn't the most serious. We like to have fun, goof off. I'll make fun of Pat just about every episode. So just want to take our fans behind the scenes and get them to know our student athletes.
And of course, the host here, Brian, is the reigning, defending, undisputed National Wrestling Media Association Division I SID of the year, and you came into wrestling really kind of blind. I mean, Bruce Winkworth was an SID before. I actually met him way long time ago. Oh, wow. I was doing an Old Dominion baseball game, and he was sitting next to me, and then years later, I'm into wrestling. But you're the guy from the NC State ODU baseball game. It was just, that guy was an institution there, but you didn't come in. Things are changing over with NC State wrestling. They've seen better days, and now they've had really good days. What was this wrestling journey been like for you to see as basically somebody that didn't know much about the sport now hosting a podcast about wrestling?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if I should admit this. I knew nothing about the sport. I did not wrestle as a kid. I was a soccer player, played year-round soccer. Grew up in Pittsburgh, so wrestling was huge. I knew all about, and I still know all about pro wrestling, but the college wrestling, not so much. So it was a little bit of a shock. Pat got hired maybe 2012, I believe, and they asked if I would jump over and be the SID for wrestling. And I had a lot to learn in that off season. I owe a lot to Pat, owe a lot to Frank Beasley. They were the ones I reached out to the most, and I've had fun learning. I'm still learning. Folk style college, I'm decent at. Freestyle, man, there's something new every day with that one, but it's been fun. It's
not as much as there used to be. There's more. There's actually more rule changes in folk style wrestling in the Federation, high school, and college than there are international wrestling. We could have never said that before 2013.
Yeah, it's been a great journey. I mean, it's fun. I love soccer, but wrestling's my favorite sport to watch now. I subscribe. I watch so many duels. My wife will see me on the couch just watching random duels at night. So I'm a fan. So I love talking about it now. And yeah, wrestling's a fun sport. Once you get to know what's going on with it, once you understand.
How much soccer are you watching these days though?
An awful lot of soccer.
Awful lot. Okay.
I love my EPL soccer. Nothing beats a Saturday, Sunday morning watching English soccer games. So I'm still a big soccer fan. Don't get to play it anymore, but a little old, a little retired. I'm up there in the years.
Yeah, I'm not as proficient in the footy as probably some people. I mean, I've been to Borussia Dortmund Stadium.
Okay.
The European Junior Championships were there a couple years ago, and it was they were renovating, so the seats were out, but we could still walk through it, and they got us to walk through the tunnel and the. I think I might have ripped off the song of their intro somewhere off of YouTube. I haven't used it yet for anything, but it was just one of those things you get to walk out underneath, and then you're hearing now we're used to fake crowd noise. Yep. Then it was it was like, what? So I mean, just I got some BVB stuff for the kids, and now they've grown out of it. So that's basically the extent of the soccer. Other than my next door neighbor now plays women's soccer at Upper Iowa. So that's about it. But when we get back to wrestling, and enough about my neighbors and my kids, because you follow me on Instagram for that stuff. But when the idea comes with the podcast, I'd pitched it to several schools that I was close to, and that first call was one call, and then months later go by. And how do you kind of sell this to your athletic department? Because a lot of schools, if they're going to do something content wise, it's in-house, and they're probably going to do it the most inexpensive way possible. So even though it's a Power 5 and granted money being what it is in our era of COVID, how do you sell this to your administration? Like, we're going to do this, and here's why we're going to do it.
From the school perspective, it was a process. We started, me and Pat, talking about a podcast probably over a year before we actually did our first episode. And by the way, we're coming up on year number 3, October 9th, we launched. So 3 years ago, our little anniversary is coming up. But, that is something. The best selling part was it was content that is not out there for college wrestling. As you said, we were one of the first, and still, there's only about a handful or so that are doing wrestling podcasts. And here at NC State, the team was getting better and better every year. You could see that. And this has been a great avenue to have our fans reach out to the team, have them listen to what's going on behind the scenes. And I think the success of the team has definitely helped pitch this idea, and our following has helped. I can't tell you how many times at a duel people come up to us, hey, you're that dude with the podcast, or I know that voice from somewhere. So our following's helped too. I think the administration here has seen how the podcast has taken off and how people enjoy it. And it's kind of original content that we take our pride, we take a lot of pride in right now.
And how have the other sports kind of responded? Because it's one thing you sell the point that you were the first podcast at NC State Athletics, and now other sports got to be looking around and going, wait a minute, that's really cool. Can you do one for us?
That probably would be a good Pat Pavlizio question. He has told me multiple coaches have asked him about it and approached him about it. So there might be a little jealousy out there, but a lot of our different contacts here in comms have a lot of different ways to get content out for their teams, and a lot of these coaches are happy with that. And I just think for some reason the wrestling podcast works for wrestling very well. Wrestling fans, they're nuts sometimes. They will devour any content you put out, and this podcast is definitely proof of that.
2 guests that you've had on that have been the most intriguing to me kind of cross over out of the wrestling world. One is the guys from Lizard Lick Towing, and then the other is Sergeant Slaughter, one of which you were marking out, fanboying like crazy. I would have too.
I'm a fanboy for WWE guys. So Sergeant Slaughter was my get, so I was happy.
Puke. I mean, I just remember him beating up Cobra in that 3-part G.I. Joe animated series, and then missing out on him and Hulk Hogan in the store, and then I had to settle for Corporal Kirchner, which was just depressing. But I mean, why the reach out to get those two guys on the show?
For me personally, I'm a WWE fan lifelong, and I just wanted a WWE Hall of Famer. We had a connection, as you know, the great Jerry Briscoe hooked that one up. We've known Jerry, obviously, with the Oklahoma State ties, and Jerry was actually on the podcast. So I've texted him a few times about some different things, and he said, hey, Sarge is in North Carolina. He knows about your program. He'd be more than happy to do it. I was like, wow, we're in. So unfortunately, didn't get to do that one in person. Had to do that one over Skype, but Sarge was great. Like I said, the maybe 8-9-year-old WWE fan really marked out in that. And I think on my Twitter, it's still my pinned tweet of that interview. So
I think I mentioned earlier on the day that when Rowdy Roddy Piper replied to my tweet, which I was actually a picture of me with Jerry Briscoe and Bobby Douglas in Vegas one year, and he replied to it quote tweet. I'm like,
yeah,
I love They Live, and yeah, so I'm down with that one too. And then of course the Lizard Lick, that was an interesting one.
Yeah, local guys, they're NC State fans. I say they're Gwiz fans too, and they just love NC State wrestling. Anytime you can kind of get a little, anytime you get a celebrity on to talk about NC State wrestling, we'll take it. And the pride that some of these celebrities have in wrestling, it kind of blows my mind a little bit. I think that's why I want to reach out, and I look for those blue checks sometimes.
Yeah, and sometimes, and they're hard because it took me probably 2 or 3 years to get Mario Lopez on Short Time. I'm still over on Chris Pratt because getting him on Twitter not going to happen. But it's going through his publicist people are just, they're like, no, they're not. They are just, every time he puts a tweet out about wrestling, I will reply to them and be like, hey, it's been a couple months. He just tweeted this. Can we? I mean, because Andy got him at the Beat the Streets thing in L.A. And that wasn't on the podcast, but I'm just like, dude, I know your high school coach. They used to come to Virginia Duels. Like, can we just talk about wrestling, please? But here's another thing that I like about, and this is kind of a selling point with me on the network when pitching schools, and this, again, pardon the advertisement here, but this is my show, is what Aaron Sweezy is saying. He's been listening all day. Don't listen to many podcasts, but the Pack Mentality podcast is awesome. This is a guy who wrestled Division II at Central Oklahoma, is from Kansas, currently lives in Nebraska and does Concordia NAI, audio and stuff. So there's the crossover appeal that if you're listening to the entire network, you will sometimes get a show and something that surprises you. And that's one thing I like about having all the shows on the network. But you're picking up fans that they're listening to podcasts. Oh, I'm going to listen to this. So that's one thing you guys have also picked up some extra fans on.
I definitely think so. And wrestling, it's if you're a wrestling fan, you're going to reach out and find that stuff. But sometimes the casual wrestling fan or a fan of another school might not look at NC State, but they see it on the network of you guys. And I think that definitely has helped. It has brought a lot more ears to our podcast. And I think, as you say, you might be advertising too, but it's a great relationship we have working with you. I love doing everything here, shipping it off to you, letting you do all the dirty work, and then I get it back, and then I can push it out as well. So I think what we're working on here between NC State and Matt Talk, it works great for us.
A little shade as the Grind from App State. They're going to be a guest later asking if Pac Wrestling has any openings on the schedule this year. Scratch chin emoji.
We were there last year, so they can. I don't know if they're going to bus over this year or not.
I don't know. It depends on where the bubble is in Boone compared to Raleigh. Lot more stuff around Raleigh because you could probably bubble up in Boone pretty good.
Yeah, although, I was going to say, me and my wife actually vacationed in Boone this summer, so it wasn't too bad. I liked it.
Yeah, we'll talk to the Grind later on the App State show later in the afternoon. So let's see. Let's double check on there. They are coming up on. They are at the 5:30 Central Hour. So
you're going to have to see what their response is to that.
All right, chiming in. But when we look at the other shows that are coming through the network, I mean, do you sit there and listen to other podcasts and be like, okay, they did this, we need to do this now?
Sometimes I do listen to other podcasts. I listen when people talk about us. I think that just goes back to my SID world, is anytime anybody mentions NC State, you want to hear what they're talking about. But I think a lot of podcasts, you don't want to really copy each other. You just want to roll with what's working for you. Like I said, when I go into formatting or think about what I want to talk about, I'm looking for fun. Selfishly, I talk about stuff that probably entertains me. I have a very dry sense of humor, so if it makes me laugh, I think it will make everybody laugh. I'm not necessarily sure if that works. So that's the way I look at that.
You talked about doing the interview with Sergeant Slaughter, Sarge. Robert Remus, I think is his name officially, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so and you had to do it on Skype, and most of your stuff has been in-house. It's in the office. You've got the equipment, the microphones. You and Pat sit down. Of course, when the offices were closed, that was a lot tougher. You got the Skype. But how have you evolved with the technology and kind of branched out on how you can deliver the Pack Mentality Pop-Ins podcast without popping your plosive that much without your pop filter?
Well, you just roll with it. I don't know anything about any of that equipment. You have helped me so much with all this stuff. I think I finally trained Pat a little bit, but to be honest with you, to get him to pay attention sometimes, that's tough while we're podcasting, but we have fun. The Skype, it's our favorite toy. $2.99 investment. Skype works perfect. I like interviews in person a lot better, but the Skype machine, you can't beat that. And I think you make fun of me every time I put that in my notes to send you. That
it's up there. If I hear Skype machine, I'm going to throw it in there because I like to make fun of Pat on his technological shortcomings as well. Because, well, although right now, I mean, you did something, though, that I have never done, and I'm still mad at you for it, is you had Melissa Simmons on the show, and I never had a chance to get her on before she left and go back to Oklahoma and work with gymnastics.
Not only was she a guest, but she was a guest host. Now, I think she will admit the guest host might not have gone over as well, but they were in Italy. I think there might have been some adult beverages in the room. John Smith was there too. So a lot of pressure on her for that one, but she was even a guest on our podcast. So, and I think she actually introduced me to you to begin with. So yeah, Melissa, we owe her a lot too.
The question is who's making sure that Nick Gwizdowski's like meal fund is taken care of now?
Well, I got the bobblehead right behind me. I don't know how well you guys can see it. But...
I don't have one yet. So back behind the bar here, I've got I got a Gable one. I got a Baumgartner autographed one, and then I got one my wife picked up like she was like at Goodwill for something and found a Goldie Gopher. So sorry, Gopher fans. I've got the Rainbow Foods Goldie Gopher. It's probably 20 years old at this point. But yeah, those are my 3 bobbleheads. So I don't get that. Now,
well, I'm very proud of that one. As people will say, they'll tell you, if I come up with an idea that works, I'm going to brag about it for life. And that was my idea. Very proud of it. My guy Nick actually was just texting with him today about some stuff. I still want him to take me to Tokyo if he makes the Olympics. So still trying to stay on his good side. And the bobblehead, I thought that was a great way to try to, cement my spot on Team Gwiz here.
I mean, it's a sharp looking bobblehead. I mean, his hair has been perfect the last couple of years, right? I mean, it's amazing how much you get done with college wrestling. You have to take care of your appearance now. It's like I can make this fluffed and feathered. I mean, Sam Brooks might have the fluffed and feathered mullet, but I mean, Gwiz is really doing a good job there with that hair.
He's got the hair. We joked.
We can't say the same though. I mean,
well, actually, I just shaved mine.
Mine just is the light. It's here. It's just the light looks bad. That's why I've been wearing hats all day.
Now, see, I went 7 months without a haircut. I got my hair cut before ACCs. Just got it cut last week. The wife was begging for a haircut, and yeah, it was looking bad and not growing. But back to Gwiz, first of all, he's my guy. All right, so he's at 125 kilos here. That bobblehead makes him look like 125 pounds. So that was the one joke we had. It wasn't full size, but he was even impressed with how well he looked. So
we get to the world of podcasting, and it's something that we've seen different teams do it, different schools do it. And what has been probably, I mean, maybe the most beneficial thing for you personally as the host, getting to do this effort with your team?
Probably getting to know the guys. I'm around them. I try to be around them a lot more, but to interview them, you really have to know them. So I think that's been the most fun part to me. Like before this, I knew them, but probably not as well. But sitting down for a 30-minute interview, you really get an idea what they are. You can have fun with them, talk about stuff off the mat. Job-wise, like I keep going back to content. Not even before COVID, we're just always looking for content. And the podcast is a perfect solution for that. As you said, the summer podcast might be a little down right now. We haven't done that many episodes. I don't know how many times I can ask Pat what's going on. And he goes, I don't know. So, we kind of laid low a little bit this summer, but we'll be picking up here very shortly. And I've enjoyed it. I do not talk this much in real life. This is my fake radio voice. So for me to put my personality out there a little bit and a little bit out of the comfort zone has been fun too.
Yeah, because I have noticed the Western PA drawl and the North Carolina drawl are kind of fighting over one another right now.
It's funny. I got the pop. I'll say pop all the time. I say my Kellers all the time. I even got a little New York draw for some reason when I go like Donnie or something like that. But people now say I have a Southern accent. I don't believe it. I've been down here 20 years, so I guess it's inevitable. But I'm going up to Pittsburgh this weekend with football, so I'm sure I'll break out more of my Pittsburgh E's, as we call it.
Yeah, that school in Chapel Hill also has an individual that has a Western PA accent combined with the Oklahoma accent and now the Carolina accent. So we will, we're not going to mention them on this portion of the show. The next segment we'll talk about the rest of the ACC. So we're doing that because I'm brand acknowledging here. So
I love the old NC State T-shirt. We're definitely going to have to get you something with the new wolf head logo. So we'll definitely brand you up some, even NC State font. We're doing a great job of branding right now with our administration, and it's helped with wrestling. As you can see, I like it. So
yeah, I got Tuffy on the side. This is one of the. I can't remember which shirt this was from. I don't think it was. It might have been the national shirts or something. But I know one thing, and this is a shout out to Melissa when talking about when she was there. So when my daughter Lucy, my older, she's now 8 in the 3rd grade. She's been having a series of medical issues pretty much her entire life. Well, she went in a hospital for a stretch. I want to say a couple years ago, and then when we get back, there's a gift bag from NC State Wrestling with a Tuffy stuffed animal, some stickers, and some shirts. So it's just kind of the attitude that's there with that program, and it's one of those things. It's not just clients. I mean, yeah, you got some draft classes out of the deal, but at the same point, we didn't ask for that, and that was something that NC State Wrestling did for my daughter, and that's something I'm always going to remember. And even though Melissa's not there anymore, it was it kind of showed what the entire department thinks about the people they work with. So I'm grateful for that. As we get back to podcasting, what's next as we go into this season? We don't know what's going on. Like what's happening? I don't know. We don't know what's going on. So what do you got planned?
We don't know what's going on for college, but luckily, I mean, we're very fortunate here at NC State. We had the RTC. We had the Wolfpack Wrestling Club. We have guys like Gwizdowski, Tommy Gant. They're going to Iowa here November 1st. We have senior nationals coming up. We got the Hewgley brothers, Rick Reenan, Jacob Camacho. They're all going to senior nationals. We're actually going to get to talk about wrestling here in the next month. So I'm looking forward to that. I ask Pat all the time, when's your schedule coming out? Even in a normal season, he loves not to answer that question. So I have quit asking about our schedule. Our fans keep asking me.
The opposing teams podcast hosts are asking you.
I tell you, there's a lot of people out there that just want to know who are the Wolfpack wrestling this year.
The peanut vendors are standing up to them, and if I'm down there, that's a little Slapshot reference for anybody that gets that one. But and one thing that I always wait for, Kyle Klingman and Andy Hamilton do this on the mat, and it's more Kyle to Andy, and I guess this is more you to Pat, is just the subtle dig at the beginning of the show. Absolutely. It's just like, how do you build that rapport with the coach to be comfortable enough to be like, we're gonna make fun of each other and we're sending it out for the world to listen to?
Well, I think that it's Pat's personality. I don't think he really cares that I make fun of him every time. It's personally great because I love getting my digs in there. Then I'll just keep going really fast. Like I won't even let him reply, and then he just has this little grin on his face when he knows I get him really good. But that's my personality. Like I said, I don't talk this much in real life. This is my fake voice, but I don't know if I could swear on here, so I won't. But I'm like a smart butt in real life. Feel like I'm quick-witted.
Well, you're actually on university time, so I would probably recommend that not be the case.
Actually, I'm here in the office.
When did you guys open back up, though? Because you guys were shut out of the offices for a while.
Yeah, we were shut out, and we actually moved offices. The comms office, we're actually up here in our football press box now. So luckily, I have my own luxury suite. So it's not bad. It is very nice accommodations up here. When we started football practice back up, that's kind of when I started coming back in the office again. So football is right across the street. Walk over to practice makes it easy. Wrestling is not far away. They were actually practicing right across the street as well. So it was perfect.
Yeah, so it's got to. I mean, obviously, with what football is going through right now and what everybody's doing. I mean, how much from maybe an internal perspective can you bring on what it's like to be a staffer and knowing that only one sport really is getting anything this fall?
It is crazy right now, and just even with the testing, it's not just the student athletes; it's the staff too. I think that's the one thing that I noticed the most. But we wear our masks everywhere. I've gotten better with that. I might not have been the best. And, you know, before, I think sometimes a lot, you feel like you had to be seen by these coaches, had to be seen at practice. But now I think everybody understands, just with this disease out there, do your job. If you want to go and be around, absolutely. But don't feel like you just have to show up. So I think we're working a lot. As you know, we're trying to produce content, and doing that without sports is extremely hard in the SID world.
And speaking of the SID world, what's one tip you can give to maybe other media people out there that if you want to get those interviews and be in good graces with the SIDs and not show up on the Things That Annoy SIDs Facebook group, what should they do?
I personally, and I think, you know, it's a good team rule. Because we want to protect our guys. I do appreciate it when media reaches out to me to go to our guys. We're in a world now, it's so easy to DM a guy, but I really do think it's beneficial to the student athletes to go through our office for interviews. I will say 99% of the interviews, they're on the up and up. We will absolutely do whatever you need, whenever you need it. But we just want to be able to protect our guys. And I just want to know when our guys are doing stuff so I can promote it too. I will give you a retweet. You interview our guys. It helps us. I love cross promotion. So if I can help you, then we got a good working relationship.
Brian Reinhardt, the host of the Pack Mentality Pop-Ins podcast, popping your peas into your microphone. That'll treat you good mic technique. Brian, appreciate you guys in the Pack being on the Matt Talk Podcast Network. And throw it to you. Final thoughts as we move to our next guest.
Well, I have to joke. It's the Pack Mentality Pop-Ins podcast with Pat Pobolizio. So there are even more P's that you did not get to. But I want to appreciate you, Jason. Appreciate the time. I kept looking at the time. I was nervous. After 5 minutes, I didn't know what I was going to talk about. So your great interview skills got me to 30 minutes. Appreciate you putting this together. Always appreciate all your help. I can't tell you how many times I've texted you just with a random stupid question, and you're very nice giving me your time and helping us with our podcast. So we're going to continue to push them out, put them on the network, and have you helping us.
Oh, I was wondering, are you going to throw that many P words at me at the end of it as you followed it up with Pack Mentality Pop-Ins podcast with host Pat Popolizio? Push it. Yeah. Anyway,
well,
we're going to stop there because I need
your eyes. It was great.
I need to rehydrate after all those popping P's and plosives. That's why you need a windscreen. But anyway, more on technique and such. Brian, thanks for coming on and appreciate what you do for the network.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good catching up with you.
Back with more podcasting on International Podcast Day after the break. No, that was not a beer can popping in the background. That was just a Coke Zero. But anyway, moving on with our next segment of International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition, now with Jacob Hewgley of the Mat Geeks. Relatively new show. You've been around the world of the social medias and the internets and the podcasts for a bit, but welcome to the program and thank you for participating.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on. I'm excited. I've been following the show all day. It's kind of my day off, and so been gearing up for it all day, ready to go.
Yeah, so when we talk about where the evolution of your show is, first of all, what is Matt Geeks and what is the impetus behind it?
Yeah. So Matt Geeks it's kind of an organization that I've started to cover the ACC. I've, like you said, I've kind of been in the wrestling world for the past year, really, as you know, actually in the media and producing content, and just kind of had a bunch of different ways that I've thought about going with things, but I really wanted to do something that was meaningful and that helped, and it was something that people wanted that they didn't have, and so I live right in ACC country, and there's a couple of great podcasts. Obviously, you guys got a couple of them. But overall, I feel like it was kind of a soft spot in coverage, and I'm a huge ACC wrestling fan, so why not be part of the solution?
So as we look at the shows you've got up here, we can bring that back up on screen. Actually, I'd like to bring you out there. So you start out, and you fire right off with Nathan Tomasello, new hire at Duke. And Duke is probably, when we talk about the coverage of the ACC, probably the one school that really doesn't get much. Of course, we've got Virginia Tech with the show on the network, NC State with the show on the network, Pittsburgh's in wrestling country, Carolina doing good things, and their SID's been really pushing out. They've got a show now, and then you've got what you're doing with Virginia, and of course, my ties to the University of Virginia, being one of my best friends wrestled there. His sons wrestles at the University of Virginia. Talk about Patrick McCormick from the hometown of Bull Island, Pocosin, Virginia, and then you've got ACC news out there, but you're putting more to it. There's the fantasy wrestling spin to it. So you're bringing those two things together. And I guess what's the journey been like here for the first 12 episodes?
It's been great. Like I said, I kind of wanted to really focus on something and put it out there. And my perspective is I wanted basically to go to the coaches and say, hey, I want to give you guys a little bit more coverage. I want you to put out what you want to put out, and not just me coming in, scooping stories or whatever. I want just the ACC to get more coverage in general. So it's been great these first, bunch of episodes. I mean, all the coaches have been super, reachable and grateful for anything. And I've just had such a great time talking to all of them. So, I forget when I'm in the show that I'm like, trying to build this ACC coverage, whatever. I'm just a fan chatting with the coach and hearing about the lineup. And, so far what we've done is we've put out a preview article accompanied with a podcast with the coach for each team, where it's just been a good place for ACC fans or just wrestling fans in general to hear about these ACC teams and how they're building, and the guys they have waiting in the wings, and what all they can be excited about for ACC wrestling.
From a fan standpoint, moving from fan to try to be kind of a media entity, what is the one thing that you've had to struggle with, or one thing you've struggled with that you're working on improving that will make the podcast better?
Well, I think for me personally, it's been the type of conversation style during the podcast. Mm-hmm. I know, like you said, I've been a fan for a long, long time, and some of my favorite podcasts that I listen to aren't generally the straight interview style, the more of the conversation, right? And so the Inside Trip's one of my favorite, and it's just kind of two dudes at a bar talking, right? And so obviously it's not going to be that exact conversation, when I'm talking to Coach Scott over at UNC or Coach Gavin at Pitt, right? But I want it to be a little bit more that way, and I want it to seem, like we're just having a conversation about the team, right? Not just tell me this, tell me that, but getting into details and talking about personal lives and just kind of everything under the hood.
Yeah, and that's one thing and that's kind of hard to get, even if you've known somebody for years, is try to build that rapport where they'll tell you something, that they probably won't tell the generic report at the NCAA. So that's where, again, building that rapport, we'll get some good content. And speaking, Brian was just on with NC State with their show. He's got that rapport with Pat. We were kind of talking about how they can joke with each other, and then you see that with Ben and Brando with the Inside Trip, for example. You bring them up. Those rat bastards didn't even jump on this thing though, because I guess they're off. So I guess they may jump into the after show or whatever, recovery time as we call it. But again, that two guys sitting at a bar, Blood Round's got that thing, the Inside Trip's got that thing, and again, working towards that. That's a tough pill to try to swallow. I mean, not pill to swallow, but tough apple to bite. I don't know. Let me throw up a metaphor, analogy, whatever it is you're trying to do. It's kind of tough. So, what is the next steps? I guess you're 12 episodes in. We've had people that have got a couple hundred episodes here. We've got guests that have had 4 episodes that are coming up later. So, again, how do you stand out 12 episodes in and try to battle for those ears? There's almost 70 something podcasts out there for wrestling.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is, and it kind of goes with the question you asked a minute ago, what am I kind of trying to adapt from being a fan? It's really, at first getting into this, it's like, oh, I want everybody to hear it. I want everybody to hear it. And I do, but it's really more about just, putting out what the teams want to put out, and people will listen, right? People will get there. I think there's a million stories in the ACC to cover and to talk about, and it's something I love doing in my spare time. And so, we just got done with the lineup previews. We've done rankings. We've done a little bit of fantasy stuff. It's just kind of trying to hit every angle of the ACC and all the stories. We talked to Tony Ramos about his upcoming match this weekend. Coach Gavin is getting back into it with the upcoming Flow 8-man bracket. So definitely have to talk to him about that. But and I know I've had a bunch of personal conversations with these coaches, and just I want them, like I said, to put out what they want to put out. So, some coaches want to talk about their university and, the great success that people can have choosing their university. And, really, I just want to hit it from all angles, and I want to hit it from whatever angle they want to put out.
Looking at the background here, we've got UGA. I mean, you got your degree from the University of Georgia, that the other Athens, if you're a wrestling thing, there's the school in Ohio has wrestling. They're in Athens, Ohio U. But Georgia, let's explain how do you follow wrestling coming, while you were in college at Georgia? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. So I actually played basketball growing up for a long time. My dad always tried to get me into wrestling, but like you said, Georgia's not, or it wasn't a very big wrestling state. And then I just went to practice one day and loved it and got into it. And I remember the first time I ever watched it on TV was the national tournament in 2010. And I got to watch Brent Metcalf and McDonough. And then I was a huge Iowa fan, right? And I still love Iowa. But yeah, I mean, I just kind of got into it. The first practice I went to, I was hooked. The first, event I watched, I was hooked. And, the first article and rankings and it just keeps going and keeps going.
When you see wrestling evolving the way it is, and then you've got podcasting everywhere, and then bringing all those things together, I guess, what was you talk about the coverage, wanting more coverage, but what made you think you could do a podcast? Because, and I don't mean that disparagingly. It's one of those things where, I'm sitting there. I mean, my idea, the genesis of this network was listening to college sports radio on my way to the World Team Trials in Madison, hearing, Sirius College XM, and it was like the Alabama coaches show, followed by the Auburn coaches show, and then Oregon. And I'm like, I can do this for wrestling. And that's kind of what you're starting there with Mac Geeks. But what really made you think is like, yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm actually going to start this thing up.
So that's an easy one. It's 100% Ben and Brando over at Inside Trip. I obviously big FRL fan. FRL was, kind of my first episode or my first show I listened to that got me into the podcasting side of wrestling. But when I found the Inside Trip and I listened to them, I probably listened to them for, I don't even know, it was probably multiple years or however long it was. And just one day driving home, like I said, kind of clicked. It was like, I could do that. I can figure out how to make this work. And so I actually reached out to them and said, I love what you're doing. I'm interested in doing it myself. Do you have any pointers? Where do I go from here? And they're awesome guys, right? They're super receptive, and they helped me kind of figure out how to get it going and kind of what direction to go with things. And they've been really helpful every step of the way.
How quickly did you learn what not to do when it comes to podcasting?
It's definitely trial and error, right? And especially when you get started, and for a while I was doing it just me by myself talking, right? So I'd be down in the basement just talking to myself, and it's hard to figure out those things at first because you really don't like listening to yourself. So I don't really want to go back and listen to my own voice. But eventually I got there, and I think you learn stuff very quickly when you forget to record something and you get through talking for 30 minutes, or you go live and it has no sound, or there's a bunch of different things that can go wrong.
We just had that issue. Yeah. It's just like, starting the last is like, we can't hear you, JB. Yeah. So again, that's the one thing I love about podcasting. And I told Sam and Jude this also, that your first show is always going to be your worst show. So is that kind of when you find that out, you're like, wait a minute, we wasted that on Nathan Tomasello?
Yeah. Well, I mean, fortunately, I've been doing it before. So
right, because you started your shows through the Home Ad Advantage kids. Right?
Yeah, and I'm still with HMA. I still do a lot of stuff with them over there. This is just kind of I wanted to start the ACC coverage, and kind of wanted it to be its own separate thing after talks with Sam and Jude and all of them. But I'm still part of the HMA team and still do a lot of stuff with them. But yeah, fortunately, I started doing fantasy wrestling stuff and then got on to HMA pretty quickly. And they really helped me a lot. And that's wild. I mean, they're wise beyond their years. So they've helped me a whole lot. And then, I got co-host Seth Gross and Jack Mueller have been over there with me. And so it's just crazy, the journey that I've been on since I've started this thing.
Yeah, to come from a wrestling fan standpoint, to be like, okay, now I'm co-hosting shows with guys that have wrestled in the NCAA finals and who don't know me from Adams going into this. It's got to be kind of cool.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely wild. Because I was a big fan, right? I'm a big fan. And, the first time, I remember the first show we ever did together with me, Seth, and Jack, because we kind of, we pulled them on as guests, and then we talked to them a little bit behind the scenes, and then we ended up deciding we're going to do this thing, and we're going to do it together. And I remember the first show, it was just crazy because I'm leading the conversation, I'm hosting this thing, and I feel like a fraud talking to these dudes that I've looked up to. Right. And I remember getting to the end of the show and kind of joking around that, you guys realize there's 6 All-American honors between the three of us. So it's been really fun talking to them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that imposter syndrome. You're like, what am I doing here? Even I've been covering the sport for over 20 years. I announced the Night of Conflict this past weekend down in Sioux City, great event that IA Russell put on. And the kid that was running the music next to me goes, how long have you been doing this? And I'm talking about PA, and I'm like sitting there going, holy crap. I've been doing this 27 years. It's like, so, and even doing it that long, you sit around and be like, what am I doing here? Or you don't want to screw things up. So you want to treat everything, like you belong. There's also the fake it till you make it. But one thing about podcasting is you can always change and drop a hat. You're not locked into a format. So when you went from talking to yourself to having guests, how have you tried to learn how to converse? Because we're all digital. We're used to Zoom calls now pretty much, but and what we're doing here. How have you learned to react and respond in a way and pick up where your guests are like, okay, this is where I know they're done talking now. I guess finding that synergy between co-hosts and guests. That's
definitely one of the hardest parts in adapting to it, especially when you're adapting to it with guys of that caliber, right? Guys, Seth Gross, Jack Mueller, NCAA champ, NCAA finalists, some of the best ever come through. And so they'll be talking about something and have an opinion, and I'll think something differently. And before I even talk, I'm like, should I say this? Should I even try to contradict what they're saying? Who am I to say something different? It's a really wild situation, but yeah, it's definitely a learning curve and a process trying to figure out, when to jump in and when to be quiet. And it's kind of one of those things you just got to do and learn on the job.
Talking tech now, this is the kind of stuff that most everybody this morning has been kind of jumping in from their computer, not necessarily in their studio, so to speak. But I see headphones, I see nice microphone. What type of gear are you running here?
Honestly, I'm still getting into that world too, right? So these headphones were something that I had for my, my Xbox. And
I've got a 14-hour stream today. I'm not wearing my basically my cans, as they would call them. I'm not wearing my studio. That's why I've got the buds today. I normally never wear these, but for an hour I can wear these. For 14, I am not wearing these things because I'll get cauliflower. I don't have cauliflower ear yet. I'm gonna just be crazy.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm starting to get that a little bit. I coach wrestling, so it's starting to get there, getting bad. But yeah, I gotta kind of maybe cover them up a little bit.
But as far as your headphones, but what type of mic are you using here?
I have a PIY painting mic. I looked on Amazon. I didn't know anything about what I was doing. And I found the best seller that was at a decent price, and it's worked great. I also
PIY painting mic.
Yeah,
I'm pulling this bad boy. I've tried to. Okay, I'm looking at this bad boy. I'm going to bring this up. Let's see. Do I want to bring it up on? I'm just looking at it before I put it up on screen. I don't know. I'm just okay. That looks. Let's bring it up on screen here, just because
it is not the most high tech thing in the world.
But it looks impressive when you're looking at the kit you get. And you know what? The way I'm hearing you sound right now, from a starter perspective, that's probably fine. I mean, I said, I would always recommend, I sent Jude an ATR 2100 because it's got the USB and the XLR. So when you grow into a mixer or an interface, but I'd say this is a pretty good place to start. And I'll be honest with you, I've been podcasting for 12 years and I've never seen this microphone before, nor have I seen it brought up on any of the shows. So that's a cool thing, although it's a condenser. So you've got a little bit of bounce back when your room treatment there, but otherwise it seems like it's a good microphone to grow from for sure.
Yeah, no, it's great. And I mean, I'm married and I have to justify my purchases to my wife.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to throw my wife under the bus on that one. So yeah, I'm with you there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm a high school teacher. And so this is what I do for fun in my spare time. I really enjoy doing it. And so it's not something that I put $1 million into right now. Maybe down the road, if I make some money off of it, then I'll put the money back into it. But, for right now, this microphone's doing awesome. And I dug up a camera, a Canon camera that I have, and I've been using that for a lot of my shows to kind of spread out my picture and have a little bit better looking studio. But, it's been pretty simple so far and it's worked.
Of course, the technology, that's where I've got, cause I'm running certain gear and, I pulled out stuff that I had from my announcing and the road gigs forever and at USA Wrestling when I start match chat out there. And now it's like, okay, now I've set it and forget it, or basically I come in, hit record, and I'm good to go. So when it comes to technology, what are you guys using? Because this is, again, you're coming in it from scratch, just like some of the other guests that are still new into it. When you want to start a show, what were you looking at? Because of course, Anchor's been popular to just pop up a show pretty much overnight. But what was the process like of getting everything from idea to actual first show distributed?
Yeah, I think you already said it. I mean, Anchor is the way to go if you're starting up. If you have ever thought about doing a podcast, wrestling, football, whatever, I would definitely check out Anchor. They make it really easy for you to record everything and put it out there, and it's super easy and it's free. And so, just like the mic and the cam and everything like that, like there's definitely things that I'm going to upgrade down the road, but it's a fantastic starting point, and Anchor's really got everything you need as a starter.
Now that your episode's in and you've got all these episodes with the Home Ad Advantage kids, and then you're out on your own, and how much time do you have to listen to other shows, rather than when teaching, having a family, and then I don't know, doing your own shows? Because that's the one thing to try to. I'm constantly swiping on Overcast. I was like, well, I don't have time. Do I really want to listen to that? No. And then I'm like, okay, I go to my non-wrestling folder, and then my non-Matt Talk folder, and then playlists and such. I'm like, yikes, is like, and then you'll see something that jumps out. I got to listen to this episode of 99% Invisible. I mean, how do you balance the other interests in listening and in production, and try to keep your mind tuned in on how to learn, I guess, the format and the medium?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, that's been another way that I've learned anything that I've done in this. It's just been listening to different podcasts. I have a bunch of them that I listen to. I try to listen to as many as I possibly can. Just to kind of learn from everybody and pick up things that I can do better. And then also it's really relevant just to kind of stay in the know of what's going on in the world, and, the different takes and different views, and, be able to talk about it. Right. And so obviously I think the majority of people that listen to podcasts probably listen to FRL, or at least started with FRL. And then obviously my Home Ad Advantage guys are awesome. They're, Jude, Sam, Mason, Seth, Jack, Tony, everybody's been doing a fantastic job putting out content for that. I love, you just had Brian on before, the Pack Mentality Poppins podcast. I was a little scared to get into all the P's. But Ward Wrestling Live has been a really great one that's on the come up. Dan Ward's been doing a great job just kind of getting a million interviews from everybody's different perspective.
It's what I love too. That's one thing about the pandemic has done is, you throw that out there, and, again, the nuance of what it is, but he's got his show now up. I actually just found it in Apple Podcasts. I didn't realize it was there because I knew he was doing the Facebook Lives, and then he's had people come in, and I'm like, one of the guests he had was a girl who wrestled my wrestling club when she was a kid, and we didn't know each other super well. It's one of those like, oh yeah, that's the girl from Smithfield. Now she's coaching a high school up in Northern Virginia, so I'm jumping in, I'm chatting, and I'm throwing the PWA references out there, and it's just really cool. It's just like the guy is just prolific and learning about the sport from a parental perspective is pretty cool. So I've definitely enjoyed watching his stuff. And then Fanco down there just left a comment in the chat what he's been doing, with his not necessarily directly related to his job at Campbell, but his Josiah's done a great job at just getting people thinking. I mean, he put lists and videos and stuff together, and then the podcast YouTube wrestling side has really blown up. And then not directly a podcast. I mean, what Zach's done with Stalemates is just kind of it's just one of those things. It's like you want to watch, but sometimes you don't want to admit you watch either. It's like, did you watch Stalemates? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Stalemates is awesome. I love it. I love it. It was very needed. And I think it's something cool because like you said, like a lot of us are busy, right? I have other stuff that I'm doing during the day. And so, there'll be something that happens and I don't have time to go search through Twitter for, an hour and figure out who said this and this comment and that comment. And so what he's doing over there is awesome. And it, wraps up everything into quick, like 10-minute videos. So I still know what's going on, but I didn't have to do all the research for hours. So.
I love his the subtle cuts. Be like, then it's just little things like that. And,
oh yeah.
He did send me a sticker and a shirt here recently. He's not jumping on the show though, but again, not technically a podcast. It's a wrestling show, but again, the term podcast has just been pretty much just engrossed everything now. But if there's one thing you want to accomplish throughout, I mean, I guess with COVID kind of limits our options here, but we've got a couple months left in the year 2020. Can't get over fast enough. But what are some things that you want to accomplish this year? While moving forward? I mean, you've talked about the goals otherwise of coverage of the ACC, but there's something you definitely know you want to accomplish with the show, whether it be on HMA or whether it be with the Matt Geeks. What do you think that's going to be before 2020 is over?
It's hard before 2020 is over because, like you said, like we don't even have wrestling until then. So I think before 2020 is over, I just want to continue to build these relationships with these coaches at these different ACC schools and, really build trust with them so that they know that, I'm coming at it from a good place and I just want to put out what's best for them. So I want to really, continue to build those relationships and be able to get out to as many ACC fans as I can, just so I can bring them all the inside scoops and news and best stories from the ACC and all these, just shine a light more on, one of the best conferences in wrestling.
As we wrap up this episode or this session, where can people find Matt Geeks? How can they follow you? Because, I mean, you're 12 episodes in, so you haven't had the saturation of a year or so, because usually it takes wrestling fans about a year and a half to really change their viewing habits or their listening habits or their website habits. So, a lot of podcasts don't make it past 7 episodes. You've done that. You've cleared that first hurdle. So where can they find you? Where can they tune into Matt Geeks?
Yeah, so we have a Facebook page and we're on Twitter. Besides that, most places that you find podcasts were available. I love Apple Podcasts. That's where I find all mine. But, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Breaker, Google Podcasts, all that kind of stuff. And then we are also on Rockfin. All of my actual show videos are posted on Rockfin, as well as all the articles and rankings and all that kind of good stuff. And we will actually have the second episode of the Virginia Wrestling Podcast coming out later today. Talked with Trent and Travis for a while earlier this morning, so that'll be coming out later today.
TP1 and TP2, yeah. It's one of them. I don't know if you brought them up one of the cars. The one of them had, I think TP2. I'm not sure which one was which, but had like this like bright yellow car when they were at the training center. I just remember it's like there goes TP2. You know which one's there. But also, you bring up Rockfin here about this series of what we're doing today, International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition. These individual episodes will be cut up, spliced up, and put up on the Matt Talk Online Rockfin channel, so you can get that. You'll get the audio earlier than the releases on our Patreon at matttalkonline.com/join the team. So I'm trying to hit them from every different angles, and of course, you're watching live here on YouTube, Periscope, Twitch, Facebook Live was going to be the thing today, but some reason their API blog blew up on StreamYard. So that's where we're at. It's cool. We've got the chats out there. We got the sways. We got everybody out there. So again, appreciate your time and look forward to what you got going on. We've got Earl Smith coming up after the break. Let's just double check. Yep, 2 to 2:30 Central Time. Earl Smith, Easy E from MP will come up. But Jacob, appreciate the time and look forward to what you've got moving forward.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
waiting patiently, Mr. Earl Smith. Easy, you got me. I'm checking my audio. I look good. I'm not unmuted right now. All the technologies.
Okay, can you hear me now, JB?
Yeah, there we go. Easy E. All right. Before we get started, I'm going to have to answer Josiah here for a question. Banco, I actually have a list at matttalkonline.com/directory. I'll type that in the chat. In case you're wondering where all these things are coming from. Oh, wow. It posts everywhere. I should have checked that out. This is the first time I've used the actual chat. But Earl Smith from theopenmat.com, the pride of Manassas Park, and the current host of Noke Wrestling News. I'm staying on brand. With
Very good
with
as
Noke
well.
Wrestling, and he's staying on brand. Yeah, he's got the gold version. And, I knew you were going to be wearing that, so I came prepared. Yeah. Now we can talk some smack here, Earl. 5 hours in, we're finally getting some real trash talk.
You got my favorite third baseman now, so I can't really say much.
They didn't make. I checked out. It's like usually if the All-Star break is not something there, I'm like, I'm gonna just. It's not like football where you can hope for the number one draft pick. Because
if you get the number one draft pick, who knows who it is?
Okay, so speaking of draft picks, there was a question I had with a buddy of mine. We're talking baseball before we get started about talking podcasting, is because Earl's a baseball guy, probably I'd say just as much as a wrestling guy.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah, just as much. And who won? The fantasy? Oh no, expansion drafts. When the Rockies and Marlins came in, do you remember who their first picks in the expansion drafts were?
I remember the Marlins was Nigel Wilson.
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna kill me.
Well, you're breaking up here, so before we get fully started, you might want to check your connection there, Earl. We're a little dicey.
Was a pitcher? I can't.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Before we get too rolling.
I don't know. It looks good.
Let's see. Let's do that. Give you full out. Because Eric started out a little slow, but looks like you're clearing up. Maybe. I don't know, but you're looking sharp here. You're also down some weight too, man. You're looking good there.
Yeah, thanks. Probably about almost 60 pounds within the last, since December or so. So I don't know. The quarantine's actually been good for that. So
yeah, we were back on the HelloFresh bandwagon for a little bit, and then I realized it's so putsy to make sometimes. And that's not a podcast plug, because I know if you're listening to podcasts, you hear about Casper mattresses and you hear about HelloFresh or whatever the other ones. But today we're talking to Earl. Earl's first podcast was Sudden History, which he came up. We gave him the name of the Dan Carlin of wrestling. And if you're a podcast listener, you know who Dan Carlin is. If you're not a podcast listener of Dan Carlin's, he was a guy that does a show called Hardcore History. And that is, these are like 4 and 5 hour epic novels of podcasts that he released every couple months. And his demeanor on the microphone was very much how Earl's Sudden History was. So that's where that comes from. So let's get back into what made you want to start Sudden History before you're fully immersed into a full-time life of wrestling media coverage.
yeah, and so I had to go back and find out who Dan Carlin was, because I had never heard of him until you brought it up. But I just had an interest in podcasting. I listened to, I think Bill Simmons were the first official podcasts I listened to. I don't even know if it was called podcasts at that time, but I had a lot of fun with that. Wanted to do some wrestling talk at that time. I think you had a little more current flavor to Short Time. Also, Richard Immel was at USA Wrestling. He had bonus points. Flo was doing their thing with FRL. And then you'd have Blood Round. And I don't know if Track had a podcast, but there's just a lot of current events. And, I just felt like, I don't know if UNC had a big win, everybody gets Coleman Scott on. Everybody that does current events, has that same one, has those same kind of, I don't want to say recycled because everybody tries to put their own spin on it. But if you're talking about UNC winning over the weekend, you're going to ask about these 2 or 3 big matches. So you're going to get a lot of the same information. So sudden history was my way of just doing something a little bit different. I always like kind of zigging while everybody else is zagging. And, I was talking to most of the time it was ex-wrestlers who have, long since competed. And I thought it was pretty cool because we go through their careers and, they talk a lot about more freely about some of the stuff that maybe hindered them during their career rather than, a guy or girl who's still competing. They may not talk about some mental problems they had or an injury. They're going to gloss over that stuff. But, talking to somebody who's been retired for 5-10 years, they're kind of a little more open with that stuff.
Yeah, guys like Daryl Vasquez and Matt Valenti were 2 of my favorite episodes from Sudden History. And then you go over to the open mat after running D1collegewrestling.net, which was more or less a passion project side thing. And then you're in full boat now with the openmat.com. We're both Virginians. We were talking to Eric Olanowski earlier about the whole Virginia thing. You're a single A guy. I was a double A guy. So we both know what winner by pen means out in Salem, Virginia each year. But speaking of the Salem area, right down the street, well, actually, technically, I think it's in Salem, is Roanoke College. And you've launched Noke Wrestling News. We'll bring it up on the screen here. This is the latest podcast offering. You've got the video component, you've got the streaming component, you've also got the the podcast component. So you've got a show with Nate Yetzer, who has spent time at Virginia Tech and Ferrum, and then now at Roanoke College, which launches. So what's the design and the impetus behind starting Noke Wrestling News through the open mat?
Well, so at the beginning of this whole quarantine deal, we're getting different guests for interviews, and Roanoke announced that they're hiring Nate Yetzer. So I hit him up and thought, it would be a person that, not everybody follows D2, D3. So, thought that would be a good guest. And, we had a good talk. And afterwards, he mentioned how he liked your podcast with Virginia Tech Wrestling while he was an assistant there and wanted to promote his new team, Roanoke College, the same way. And so we just kind of kept it. That's the Maroons. That's right. We kind of kept in contact about it. And it's been really good. I think he's a unique guy where as far as college coaches go, he's gotten 3 different jobs and it's all within the same area code. So, normally most people would kind of be like, D3 new school, who's going to pay attention to that? But he actually has a lot of connections in the Roanoke, the greater area, extending to Blacksburg, Ferrum, his 2 previous stops before that. So he has a lot of Virginia Tech fans that are interested in his teams he's coached with. So it actually has a pretty good following for a brand new D3 school.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Ferrum, when his program was starting there, he's had an opportunity to start 2 schools from scratch. And at Ferrum, I know we've featured him on the front page of or the cover of Amateur Wrestling News when I was running it there, and it was just a dynamic situation to create it at Ferrum and then closer to civilization in Roanoke College, because I think I went to Roanoke College back in I can't remember 2000 something to see a Two Skinny Jays concert, and that is the extent of my actual on campus interactions with Roanoke College. So that's also dating myself pretty good because nobody remembers those guys.
I remember the name. I was never into them, but I do remember the names. That's also dating me too.
Yeah. So Earl, when it comes to jumping into podcast, we talked about how the starting out the Sudden History and now the Noke Wrestling News. How is now you're a full-time, wrestling media guy. How has the format and the medium of podcasting really kind of changed how we cover the sport, in your opinion?
Well, I think we can have, different reactions, different, it's bringing different personalities into the wrestling game. Like, our friends at Blood Round, the Inside Trip, that's not necessarily conventional media, but they've kind of made themselves into it. You're getting different perspectives. I know I like, I don't know. It's just you're able to get out there to the people, where maybe you couldn't in an article, in the past. You can get more of a personal interaction with the hosts, and I like that as well.
What do you want to go? Where do you see the open mat now going with the podcast format? Because the previous partnership with Takedown's gone, so Takedown Radio doesn't exist. That was a podcast that was on the site for a long time, and now you've got just the Roanoke show, and that's going to grow as the program grows. But where do you see podcasting fitting into what's going to happen at the open mat? Did you get me there, Earl?
It's good you ask that, because and this is the first time I've talked. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. So next Thursday we're launching a new show on the open mat, and this is the first time that I've talked about it publicly at all. The show will be called a Synergy, since we'll call it Tom. That one match, TOM. I like that for a little abbreviation. But what we're going to do, it's going to have some aspects of the old Sudden History show, but I'm going to focus on one guest, and we're just going to talk about one notable match in their career. We're going to break down every facet of it. I actually just taped one right before we got on here, and we're going to go up to everything leading up to the match, everything, technique-wise, mentally, maybe some fallout, maybe some lead up, and kind of painting the picture of how important or why the match was important. So I already have a couple recorded. I had Wise podcasting veteran tell me when I started Sudden History to make sure we have maybe in the can, if especially if it's something that's not necessarily timely, like what I'm doing. It's not any breaking news that we're going over. So I'm very excited about that. And, I think maybe we'll see more from the open mat podcast wise.
Yeah. And it's one thing, because the larger company that owns the open mat also has some podcast offerings too. And so what is I guess the parent company's view of podcasting as it relates to this particular sports vertical?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they see it as a valuable tool, and it's it's the future, and everybody. You really have to have at least maybe one or two offerings. Whatever sport it is, whatever media, you have to have something. Not everybody wants to read articles. Somebody, people want to have multimedia. We're not in the live streaming business, but you have to have something podcast wise.
Now, one thing you've also done through this quarantine, we kind of touched on it from what Coach Ward was, Mr. Ward was doing down in Florida, is Ward Wrestling Live, and then you've kind of got the Quarant interviews. I'm not sure the portmanteau you put together with it. It's the second time today I've used portmanteau, now the third. So when you're putting these interviews together, we've become experts at Zoom and such. So how have that side of things implemented itself into the open mat? And I guess the question is why not offer those as an audio only podcast version, for example?
Yeah, it's definitely something we've considered and talked about. I think going forward, I don't know necessarily we're going to call have you, but as generally the program that we're featuring, they really get into it. So that is something we're going to look into.
All right, one thing we're going to do here quick, Earl, let me kick you out and bring you back in. I think we're getting a lot of lag on your last couple answers. So before, there's a lot of good information here that I want to make sure we get. And, it's technology. It is what it is. It's going to act what it is. So I'm going to kick you out if you want to restart your browser and come back in through the link. We'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm going to sit here and wax poetic, so I'm going to kick you from the studio. and you can come on back in. All right, so folks, again, that's what happens sometimes with technology. So as we get there, I'm going to share the screen and talk about Noke Wrestling News while Earl restarts and comes back in. Also want to answer your question, Fanco. I've been doing short time since 2013, but I started podcasting in 2008 with Wrestling 411. So if you want to hit me offline at Jason M. Bryant on Twitter or whatnot, jason@bryantwrestling.com, I can answer those questions offline. Also, while we wait for Earl to come back in, I'm going to throw out some other things you can do to support my network. Going to patreon.com/MattTalkOnline. You can also do that. Or in my favorite promo, I'm going to leave it up when Earl comes in. I'm going to put this on the ticker as Earl comes in. Let's add Earl back. Van Earl Wright, CNN Headline Sports. So, Earl, you're much cleaner and clearer now. I can see that perfectly shapen facial hair you got going on. And
Excellent.
what do you think of the promo? Like, subscribe to the Short Time Wrestling Podcast, or Tom Brands will eat you.
I'm good with it. I like it.
I like it too. So Tom Brands did not endorse this, nor does he, Earl, it's what's for dinner. I don't know if we're going to quite do that. But now we get back to the open mat and the evolution of wrestling media. And you kind of were a self-starter when it came to wrestling media, starting D1collegewrestling.net, and then having the relationships with, we go way back. We go back to discussing wrestling on the Single A Wrestling Zone and the first iteration of Matt Talk Online. I think I've said iteration 4 times tonight. But, what brought you into the world of wrestling media and really said, okay, I'm going to do this. This is the leap of faith, so to speak, of doing wrestling full time.
Yeah, so it initially started, I think it was 2007, and I had been coaching for about 3 years at the high school level and was just ate up by it, loved it, and some things came up work-wise where I just couldn't get to practice every day, and I wanted to have an outlet for my wrestling geekdom, and I just created D1collegewrestling.net. Just months of kind of researching different kind of basic information about teams, like recruiting, schedules, lineups. And then it kind of evolved into rankings and stuff. And, I did that for a couple months before I made it live. And, at the time, Flow was kind of in its infancy. I think you were just switching over jobs from maybe final days at Intermat maybe, and I just didn't think that there was that much college information out there. So I went out, made everything live, sent emails to every coach and SID in the country I could find, and said, "Hey, I'm going to be covering wrestling for the time being now." And after I do all this, and I talked to my wife, and she's kind of, I'm the idea guy, and she's the one that kind of implements everything. And so she said, "Oh, okay, cool. So what do you want to do with it?" And I said, "I don't know. We'll see." But I don't know. I got the very first person I got feedback from was Kerry McCoy, and he was a big fan of what I was doing, and it just kind of went from there. And so I just was like, okay, well, I'll just treat myself as a regular member of the media, or at least try to, and it kind of just evolved from there.
Yeah, the D1CW guy has now been retired to the Tom guy here, but now you've got lanyards around your neck, legitimate. So one thing that's also cool about how all of this has really kind of come together, especially with the wrestling podcasters, is one, the That Ain't Earl discussion. So I need to know the genesis of this story, because if you're just coming on and you're not sure what this is probably one of the more iconic things you'll see with Earl and the open the Inside Trip guys, is how they realized who Earl Smith was. And I'm all yours for your side of the story, because I've heard theirs.
Okay, so my old Twitter profile pic was at American University, and I was interviewing Mark Cody, and it was kind of a profile like this, and I'm holding up a mic or something in front of his face, and so I just had that for years. I never really thought twice about it, and so we're at St. Louis at Ballpark Village, where all good things happen after the wrestling is done. And I think maybe I was up there with you, went with other people. I don't know how it worked out, but
yeah, I believe it was. I know that Julia was involved in that somewhere. She was on the outskirts with Allie and some of the other women's wrestlers, and then I was talking to you, and then Brando and B-Law, and then I think might have been Brock Height and Mark Ativo were over there too. This is before Brock, I think, even worked for Flow. I know that there was a collection of people I knew, and they were all kind of melding together. Clayton Jack was there too.
He was, that, yeah.
You know, he was standing right behind me, just. I mean, yeah. So that's the scenario, and so then they meet Earl.
Yeah. So I'm talking to Ben Watson, and somehow we had a connection. Somehow we started talking because I was from Virginia, and he had wrestled in college at Slippery Rock for Jim Harshaw, who wrestled at Virginia and had helped coach there for years. And so we were talking about that. And Ben, one of the hosts of the Inside Trip, he asked my name, and I said Earl. And at some point I mentioned that I had a podcast and what I did. And he was kind of confused and said, you're the guy from the Sudden History podcast? And I said, yeah. And so, we're just talking more, and his co-host Brandon, he comes up a few minutes later, and Ben calls him over and is like, hey, this is Earl. And Brandon's kind of like, Earl who? He's like, Earl from the podcast. And so he's like, no, that's not Earl. Earl's an old guy. And I'm like, yeah, I'm Earl. I don't know why I'd try to imitate me or anyone else would. And he's like, no, that ain't Earl. Earl's an old guy. and
who's the guy with the flat bill hat? Come on, that ain't Earl.
Yeah. So he ends up having me pull out my ID, and sure enough, it says my name on it. And
my name is Earl.
Yeah, I used to have a glass from the NBC store with that on it. But yeah, as we were talking, I didn't realize that they would listen to the podcast, and I had one where I went through the 2008 bracket that was won by Brent Metcalf, 149 pounds, and they would say how they could fall asleep listening to my voice saying, Bubba Jenkins beat Darian Caldwell in the NCAA semifinals and so on and so forth. So they called it bedtime brackets, and that's how they knew me. And then they let me know that Mark Cody was kind of the prominently featured guy in the picture rather than me. So, I kind of thought that, wrestling people would know who Mark Cody is, but I guess that wasn't the case. And it was funny about a year after that, I was at the Beast of the East at the, Fridays across the street from it?
Yeah. It's the TJ Fridays, legendary Fridays.
And so
connected to the Embassy Suites.
Yeah. So I was talking to Jay Jaggers, and Johnny DeJulius comes up, and I introduced myself to him, and he had the same deal. He thought that I was an old guy from the picture, and so I was like, no, I don't know. I guess it must be an Ohio thing with you guys, but yeah.
I always wondered when we look at the nature of podcasting, and if this would have existed 30 years ago or something, like what would we be listening to from like Amateur Wrestling News or Win Magazine or USA Wrestling and be like, wow. I mean, what it's like, I'm just sitting there thinking, it's like, how would we break down those brackets? Like, we're talking about what's going on with people. We don't even have video of, 30 years we actually do, because into the 90s, but we get into the 70s. Geez. I was born in the 70s. I guess that counts. But we get into that era where we start limiting video. It's like podcasting along with the video is like a supplement. So we've got the video to talk about it, and then we got the talking head video, and we've also got this on-demand audio platform that we can also further talk about. So it's basically like a three-headed monster of consumption of wrestling information.
Well, it's funny. I like to joke because you know me, you're much more outgoing. I'm kind of, I can be in a group of people and I'm laid back, kind of, not as engaging in conversations and such. So I used to joke how I was a 911 dispatcher for 5 years, which involved me talking on the phone every day, all day. And then I started my own podcast. And if you'd have told me in high school that I would talk for a living and then have my own hobby, which involves talking for, maybe an hour at a time, I would have never believed you. But I don't know. It's funny how things work out, but yeah. A lot of things I do. I was a sports nerd as a little kid, so part of me thinks back to what 10-year-old little Earl would have liked to listen to, and yeah, I would have killed to listen to a wrestling or a baseball podcast.
Yeah, by the way, we were breaking up with the initial sports question. The answer was David Need.
I knew that.
Do you know who started the opening day for the Florida Marlins their expansion year?
Oh, man.
Guy smoking heaters in the dugout.
Charlie Huff.
Yeah, see, I don't have to say knuckleballer. I have to say smoking cigarettes in the dugout. That is like...
Well, that would have given it away.
That, knuckleballer. I mean, 50. I was like 50-something starting an opening day. But, yeah, that's the random... Like you said, that's 12-year-old me coming out, throwing some stuff out. Now, one thing that you've always been kind of on the listener side a little bit of, you had mentioned some of the other things, but the first time I realized that like Wrestling 411, for example, and podcasting had any type of real like mobile reach was we're in Albany or technically Troy at the Northeast Duels. And in the car, you gave me a ride somewhere, but in the car you were driving, me and Scott Casper. And I'm not sure who else was in the car. I think there might have been a Hazard. Okay, that's right. And of course, I forget my running buddy. But you had Wrestling 411 playing through your car, and it was like was it before iPod, or it was some way you had it downloaded? And I'm like, wait, you can do that? I mean, that we're talking 2008, 2009 here, and I'm like, that was the same day Chris Brown beat Mark Perry, by the way, because that was also a big topic of dinner discussion.
Yeah, I also remember we were at dinner, and the University of Missouri was kind of right there sitting next to us. And Max Askren came over and tried to get us to go over and buy him a McFlurry because he said his weight was good, but he also said not to tell the coaches. So I don't know about that. But yeah, again, that was the first time probably I could remember hearing wrestling and being able to put it on. Again, I don't think we called it a podcast. I know I didn't, but just hearing like I'd probably call it a taped radio show of wrestling. That was awesome.
Well, the momentary time we got left, any final thoughts? Because there's a lot more we can talk with Earl. He's actually been on the show in Fargo. I missed sitting next to you in Fargo this year, Earl, because last year you got the full experience, 8 days in the wonderful world of the Fargo Dome. So wrap it up before we get Tommy Bloodround coming in. He's going to be coming in here shortly, but as he's piping into the waiting room, boy, I hope he moves that camera. You can't see this, folks. Hope he moves that camera. But he's listening in. But Earl, final thoughts as we go to our next guest.
Yeah, just I love everything you do for podcasting, for wrestling podcasters. Jason's been someone I can always count on for questions, for help as far as podcasting goes, and never asking anything in return. So I appreciate that. And then just check out Noke Wrestling News. I have no idea if anybody heard me talk about our new venture, That One Match. Be on the lookout for that. That'll be dropping our first episode next Thursday with a pretty fun guest, I'd say.
Yeah, that one definitely kind of got garbled, but we'll make sure. See, you come back through, you do the right thing, you plug it. Also, his archives of Sudden History are still available on the web. Not on this network, but they're archived out there, so you can check them out. Anything else, Earl, before we have to dumb this show down with Tommy Bloodround?
No, have fun, and how are you hanging?
Just gonna leave it at that. Leave it at that. Thanks, Earl.
Take care.
It's time for Blood Round. It's time for blood. You grew up wrestling. Yeah, whatever. I don't even know the words, but leave it to our favorite wrestling crackheads, Tommy and Kevin, to not even be able to put themselves together on one show. So we welcome Tom Baranoski, not Team Poland, but Tommy Blood Round to all of us, to International Wrestling Podcast Day, co-host of your favorite beer drinking, Michigan-based wrestling podcast about beer drinking and wrestling. Tommy, welcome.
Thank you, JB. Honored to be included, and also amazing shirt. I'm really honored that on this prestigious International Broadcast Day, you would be wearing our shirt. That's fantastic.
Well, if you've been paying any attention as we put bloodround.com up on the screen, in case you're wondering if it's more than just a podcast, there's a preview guide there, which you can use promo code BloodRound, which will still be active for the next millennium, and of course Blood20 if you're an Adidas guy. But enough with the show advertisements out of the way. Okay, Tommy, 301 episodes between you and Kevin. We've had the origin story back on like when you guys were like episode 30. I mean, it's been a long time since you guys were on Short Time. Let's give us the Tom version of why Blood Round started and where it's become 301 episodes, because that's a lot of drunken talking wrestling.
It really is, and you'd think we'd find the limit at some point, the theoretical limit, but we haven't. So thanks to Oberon and vodka and all the other things out there. But in all seriousness, at the time, Kevin and I were both working jobs where we were on the road a lot. So we were listening to podcasts rather than listening to radio with commercial breaks every 5 minutes of the same 7 songs, or talk radio, or whatever you want to do. I listened to a lot of comedian podcasts, and then I also listened to your podcast, and I really enjoyed your podcast of the interviews, very professional. So we thought, let's do the opposite. Let's have a very unprofessional, 2 guys kicking back, enjoying themselves, talking about way too much wrestling, and see what happens. And all of a sudden it was 10 episodes and 20 episodes and 100 episodes. And yeah, every week when we fire up and it's episode 300 or 301 or 302 tonight, it just blows my mind, but we just keep coming.
Yeah, the International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition, you guys were part of kind of the idea behind this, because when I first discovered your show, I'm like, those guys are saying things that I wish I could say sometimes, but I don't feel like losing my media credentials or losing gigs. And I'm not talking about like controversial things. No, I just want to say F you to somebody sometimes. So, but I can't, and they'll never know who I'm talking about. But, you got, like we were talking about earlier with Jacob Hewgley, it's like 2 guys sitting in a bar talking about wrestling. That's what I love about the Inside Trip. That's what I love about Blood Round. And when we all get together, that's what we do. We enjoy our Oberons, our vodkas, or whatever, and talk about wrestling, especially for our recovery time tonight. I will be uncorking Pliny the Elder for the first time in my life. So Tony Rotundo going to share on that. But the unfiltered goodness, like an Oberon, I'm not sure if that's a show title or not, but just the evolution of this show. I mean, you and Kevin have been through this journey a long time. You guys have known each other a long time. But, when you finally sat down and recorded the first episode, what do you remember about that episode the most?
Well, it sucked, first of all.
Everybody's first show sucks, right? That's the rule.
And if I could be serious, the International Podcast Day, I encourage everybody, listen back to every one of your episodes. I've had to work on several verbal crutches of mine, and I think it's actually helped me professionally. For a while there, I actually went pinching myself throughout my daily life every time I said, If you listen back to an hour of you on the radio or somewhere, and you're saying every 5 seconds, I don't want to sound like that, I don't want to, and so I heard myself back one day say that. So I actually went around just pinching myself. And I'm prouder now that if I listen back to an episode, I don't sound like that. And we had no idea of the technical side of things. We were recording in way too heavy of episodes. Our sound quality was great, but no one could actually download it onto a device. There were just a lot of mistakes like that. And then you caught up to us after a few episodes. You're like, hey, guys, let me help you with a few tricks. And it was great. So that was a lot of props to you for that.
So here's how I remember that specifically. I discovered the show and listening at home, and then I'm sitting there going, why is this episode taking so freaking long to download? I'm on a drive up to my in-laws' place north of Garrison, Minnesota, and at the time I think I had 2 gigs of data. Now I'm way beyond that. I'm unlimited data. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, man, this thing 1%. And I'm sitting there, I should not be looking. I'm waiting for this thing to download. I'm trying to listen to these freaking morons because they're hilarious. And then I go, I reach out and then I look at, you were uploading the WAV file of a 90-minute discussion about wrestling in stereo. So in case you want to know why your overages were up around 2015-ish, it's because of these guys. Yeah, 2014, 15. The entire, here's a gig and a half of it. And so now you can use that little recorder, export to MP3. They're much faster, and they're not killing your listenership's data plan. So that's the one thing I remember about it.
And then also remember the first 2 episodes, one of us was in one ear, one of us was the other. So it's like the start of I Would Do Anything for Love when the motorcycle goes. It was actually, we were in each ear. That's
I don't get the reference. I know the song, but I don't like Meatloaf enough to actually.
In the beginning of the song, there's a motorcycle, and they record it to where it sounds.
You can tell me all you want, but I'm not gonna. It's like Kevin watching bad '80s movies that he never saw growing up. We'll actually.
It's a bad 80s song, but hey.
Yeah, we'll beat Kevin up when he actually decides to come on in a time that. Oh, see, that's what you guys did. You doubled up on the length of time here because I got a double dose of you guys now. What the heck?
We love the double team you.
This is too early in the day to get to go this route. I mean, that's maybe Kevin after the dinner time or in recovery time. But when it comes to the evolution of Blood Round, I mean, it's not just, for years it was 2 idiots talking wrestling, and that was in the title, and then you'd see it on iTunes, it'd just be like 2 idiots. So you guys have changed that to the Blood Round Wrestling Podcast, but there is now an actual age of legitimacy in terms of getting media credentials, writing articles. You guys have become a bona fide media presence. And what's that been like?
I still don't believe it half the time. Every time I put in for credentials.
Trust me, I'm the president of the Media Association. I can't believe it either.
Yeah, I honestly don't understand it. I think we kind of got grandfathered in just because we started so early, fall of 2014. I believe we started recording September of 2014, so we're over 6 years now, or I guess however you want to calculate that. But it's interesting. But I also am proud of it. I'm proud that we're able to contribute to the sport because that's really ultimately what we wanted to do: get people talking about wrestling. Figured there were like-minded individuals like us out there, and the community. As much as we get a bad rap for just being hard asses, the wrestlers running in and out of the mat and everything like that. The idea that there's so many people out there that do just love the sport and know that you don't always have to take it seriously. It's the barroom conversations after the matches. One thing that being like us, we can talk about those controversial calls. It's if you're a coach, you're an athletic director, you're a PA announcer like yourself, you can't really go, what the hell was that Iranian call? Or that seemed like homerism, or how many calls can go against one guy? Or, hey, I really don't like that call. Or we honestly feel that kid got screwed or something along those lines. People can't say that. So Kevin and I can just fire up and say that. But the community really responds well to it. So it's something we're really proud of.
Yeah, it's not something that, because Kevin has F-bombed several schools within the Mid-American Conference, and some that are no longer in the Mid-American Conference, and some that no longer have wrestling, several of which. And it's like, I'm sitting there, I'm listening to it the first time, I'm like, I spit my coffee out all over my screen. I fell over laughing because I wouldn't have been a million years think of saying that. And then, of course, you guys don't hide it. Kevin's talked about almost getting in fights with Missouri parents, and just, he wears his Central Michigan homerism on his sleeve. But again, you bring up you guys can say that. And it's one thing about the medium is also, you don't have to be a media professional to do a podcast. I mean, now you guys have gotten in there and you're getting some credentials, but ultimately you're two buddies who like talking about wrestling, drinking beer, and apparently singing on Snapchat, because you get Kevin on Snapchat, you get him singing in the car when he was still driving because there was actually work to go to. And then with Tommy, you get Remy, the basically mini-me of Tommy right now, who is just laying waste to every bit of toys or anything or any major construction sites. This kid is responsible for the Godzilla movies. I mean, you've got just a different degree of mindset and just general being wrestling fans. But you also have the aspect of you're also a wrestling official. So you've also had to be very careful of how you're saying things now, although most of your stuff has not been you're not doing Carver for Big Ten duels at the moment, but you've got also watch some of the things you're looking at as well. And how's that kind of evolved with the way you move up as an official as well?
It is interesting that there's been news about some wrestlers the same week that I actually reffed some of their matches at an open or something. So I got to go, can't really talk about him much. Or I have to tell Kevin, you might have to lead this one because I got to sit back here. I really don't want to say anything. I do believe in officiating that, well, first of all, I never expected to be at that point in officiating or in podcasting. So this definitely wasn't the plan by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't know we were going to go 10 episodes, and I didn't know if I would ever ref state meets or start reffing decent-sized college tournaments or anything like that. So both things have sort of gone up in a trajectory I really wasn't expecting. Biting my tongue has never been my strong suit in any facet of life. So, yeah, it's a little difficult for me sometimes. But I think it also gives me an interesting perspective, though, because we like to rail on wrestling fans as being crazies, but a lot of them do respect just an honest call, an honest, hey, going through criteria of maybe what that ref was looking at for that takedown or for that escape or what stalling call you would be there or from a different perspective. And I do think people have responded to that pretty well. As well, without just going, oh man, you're a homer for here, or you're a homer for that, or you just like this person, or you just like that. I do think that you can talk officiating without crossing that line and talk takedowns and talk what they're looking at and make rule suggestions and maybe give it from a perspective where obviously 301 episodes in, I love wrestling. This isn't my full-time job. I'm not making money really off of this any more than maybe a cup of coffee here and there. So yeah, I think people do have grafted onto the fact that if I'm giving my opinion, I'm giving my honest opinion.
One thing about the opinions that you and Kevin have is they're not always aligned. And it's funny when you guys will sit there and 90% of the time, I think you guys agree with one another. But then again, you've got the officiating perspective. You both coach together. And then there's also the Michiganders in you guys and things of that nature that just provide some general discourse that is hilarious. Now, with your jobs that you've had over the years throughout the course of the show, you've actually done a podcast longer than you've had some of your jobs, which is kind of interesting. And we sit there and you're talking, you'll be driving on the East Coast, and COVID has created a bit of a difference in how we record shows. Most of the time it's you guys sitting in the same room, but how have you guys worked out the pandemic struggles with recording your show and then easing back into being in the same space? And, what have those things been like to just put out the show?
I'd say the kids have been more of a challenge over the years than COVID. We got our daily jobs, and then
by having them, right?
yeah, exactly. It is kind of funny. Kevin and I both sort of got poached near the same time, so we both have changed jobs since we started this, which is interesting too. But we're actually both in incredibly better spots than we were, which is good because. We're both in that bad age of when we were getting out of college, the economy sucked. And so we've had to crawl and claw up a little bit. But yeah, the kids can be tougher. The coronavirus at first, yeah, we were kind of waiting and seeing. And then, we live about 20 minutes from each other, 25 minutes from each other. So not always the easiest to get together on a Tuesday night. I mean, sometimes we have terrible weather up here in Michigan, in West Michigan, in the lake effect snow belt, so sometimes it's easier to record using our handy H6N and doing it over the phone or Skyping or however it makes more sense. So, it's been adjustments, but the show's a lot better when we're in person. So at the end of the day, we try to get together in person.
Although, what was it? One of those where you guys, it was a snowstorm or something, you guys were caught. It's like, well, you're like, nah, I'm just turning back around. I remember that being a situation, or if it was a meet, I can't remember exactly.
No, yeah, Kevin definitely tried to come over and just got stuck. And he was just like, I can't make it. And I'm like, yeah, that's more than fine. And one day I actually thought I was going to end up sleeping at his house just because it just was sheer ice out there. Had a couple beers, so it was one of those things where you're kind of, sometimes in Michigan, weather can, especially West Michigan, it can change in a drop of a hat. And it was just one of those where it was a fine day, and then all of a sudden I went to step outside and it was a sheet of ice. It's like, well, I guess I'll go see if the main road is okay. Otherwise, I'm coming back and I might have to sleep here, Kevin.
I remember sleeping I wasn't sleeping. I was in Pennsylvania, and I had helped a friend fix a computer in Harrisburg, and where I lived between Harrisburg and Lancaster was where Mannheim was, where the NWCA was. And there was like an overturned tractor trailer like a quarter of a mile ahead of me, and I was stuck on this thing. I'm trying to beat the snow back to Lancaster, and I ended up sitting there till like 6 a.m. and thankfully I had the Wi-Fi card that they used to slide in. I mean, it was early days of the Verizon. So I'm like, I had my laptop with me because I'd left work. I'm like, hey, Pat, I'm still stuck on 280. I'm going to be late getting into the office. And thankfully I could show him pictures, so he wasn't just thinking I was making up a reason to show up late, and get him coffee like I had to do when I was late updating Intermat at 3 a.m. for Boise State, Portland State scores. But stuck in the snow, Pennsylvania. I can feel you. I can feel you there with Minnesota as well. This isn't a weather show. That's my tweets.
yeah. Real quick though, I actually thought I was going to be stuck in Louisville at the national duels. I was getting the Lowell wrestling team was helping with the New Way was helping put on the national duels. So I'm asking the Lowell people, I'm like, how is it looking? How's it looking? And they're like, some of the kids that were volunteering are taking off at 4:00 in the afternoon. I still have to rep for a while. I'm like, I guess I'm staying in Louisville for another day or two. The weather was just going to hell up here. So yeah, it'll happen to you quickly.
Yeah, and as far as we've talked about 301 episodes, you and Kevin did that show. Not that Brent Metcalf was 300 and then 301. And when you say we didn't know we would get that far. We know we were doing 10 episodes. When we're talking to Jude and Sam with Home Ad Advantage, talking about running into their heroes and such, and being able to they didn't say heroes, but it's like, oh wow, that's Tony Ramos. He just said hey, hi to me. And now you guys being wrestling fans and people knowing who Blood Round is, you've got your own not troll Twitter account that there's a Blood Round RTC account out there that you guys don't run. So I mean, in the world of social media, you guys got to come full circle of being the loudmouth goofy guys to now having loudmouth goofy guys follow you around.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I remember someone recognizing me by my voice in the stands at Indiana at the Big Tens. They just turned around and they went, "Wait a second, are you Tommy from Blood Round?" Or they're like, "I legit heard your voice." And that happened to me at a ref meeting. I said, "Hey, we're just doing this. We're rotating this way, and we'll keep everything moving. Any questions?" And then one of the guys, as I was walking out of the room, like, "Are you the guy I listen to your podcast?" So I don't know. Some of that stuff is pretty entertaining when it actually happens in real life too. Sometimes I think Twitter's kind of this, and then my real life is over here, or something like that. But it does intersect sometimes, and getting to talk to some of your heroes is great too. And some of the coaches, some of the guys like Kenny Monday. I grew up wrestling. When I grew up wrestling, I was born in '83, so when I was wrestling when I was 8, 10, 12 years old, Kenny Monday was like the baddest guy on the planet. You just, oh my gosh, Kenny Monday. And of course he has the name like a pro wrestler too, Kenny Monday. Like that's just good branding. But so that was great. And then I mean, Jay Moore hopping on the podcast. I was always just a huge Jay Moore fan.
You guys got him before I did. I've been trying to talk to him for like 3 years to get him on. I mean, I'm texting the guy like a full year before you got him. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm like trying to line him up was just like, it was like, what? Wait, what? Wait. And then you guys got him on twice. And I'm like, and then Tim Gaither was a good catch too, because I wasn't aware of him. But like, you got Jay Moore. I mean, Jay's coaching high school wrestling with Adam Hunter, who I've had on my show. And I'm like, damn, freaking Blood Round got him before I did.
Yeah, I still don't know how that was possible, but all of a sudden I'm talking to Jay Moore and he's doing Christopher Walken as a wrestling ref on our podcast, and I'm just sitting there. It's just one of those surreal moments where you're like, this is the best.
Who do you want to get next?
I'd like to get Dan Gable on. I have questions about him, but also the 1970s wrestlers like Saunders, Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor's a West Michigan guy from here. Saunders, I think, is one of those crazy, interesting stories. The Portland State wrestler, gone too soon, unfortunately. There's a heavyweight from Grand Valley who lost to Bruce Baumgartner as the 2 seed. He got upset by this young unknown sophomore from Indiana State. And then he played in the NFL. So those are a few of the targets I have right now that I'd love to go after.
Yeah, so we were standing at one place in Iowa, or Coralville technically, when the Gable was there, and then you also had the opportunity to ask some questions of Jim Gibbons and such, and get answers to some of your lifelong questions. And what's it like to be able to just kind of actually have conversations with these guys and be like, all right, and then mention it back on the show, not necessarily have them on the show, but like, yeah. So I was talking to Gable. We were at 30 Hop, and I was asking him about this. And then that's content for you guys. It's like, it's not just like I'm sitting in the stands, but I'm a fan. I'm an official, but I'm also a former coach. Like you've got the entire gamut of what wrestling people are. And then you can now share in these opportunities and share it with not just Kevin, but everybody else.
I love it. It's a blessing. But yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I'm just a huge wrestling fan, and I remember getting an autograph from Kevin Jackson at, I think, the state championships in 1994 or something like that. And he was just this imposing figure, and I'm 11 or 12, and it just stuff like that, and having those experiences, being able to ask Gibbons about prison strength, Joe Cologne. Just off the wall stuff like that, having those opportunities.
Yeah, those are questions I'm not asking him.
Yeah, it's just great. It's great, and as you know, they can tend to be a little more candid when they're not on camera.
That was also the night that 30 Hop we discovered that they had KBS on draft.
Yes,
for cheap for Kentucky breakfast stout.
Yeah, that was amazing. I was able to buy you your first ever Kentucky breakfast stout, so honored to do that as well.
Yeah, and it was. I also learned it was the wrong thing to do is when you go to an Iowa-Minnesota football game, and then gallivant around the city, and then come home, and then order the Khabib fight, and you finish the night with a KBS. That is not going to be a good morning for you, because you don't spend all day drinking Busch lattes and things of that nature, and then finish the night off with a KBS. I tell you that.
No, that's not a good dessert in that situation.
No, most of the time it is, but. As we got about a couple minutes to go here on part 1 of the Blood Round edition of the International Podcast Day. One of these things is that you and Kevin never seem to be in the same places as our friends at the same time. It's like happened very, very infrequently. And then there's times where, okay, there's you, and then Tommy, we lose Tommy, but his sister's still hanging out. So you guys don't have the best track record of being true running buddies together.
Yeah. I think we're bad influences on each other, but also we've had when I first started going to events. Actually, let me back up. When we started the podcast, we were on a pretty good run of 6 Big Tens in a row, but then Kevin popped out. His wife popped out like 3 kids in 4 years or 5 years, so that put a damper on his traveling schedule for a while there. Got to NCAs at Pittsburgh, but yeah, that is one of the rare events that we've been at the same time. Damn kids, man, they get in the way of everything. So the first 2 rules of Blood Round: don't get married, don't have kids.
Yeah, or and then there may be somebody showing up your door at 4:00 in the morning in an Airbnb in Pittsburgh. But
oh yeah, that was.
We'll talk to Kevin.
Such a rough night. That was such a rough night for me.
Yeah. Kevin's out the door as I'm showing up. I'm like, okay, this is we'll talk about that in the recovery time. But Tom, always good chatting with you. Of course, we speak. Well, we don't speak. We are in a digital conversation frequently, probably for the last, I don't know, probably I don't even know how long it's been, but I hear from this guy frequently. So check out the show at bloodround.com. Any final words before we get to our next show here on International Podcast Day, the Wrestling Edition?
Well, happy International Podcast Day, JB. You've been a big help to us. I hope people know that out there, that we just probably never would have got on iTunes or anything like that if it wasn't for you. So I definitely appreciate it. Love the show. You do a great job, and hopefully looking to be at an event with you here soon.
Sounds good. All right. That's Tommy Bloodround, because he didn't spelling his own last name, because it's hard to say, and Polish. That's all I got. We'll see Klonch later. I'm going to bring in Rob Hill from the QCA Wrestle podcast. I know it looks like Rob's got a couple issues with his webcam right now. Rob, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Jason, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
No, I can hear you loud and clear. I've got the podcast page up on the screen, so I know what the EOS webcam utility means. It doesn't like your camera for some reason. Always fun.
Okay.
Starting hour number 6. Tell you what, folks, if you're watching at home, well, you're watching. My wife just dropped me lunch. I must have inhaled it in about 2 minutes. So very helpful there. Rob, it's not required, but I mean, if you just want to just keep rolling with the audio, we can do that. I've got the podcast up on the screen if we can't get a webcam rolling. All right. You back there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you again. So again, don't really worry about the webcam if you can't get one rolling. We got you. We got the thing up on the screen. Looks like you dropped out of the chat, but we are good to go now. So if you're ready to commence, we can begin hour number 6.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go.
All right. Of course, one of our guests are already asking, do you have a face for radio? So, I mean, that may be a great introduction.
I definitely do, by the way. Yeah, you can see my podcast videos on YouTube, but you're probably better off listening to it anyway.
So our guest right now is Rob Hill. Him and his co-host Jay Zeimet host QCA Wrestling. This one wasn't really on my radar. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't really know a whole lot about the show before I put out the feeler to see who would want to be involved in International Podcast Days Wrestling Edition. So going to be a lot of this introductory questions as we begin. So Rob, let's talk about a little bit about your wrestling background and really what made you want to start a podcast about wrestling.
Yeah. So, Jason, first, I just want to thank you for having me on. I apologize for the camera, but we'll go ahead and talk anyway. So I have a kind of a unique, well, maybe not unique, but I started wrestling when I was in 4th grade and gave it a try. And about my 3rd practice in, I broke my ankle and it scared me and I stopped wrestling. And then around 8th grade, I was really into football. And you always hear how much wrestling helps football. So I tried it out again and sort of fell in love with the sport at that point, wrestled through high school. My high school team was pretty good. Davenport Assumption High School here in Iowa. At the time I was there, I wasn't a contributing member. I was JV when they were this good, but they were nationally ranked. They won Disney Duels one year. And one of the ways to describe the program at that time was it was kind of like the mafia. Once you get in, there's no getting out. So, I really got into it at that point. When I was done, I knew I wasn't a college wrestler, but when I was done with my career, my brother was getting into the sport, and he was a pretty good high school wrestler. He was a couple-time Iowa State place winner, and that kind of kept me into this, interested in the sport. Big Iowa Hawkeye fan, so we'd go to Iowa meets all the time. And about the time my brother was done, actually, I had my first son. And when he was when he was 4, I guess it was right before kindergarten, we gave him a try in wrestling, and his experience was kind of like my first one. He didn't break anything, but he didn't like it a whole lot. I was always one of my big things was always once you start something, you don't quit, at least in the middle of it, right? But after a lot of crying and begging of my wife, he talked me into letting him kind of quit at that point. So long story short, that was when he was 4. When he was in 3rd grade, he got back into it, and he kind of fell back in love with it, kind of like I did. He's a junior in high school now, and really into the sport and loves it to this day. So we've been so anyway, that's kind of a little bit of my wrestling story. One of my co-hosts and I worked together, and one of the big things we realized pretty quickly that we had wrestling in common. He's got a son in high school now as well, but we've talked about wrestling since our kids were probably in about 4th grade, and it's really all we ever talked about. We're like, you know what, we can talk about wrestling, and hopefully we can get a couple people to let us interview them, and that's kind of what started the podcast.
Yeah, and for those who are unfamiliar, QCA, you're talking Quad Cities Wrestling, and QCA, I'm guessing area? I'm not quite sure what the A would mean on the acronym there.
Yep, you're exactly right. So QC area is Quad Cities, and it's the actual Quad Cities is Eastern Iowa, Western Illinois. There's the Quad is 4, but there's actually like 5 major cities here that are sort of make up the QC area. But we expand a little bit further. Really, our coverage is about 40-ish miles from the Quad Cities, so we get a little bit out, but that's where our real coverage, that's where like the core of our site kind of started. Because we're wrestling nuts and because we like to talk to a lot of different people, our podcast, you can find a lot of different guests that aren't necessarily related to the Quad Cities as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to test my own geography here. Let's see. I'm not looking up any maps. I've got video to prove this. I swear to you, I don't have Google Maps up on my screen right now. Let's see if I can guess the Quad Cities based on what I know. Okay, Davenport, Iowa.
Mm-hmm.
Moline, Illinois.
Yep.
Rock Island, Illinois.
I believe so. Yes. Rock Island would be. Yep.
And let's see, what's the fourth? That's one on the Iowa side, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Is that Dubuque?
Nope.
No. What am I missing?
A little north, just a little north.
Okay, it's in Iowa. What could I be missing? And I'm trying not to look at the screen here because let's see. What I give up on the Iowa, the second Iowa city.
Okay, it's Bettendorf. It's Bettendorf.
Iowa. I should know that. I know people that wrestle. People know who we're Bettendorf. Okay. But again, okay, so I got 3 of the 4, so I got 3/4 of the Quad. I feel good. I know that there was the Quad City Bandits used to be a baseball team there, if I'm not mistaken. I think they were an Angels affiliate way back in the day. That would be my my reference there. But as we get to what's going on with the podcast, so looking at some of the first shows. So your first show launched this year, so we're only a couple months old with Jacob Rudiger. Now the name Rudiger is the same family, if I'm not mistaken, of Rudy fame, because Rob Sherrill once told me, there's a bunch of brothers all named Rudiger that all were high school wrestling coaches. So, one, am I somewhat correct there? And 2, why was that the guest to kick off the show?
Yep, you are exactly right. Rudy Rudiger is Daniel Rudiger. That's the famous name. His family is full of wrestling coaches, and they're all, maybe not all in Illinois, but that's where they're really known is Illinois. So Jacob is a great guy. He's a Moline High School wrestling coach in Illinois, and he happened to be, he put it like he's our guinea pig. We know him pretty well, and we knew he had some good stories, so we were like, hey, we're gonna try this. Would you mind being our first guest? And he was happy to join and had a good time talking with him about it. They actually, Jason, they have a really cool thing called the Rudiger Cup, where there's so many wrestling coaches in the family. For years, they would go to the same tournament in Illinois, and whoever won the tournament got this hilarious looking trophy.
Yeah, I remember coming across that story, and Rob knows his Illinois wrestling like crazy. And I'm sitting there in Fargo back when they had the paper brackets, and I'm flipping through, vertical pairing, and I see Daniel Rudiger at the top of a list of on a page at like Cadet 112, and I'm at the time doing features for USA Wrestling, and I'm like, hey, Rob, any relation? He goes, yeah, it's his nephew. And then he tells me the story about how, kind of like the Rudiger Cup, he said they also used to wrestle in a quad against each other. And it was what Joliet, Moline, and all those schools kind of there where they were all coaching. And I thought it was interesting. And so I interview Daniel Rudiger, who then again went to wrestle at Northern Illinois for a bit. And he ends up being an All-American that year. And it was like, and his nickname was Rudy. And it was just, of course, I'm guessing Rudy. Everybody gets called Rudiger. But it was definitely an interesting story. And as I went back and was researching the podcast here, I'm like, wow, Rudiger, there's a tie right away. But looking at the guests, you got some legendary Iowa names here. People know the Trezino family throughout the Quad Cities, Illinois, and the wrestling in Iowa. And then Chuck Yeagle, of course, NCAA champ, longtime wrestling official. Paul Bradley. This is a guy I got to know when taping a movie down with Gable and Randy Lewis. He now doing some, obviously doing the MMA and then doing some coaching down at Queens as he's working on his master's. So I'm just impressed that you guys are 32, 33 episodes in, and the cross section is tremendous. So, what's it like learning how to podcast with such a diverse group of guests?
Well, it's been a lot of fun, first of all, but so Jay, who couldn't make it today, Jay worked last night, unfortunately, and he thought he'd be able to get up by now and talk with us, but he that didn't happen. But anyway, Jay is our networking guy. He seems to know just about everybody around here. So he really sets up a lot of our interviews. It's a lot of fun, a lot of diversity there, like you mentioned. One of the really fun ones, somewhat early on, we did a referee, Chris Meineke, has been a referee in the Eastern Iowa area for 24 years now. We wanted to, and I know some other guys have done this. Blood Round obviously has a lot of good referee stories. We wanted to get, a perspective from the other guy on the mat, So there's a picture of Chris right there. Yep. He's been around this area a long time and had some really good stories to share from the referee's perspective.
Interestingly enough, on our screen there's all 5 pro wrestling podcasts. I actually listened to 2 of them, but that just one thing about the podcasting thing when you jump into it is the technology behind it. Right now, you said you do some video, but what was the thing that you discovered quickly that okay, we're gonna have to evolve a little bit. There's a learning curve here with starting a podcast.
Yeah, really quickly. So I do all of mine. We do it taped. I haven't done any live, so that's part of my. Actually, I want to start doing it. It's kind of fun, but I haven't done any live interviews yet. So one of my biggest things was editing software.
Okay.
Just doing some research. I know there's a lot of free ones, but one of the actually, I guess it was a really good opportunistic COVID situation. Apple's their Final Cut Pro, they were doing a 90-day free trial. And I was like, you know what? I might as well try it. If in 90 days we're not doing this anymore, no, I didn't lose anything. If we are, then I'll go ahead and buy it. And we still are. We love it. So we went ahead and got that. But learning that software definitely took me it was a little bit of a challenge for me. A lot of YouTube videos, a lot of learning on the fly from watching other people do it on YouTube. But
so you guys you record a video and then you distribute it, and then the audio is what's put out on iTunes and such. That's how I'm understanding it?
Yeah. Yep. So what we've done so far, almost all of ours have been done through Zoom, and which is, again, we learned about Zoom through COVID, and obviously that's where a lot of people started using Zoom. But so we just record the video through Zoom. I put it into Final Cut, do whatever editing I need to do, and then you can export it as an audio file, and then in a video and an audio file. So I upload the videos to YouTube and Facebook, and then I do the audio file to Anchor is what we're using currently. But
yeah, it's one thing is when I jumped in on Final Cut Pro, I was talking with Kyle Klingman on one of our earlier segments, is that's what we used to edit Wrestling 411 with, and coming in blind on that software, ooh boy, yeah. I mean, granted, it's a lot different looking than it was 12 years ago when I was playing with it, but I remember using it at USA Wrestling, and yeah, it's very versatile. It's like one of the industry standards in terms of editing, but and then exporting the audio. So I mean, one thing that we were told in podcasting is if you do audio, figure 1 minute or 4 minutes of editing per every 1 minute of showtime. They say with video, that's usually 8-1. So how much has your editing time gotten better? I remember my first show, Wrestling 411, it took me probably 16 hours to edit a 1 hour show. And then I got down to, 3-4 hours and whatnot, but definitely a learning curve. So how much is that post-production totally, kind of weaned itself down, I guess?
Yeah. So I would say, I'm still pretty low tech. Like obviously you can tell my camera's not even working right now, but I've got AirPods in, and then I use just the camera built into my MacBook. And then editing wise, so Final Cut Pro, and then in terms of like an intro and outro, all I've used so far is GarageBand, and I'm sure there's a whole lot better programs out there. But once I sort of standardized my intros and outros, then I could finish those up in about 15 minutes each episode. And then for like an hour-long podcast, I'll bet it takes me maybe 2 hours of editing at this point. It definitely was a lot more than that. I bet it was more like 4 or 5 for sure at the beginning. But yeah, it's like anything, you keep practicing, you keep getting better. And I still, because I recorded, I'm able to tell my guests, hey, I'm probably going to screw up, but the good news is I've gotten decent at editing, and so I can fix it. So that's always a crutch that I still have, for our episodes.
Yeah, definitely a work in progress on how you learn that software. And now from the audio side of it, I'm not going to make recommendations in terms of there's no paid advertisement. I've mentioned Book Like a Boss for scheduling. We've talked about Anchor for hosting and whatnot. One thing I found is if a lot of people through work, again, discovering it through COVID, was with the Adobe suite. So if people were using desktop publishing, had InDesign, had Photoshop, had Audition, had all this other stuff. And that's how I ended up using Adobe Audition. Audacity's out there. That's a free one. Hindenburg Journalist is a good one that's inexpensive. Reaper has been making a run. So if you're out there, kind of new and trying to move from one software to the next, those are some of the ones that get recommended. Those are also some of the ones that are out there that you'll get a lot of tutorials on. When we get away from the tech and we look at, the wrestling side of it and the synergy with a co-host, sometimes that's, Kevin and Tommy with Blood Round. I just talked to Tommy on before this, is that relationship and whatnot. And how do you go from just being friends talking wrestling to somebody to friends talking wrestling somebody and recording it for everybody to see?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Jay and I, we've known each other for a really long time, but it definitely is a little bit of an interesting dynamic to record that our interactions and having it available for everybody. I would say it's been pretty smooth. There's definitely times where we'll find ourselves talking over one another, and then there's been more than once where we'll start talking, and then literally both of us will say, "Oops, sorry." I'll say, "Sorry, Jay." He'll say, "Sorry, Rob," and then so there's those times, but. Overall, not too bad. Not too bad. We both know we have our kind of our roles. I've got more, even though I'm not great, obviously, at it. I do most of the tech jobs. Like I said, he's our networking guy. So he's the one. Doug Schwab was an interview we wanted to get on for a long time. Doug probably got tired of Jay sending him messages, but we finally ended up getting him. And if it wasn't for Jay, there's no way I would have ever gotten to talk to Doug Schwab on our podcast. So he does a lot of good work, for us.
Yeah, episode 30, you got an Olympian out there, so that's also one you got to. I'm going through some of these names too. What's cool is the names that I remember. I mean, I remember Lambros photos. It's like outside of that area. I'm wondering how many people remember that name, and that's the one that I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. But his career didn't pan out as much as people thought it would at Illinois. I think injuries played a role there, but I remember him from Fargo being just a hammer. So, what's it like to get those guys in and maybe touch on some of their careers that may be kind of a, I guess, sticky subjects to some people?
Yeah. So one of the really cool things Lambros shared. So I wasn't all that successful. I was a pretty average wrestler, but being able to hear a lot of these guys who had super good careers, especially like Lambros, like you said, he had a couple injuries once he got to Illinois, but he had an amazing high school career. I believe he's actually his high school where he's coaching at now is United Township. I believe he's the only 4-time state place winner ever out of that high school. And to do that in a large school in Illinois is tough. So one of the stories I really enjoyed from him had to do with his middle school wrestling and how he would go to practice and then he would have to run. I think he said 4 or 6 miles or something crazy like that. He'd go from his middle school practice and he'd run all the way over to the high school practice and then wrestle the high school practice as well. I know I didn't have the drive for that when I was in middle school. Stuff like that's pretty impressive to me for sure. Another really good story, actually, we just recently posted on Instagram and stuff too. But Brent Metcalf is one of my favorite Hawkeyes, and obviously now he's at Iowa State. But his story, he told us about winning the Pan American Games. Obviously, I knew, his big goal was Olympic Games. That's what everyone wants, right? But he said he won the Pan Ams, and it's customary that they get the flag, they take the picture with the flag, maybe they do a lap around the mat.
Victory lap, yeah.
Yep. He said for him, he wasn't happy, right? He's like, yeah, I won Pan Ams, that's great, but I'm not celebrating. This isn't the Olympic Games. So it was just interesting hearing him how even the Pan American Games, it was just another box he was checking on the way to his bigger goal. Like I said, I never really had that mentality myself, but hearing some of the great, super successful people in the sport, hearing those stories, and then my hope is, I know I make sure my sons listen to some of these, hoping some of these younger wrestlers can learn, some of the lessons from the past guys. That's pretty special.
So as this was born out of COVID, obviously your start date kind of coincides a couple weeks after everything shut down. I was actually in Cedar Rapids at the Division IIIs when the word came down, and since then we've seen programs cut from wrestling. We've seen over 370 teams around all sports, and it sometimes makes you wonder where the future of sports is going and how you cover it. So what do you guys want to get out of the show, and what's it been like to try to do something to, more or less like, okay, let's keep ourselves busy because there's no wrestling for us to watch?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things we talked about when we first started was one of our goals is to get more attention just in our area specifically. So we did start it definitely during COVID. We started our Facebook page just a little before COVID kind of hit, and we were talking about kind of starting just sort of like a small media company, just trying to talk, get the word out there about some of our kids. We've got a couple of really good sites here in Iowa. IA Wrestle, I know you're definitely familiar with. Tony will be on here in a little bit. The Predicament is another one that they do pretty well. But rightfully so, their big focus is on the upper echelon guys, right? Like the definitely the top kids in the state, the kids who are nationally ranked, they're getting a lot of airtime. But there's a lot of other, we've just figured there's a lot of other people who we can just help highlight is all. So another part of that, Jason, I'm sure this is similar everywhere, but in our area, there's somewhere, this is just a kind of a guess, but I'd say there's close to 30 schools with wrestling programs. About 4 or 5 of them seem to be sort of just head and shoulders above everyone else every year, right? They're the tough, tradition programs. So one of the things we've been really focusing on, and we're going to continue, is just help highlight every program. Some of the guys that we've had so far, they've told me, "Hey, I'm surprised you want to interview me." My thing is, we really want to talk to everybody. We're hoping one of our goals is just to help every program get more wrestlers, get more people excited about wrestling, and hopefully their teams can be more competitive. But at the very least, more kids in the sport, more kids learning the lessons that that wrestling can provide.
The one thing I love about shows like yours is in the Inside Trip and Blood Round is it's two people that love talking about wrestling to one another. And was there any hesitation about when you get the idea to start it and be like, you're putting yourself out there? There's got to be a little bit of confidence, a little bit of ego to say, all right, I'm going to put myself out there. And it's one of those things where you want to avoid imposter syndrome. Who the heck cares what I think? How do you put that away and be comfortable enough to start from scratch in the middle of a pandemic? Like, we're going to talk about wrestling and we're going to do it and we're going to put ourselves out there. What was was there hesitation there? Yeah, there was some for sure. So last year I spent a lot of time just writing articles and stuff like that for Tony Hager. And when I started sending Tony stuff, he was telling me, "Hey, people are liking this." And honestly, I thought he was kind of just messing with me. I was like, people really care about what I have to say. A little bit anyway. At least, he wouldn't tell me if that wasn't true, I didn't think. But what I was doing, what kind of started my whole idea of starting a site was every tournament I went to, I would research all the top kids that were there, what they're ranked, who they've beaten. I'd put together like relatively elaborate spreadsheets and I'd send them to our coaches. Like Coach Dan Knight is my, my son wrestles at Bettendorf. I'd send it to Knight. I'd send it to a couple of my other buddies who are kind of wrestling nerds, kind of like myself. And anyway, so I sent one to Hager just to see, like, hey, is this something you might like? And he was excited about it. I'm like, man, if he thinks it's cool, maybe I do have something that people might be, potentially interested in hearing. So, but there was definitely hesitation at first. Yeah. And then the other part, Jay Zeimet, my co-host, has made me laugh a couple of times. He's like, have you noticed people looking at you different? Have you noticed like people maybe recognizing you a little more? I'm like, no, but I honestly don't really pay attention, that much to others out in public. He's like, man, I'm getting a lot of funny Facebook friends that I've never, not funny, but like new Facebook friends, people that I didn't know, So Jay's definitely mentioned that it's kind of a different dynamic, having our faces out there. Yeah, it's one thing too, the Facebook friend thing, and I get that a lot. And again, I'm to the point now where it's like Jake Herbert taught me that when you need to like purge your friends list, it always starts to do it. You do it on the birthdays because those are the people that show up. So you're basically unfriending people on their birthday, and it's not personal. But I'm also at the point where right now on my Facebook, it's kids and wrestling podcast links. I'm really kind of boring, and I probably like I said, I don't want people to be offended if I don't accept it because there's a ton of people that I don't really know that I just need, you know what? I'm getting kind of off of Facebook personally. It's just, okay, there's a link to Instagram of my kids. So they're looking at me differently now. It's because I unfriended you. And I don't mean that personally. But in the last bit we got left as we talk about QCA Russell, what's next for you guys? How long do you see this thing going? And I guess as a passion project, like podcasting is for so many people because it's not a business venture, what do you really want to get out of it?
Well, I think I could see this going for quite a while. I know for me, it's one of the only things I ever really think about is wrestling. You know, like anytime during this COVID time, it was especially hard because there was none, right? Like just watching old wrestling matches on YouTube. Found some awesome. Actually, Josh Jeva we had on the podcast. He was a former Iowa wrestler. He mentioned the Guru Archives is an awesome Instagram account to follow for old time, wrestling stuff. So I spent so much time doing all of that anyway. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of talking about wrestling. And Jay, his son, he's mentioned his son's a senior. So he's in the college decision-making mode, trying to figure out where he's going to go. He's like, once he's off to college, he's going to have all sorts of time. So we're definitely going to be working to get some streams, just doing some live events, stuff like that is sort of what we're hoping to do. Iowa Wrestle just did an awesome Night of Conflict. I know you were there, and it was a blast. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it, but I watched it, of course, and we're hoping to do something like that, Quad City based, here for our local kids someday as well, and just hopefully keep growing the excitement around our sport here, at least here locally.
All right, Rob, appreciate it. And the insight in what makes QCA Wrestle tick. You got the screen up there if you want to check it out, if you're an Iowa fan or if you're an Illinois fan or if you're just a fan of wrestling and hearing some new voices. QCA Wrestle podcast right there on the screen. So, Rob, appreciate the time. And next time we chat, we'll see you face-to-face.
Absolutely. I'll get that camera fixed. I'm sorry again, Jason, about that, but thank you very much for having me on, man. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Heyo.
Yo, guys.
We are going an hour, 6 hours, 28 minutes, 58 seconds, and we go to our next group here on International Podcast Day, Wrestling Edition. We're going to be talking some fantasy college wrestling. Yes, it's a thing. It's a thing. It's a thing. Tony DiMarco, Todd Szewczyk. He's actually spelling his name phonetically, so I don't have to go through the Polish CZYXQLMNOPs. So
you didn't know there could be that many letters without a vowel, did you?
How many world championships have I been to? Come on,
That's true.
I was looking at it. I'm like, Well, initially I was going to be like, how would I say that? So I was thinking a check on the end, but I was okay. So I was going to go Szewczyk. Yeah, I wouldn't have been completely wrong, but
I shouldn't have helped you. I should have just seen what would have come out of it.
That would be bad journalism. I mean, come on. You'd be like, well, you didn't do your research. Well, shut up. So already we are going right into the goofiness with this one, but we're talking fantasy college wrestling podcast for all your major decisions. Tony DiMarco, Todd Szewczyk, welcome to International Podcast Day.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us, man.
All right. So Tony, you've actually been a patron of the network there for a while. One, I appreciate that. First, and it's not your first shout out, but thanks for that. And I will hide the real names of Twitter personalities. We'll leave that alone. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. But first off, I've been doing. I used to do the fantasy wrestling thing, and it was really before I. Right now I can't do it because of my role with the NCAA, and the term still kind of gets related to. It's in some places it's gambling, some places it's not. So that being out of the way, I used to be in a group with thewrestlingtalk.com, which was an old forum that was a great group of people, and we did this fantasy wrestling, and it was such a brutal thing. And like whoever had, I had the insight because I had all the schedules and such with Intermat when I was there, and it was like, it was still just like, it was hard to put together. It was like, how do you really do it? And now we've come to the point where we've got all the results, Track Wrestling, WrestleStat, Flow Arena, all that stuff. So something like what you guys are doing with a fantasy college wrestling podcast can actually exist.
Yes.
That out of the way, Tony, who had the idea for this? Who came up with it? Tell me the origin story of the fantasy college wrestling podcast.
So the origin story really goes back to after I graduated from college. And so I started wrestling when I was in 6th grade. Actually, Todd was my coach in high school. And I started in 6th grade. The head coach was the middle school gym teacher, and he had like a 2-week program of teaching wrestling and everything. I had never wrestled before. I was a soccer, baseball kind of kid. And at the end of the 2 weeks, we had a takedown tournament. I did really well at it. He took me aside. Chris Mott's the head coach at Unionville at the time. And he goes, hey, maybe you should try out, come out to the wrestling team, 7th grade, everything. Got involved with it, loved it, went all the way through high school, choked 3 times at districts, myself personally. And then ended up wrestling at Elizabethtown College outside of Hershey, Pennsylvania, under Eric Fresh Walker. Yep.
Over the Blue Jays.
Yep.
I know you town very well.
And I was the probably utility guy between 65 and 97. Still a little mad. He never got me in that heavyweight exhibition match, so I could say I wrestled half the weights throughout college. But after graduating, I came back, started coaching with Chris Motts and Todd here, and Todd and another coach, Ian Crampton, had been going to nationals for a few years, and they always would talk about how they loved it. I was a terrible student. I didn't follow Division I wrestling throughout my career, and I wanted to get involved. I wanted to be a part of that because it's the stories that they come back with are fantastic, and everybody knows watching, being there, just the drama, the storylines, everything like that is fantastic. And so I needed a way to motivate myself, and we came up with the idea of starting a fantasy wrestling season, where not just the typical, end of the season March Madness kind of thing, picking your 10 wrestlers, but doing a full season long, every match kind of matters type thing. And then we did modifications with ranked wins. So if you beat Spencer Lee, you get 6 extra points on top of your match or things like that. So that's where it really started. And then with WrestleStat coming out with basically the first commercially public product, like platform for wrestling, I thought, well, we do it. Why don't I just put on paper what I'm doing basically every week, listening to every podcast I can, going on every mat forum, going on every, school flyer or press release or anything like that, and just kind of list things. And it turned out that it was easier to talk about it, like doing a recap and everything, than just writing the articles. And that's why our podcast kind of started in week 3 of last year. we missed the first 2 weeks. But like most podcasts, Todd and I and a bunch of other friends, coaches, sit around, drink, talk wrestling. And we thought, why don't we just put it on a podcast? It can't be the craziest thing that's on the internet, I'm sure. So maybe somebody will listen to it.
Definitely not the craziest group of guys that want to sit there and talk about wrestling. Now, Todd, you look frozen here for a minute as we're about to go to you to get your perspective. But or he's just in that deep thought. So Todd, I'm gonna kick and I can kick him. That's one thing about StreamYard. I can kick and now he can come back in. We can continue the conversation. I think he's going to get the hint, or you can text him. But so where is home for you? Because I hear E-Town. I'm thinking that's definitely 717 area. Are you still around there?
No, I'm actually outside of Philadelphia. So those familiar with Southeast PA, Delco Pride, outside of Westchester, Pennsylvania, Glen Mills specifically.
Okay, yeah. So I know Westchester. I've heard of Delco. So also you might want to text him to jump back in as we fill the time here. So when we get to here he comes. So we'll add him back. There he goes. See, you got the hint, Todd. You're good. So now explain the relationship. You said you were his coach, and how does he talk you into doing this podcast?
Oh, he just brought it up one day. He goes, "Hey, we are doing our fantasy league for a couple of years," and he said, "Would you be interested in talking about it, like in a podcast?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's that'd be great." And we started, just kind of off the cuff. We would just bring up some stuff and talk fantasy wrestling, but also talk about the college landscape, transfers, who was redshirting, who was gray shirting, possible backups, guys who would send to open tournaments, and it went from there. And I think we started with 4 listeners. I think we're up to 12, so we've tripled our audience, which is great. But it's been a lot of fun, and its show has really grown. And we got off tangent a lot, but we're always getting back on track, and we're talking about wrestling. A little harder now with COVID because there's not much wrestling going on, but excited to hopefully get some of the season in and see how we go from here with our fantasy wrestling podcast.
One thing is also, you add a video component to things, you add audio components to things. We've seen that all across the board. I'm just impressed by the bottle collection you got back behind there, Tony.
Thank you. That's kind of my other geeky side. I collect like old medicinal bottles, whiskey bottles, things like that. So, got to show it off, right?
I'm going to zoom and see. I'm going to bring it up. Okay, so obviously you've got the wrestling branding there. So
right,
which ones do you drink? Which ones do you don't? Because I'm trying to get a lay of the land here because we've got you on the screen.
All these are medicinal bottles. Warner's Safe Cure. Right, where is it? Here is the Bud Light that I won from when the Eagles won the Super Bowl, and Bud Light paid for my 6-pack, so that doesn't get drank. Fancy Trophy. Where is it? Here, right here, if you can see it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. But don't drink any of these. I mean, they're from the 1800s, so maybe not drinking too many of those.
There might be actual legitimate snake oil in some of those, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have anything that says snake oil on it?
No, but
that would be cool. Because if you're talking medicinal bottles and collector's items, that would be something that would be so meta. It's like, look, I actually have snake oil.
Right. Well, here we go. So not even on our podcast, we're going on a tangent. Hubert Warner from Rochester fame, he used to sell safes. He got Bright's disease, a kidney disease, took this kind of snake oil medicine, says it cured him, bought the patent, and then started selling his own Warner's Safe Cure, which had a big picture of a safe on it because back then it was all about pictures. Not everybody could read necessarily, so you go with symbolism. And he became one of the largest patent medicines from Rochester, Toronto, London, Czechoslovakia at the time, Melbourne, Australia, worldwide. So he's one of the biggest patent medicines until the Food and Drug Administration kind of shut him down because he had to actually put what was in his concoction.
See, now he does infomercials that are not approved by the FDA. So
right.
We see a lot of TV. Todd's just like, what are you guys talking about? Now, I'm sure you've heard a lot about this. Now, when we get to the podcast side of it, but it's the guts of the podcast here with Fantasy College Wrestling, because what we did with the old Wrestling Talk League, 15 years ago through message boards, we'd have a draft, and it'd be through a thread or AOL Instant Messenger or something like that, and then we'd have our picks, and then you'd set your lineup and like have 1 or 2 flex, meaning it's pick a weight, and you scored your points based on dual meet scoring, even though if it was a tournament or a dual meet or whatnot. So how is the scoring format set up for Fantasy College Wrestling for you guys' league, and how did you guys come up with it, and how has it been altered over the years?
So when we started, we thought about doing just straight dual scoring, plus minus whatever the result was.
Yeah, 6 for fall. If you don't wrestle, does your backup get points if nobody's got him drafted? Basically, a handcuff now is what we call it in fantasy football. But all those things obviously taken into consideration.
Yeah, that's how we started, and then we found out that that kind of prohibits me starting Nick Piccinini if he's wrestling like Jack Mueller, because why am I going to take that risk? I'd rather go with like Joe Manchio from Columbia, who's wrestling maybe a Sacred Heart or a Harvard guy or something like that. Maybe a better matchup.
No disrespect to those programs.
No disrespect.
Let's be real.
Matchups. It's all about matchups.
Matchups.
And and another tangent. That's kind of what I like about this fantasy wrestling aspect, is that not just the guys of notoriety. Any wrestler on any team can be the guy that you pick up that can win you that week, which is fun to look at because you're going through entire rosters. You're looking at the SoCon, you're looking at Big 10, Big 12, everybody. You're looking at maybe that backup or red shirt that's going to an open tournament, maybe not this year, that can win you that tournament, and he's going to score more points than Spencer Lee would have if you started him in one match. But
so are you picking rosters to start the year, or is it like almost like a daily fantasy kind of thing?
So our personal league, it's a year-long thing. So we draft with the intention of that's the team that you're bringing the nationals as well. And we have like 3 tournaments in. You do total points. We do a head-to-head kind of dual tournament format, and then national tournament. Those are our 3 kind of in-season games. But we found out quickly, like I said, kind of not putting the guys against tough competition was kind of hindering the whole aspect of why we wanted to do this. So we started implementing bonus points. So based off of rankings, we would choose a ranking provider. And if you beat the number 1 guy, you get an added 6 points. If you lose to the number 1 guy, you only lose maybe -1 point if you lose by decision. So the risk reward was a little bit more so to put that tougher matchup in. As I think what WrestleStats kind of seen, there's a lot of things that are in flux year to year. You start running into bugs and rules and results that kind of skew everything. So I know the guys at WrestleStat are doing an awesome job. They're putting in new customization for league managers and things like that, which is going to be awesome. I'm just hoping we have a season that we can actually use it, you know?
Yeah, and so Todd, where do you come in terms of the discussion points? What are you looking at? What are you analyzing to make things to balance out Tony here?
I usually bring some comedic relief, or at least I try. And just personal insight from experience from my wrestling days. Like Tony said, I've been following it a lot longer than he has. I've been following wrestling, even college, since not in the early '90s. I've just always been around wrestling. My dad was a wrestling coach. Loved going to Division I nationals. Even watched it back in the day when it was on at 2 a.m. on ESPN. They wouldn't even show it live. They would do the replay late at night. But it's really amazing how much the sport has evolved, even just in the last handful of years, to the point where there's enough interest in the sport to actually have fantasy wrestling now and to have a podcast and talk about fantasy wrestling. And there's wrestlers that are interested in listening and participating. And, we get comments like, hey, why wasn't I mentioned in your, 125
yeah, that was going to be my next
preview,
question. It's like,
yeah,
people get mad. Hey, I was going to score a lot of bonus points this week. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not perfect. It's a work in progress. Obviously, the one problem with fantasy wrestling that you don't have maybe in other sports is who's going to wrestle and who isn't. I mean, for football, they have to tell you if they're, even if it's a game time decision, they'll say, well, he may go or may not. But if they're out, they tell you that they're out. For wrestling, you still have an issue with guys that you start, and I can't wait to start this guy at the Midlands, and then he doesn't show up at the tournament, and that just killed your, whatever weight class it was for the weekend. So trying to adapt, adjust, overcome. Hopefully we can get something implemented where if somebody doesn't wrestle for some reason, you can spot wrestle somebody else. But yeah, it's been great, just following how the sport has evolved and how we're trying to evolve with it with our fantasy wrestling rules.
I know when we were doing the Shane Jensen was the guy that was behind the fantasy wrestling on the Wrestling Talk, years ago. And, we've had a couple people that were involved in that league. One guy would make so many trades. I'm like, come on, dance with your date, man. And it was like, I think he made probably 100 and he won because he was trading every single week. I'm like, come on, man. I mean, I've had Mitchell Polkowski from Northern Colorado on my team for 6 years because he took an LDS mission in between there too. In terms of formatting it, And because I listen to Fantasy Pros podcast, and obviously since I've been listening to that show and using their tools for fantasy football, fantasy baseball, my performance has improved. There are people that actually spend a lot of time looking at this stuff, and when you look at that, and then there's more than just one fantasy wrestling podcast out there too. I mean, we talked to Jacob Hewgley earlier about what he was doing with HMA Fantasy, and there's various ways you can have a fantasy wrestling league, but what makes you, is it the show more about your league, or is it about anybody out there? It's obviously catered to that scoring, but where's the enticement for people that aren't in a league to maybe get into it, or that maybe in other leagues, because they're kind of, I don't want to say underground, but they're underground in terms of how they find listening to your show beneficial to them if their scoring is different, for example.
Yeah, we cater mostly to like a WrestleStat scoring platform. So whatever WrestleStat's doing, we're kind of going like ordinary scoring through that. So because that being commercially available, because it is very time consuming, it's labor intensive to score your own. I know from doing it in the past 7 years, having to wait for that 11:30 p.m. East Coast start time for the Oregon State, North Dakota State match, and what's his name? Armavir Desi being the last match of the night. You have to wait to see that result before you can input it. Being that WrestleStat is available to anyone who basically gets a free login and pays the fee, whatever it is going to be this year. That's kind of who we cater to. That's who our podcast is aimed at. So you have a week that you're not sure you want to start this guy. You don't know who you should pick up. This guy is injured. I don't think I can start him. Who should I pick up instead? We're the podcast that hopefully, we're giving some insight and opinions that you take into consideration. Obviously, the buck stops with the actual league manager, but hopefully we can provide some insight to, who you should pick up for the week.
Yeah, we try to show you matchups which are more favorable for certain wrestlers. So maybe you have a Pat Glory at 125, and you also have Nick Piccinini or Spencer Lee, and we show you the different matchups, and maybe one's going to do a quad meet and the other wrestler's just going to wrestle one dual meet, and we'll say, hey, if you have both of these guys, you might want to wrestle Pat Glory this weekend because he's going to wrestle 3 matches where Spencer Lee or Piccinini is only going to wrestle 1. So you'll get more fantasy points if you start the other guy this week. Not saying that the other guy's a better wrestler, but there are certain situations where it's advantageous to start one wrestler over another. And it could even be like, your backup that's going to an open tournament or another tournament where your starter is only going to wrestle in 1 dual meet. So you may want to go with that other guy that's going to that tournament. Even if he takes a loss and finishes third, he'll still get you more points than that one guy will at 1 dual meet. So that's the other thing we kind of break down is who you should start and who you should sit.
And for matchups that might be, the Marinelli versus Isaiah White, that might not be for a WrestleStat what you want to. If you have either one of those wrestlers, maybe you're not starting them because it's too much of a toss-up. But we'll still give an insight into it in case you have a league like ours that might have ranking bonus points attached to it or something like that. So we kind of run through good matchups on both sides, not just WrestleStat leagues and that kind of scoring, but also for like our own league. We'll give an insight to where we are and what our thought process is with pickups and matchups.
Now, talking about the technology, because a lot of our discussions here on International Podcast Day, whether you're looking at the 60 podcasters and 40-some countries that Steve and Dave Lee are doing as part of this, and I'm doing the wrestling edition, is the technology. So when you want to start a show, what did you guys start out with, and what technology have you evolved with and kind of worked with and built in? I mean, most people start out with a USB mic and Audacity. So what did you guys start out with?
That's it. We had basically, like I said, week 3 is when we actually started our podcast last season. And so I went on Amazon and I looked for a mic that had decent reviews. You're probably going to kill me. I got a 2-pack and it was like a $25 for a 2-pack. It's a 5-fine, something like that. This one's pinkish. I don't know why I got a pink one, but I got a pink one and a black one. I'm using one right now, so hopefully it sounds okay. That's a USB mic. And then we use Anchor also. And just because we didn't know how long this was going to last, we didn't know if it was going to be sustainable, if people were actually going to listen. We started out with, I think, 12 listens on our first podcast, and now we're with our new Reckless Speculation series that we're doing, we're getting close to, if not more than 100, depending on the episode, listens on Anchor, which may not sound like a lot to the bigwigs, before us and that are coming after us. But to us being from kind of nowhere, that's impressive for me, at least. But yeah, we use Audacity too to splice in our intro, outro music, and maybe we'll upgrade our technology if we get maybe into the 20s with our listeners. I don't know. Maybe.
We did have Mickey Philippi retweet our Reckless Speculation, our last podcast. So I know he's listening, or at least he listened to our ACC one.
Now, Reckless Speculation, that's something that definitely sounds like it's a fantasy sports term.
Yep. Yeah, and that's been fun going with some guys that you've had on here that you're going to have, like we had Kevin Clonch on as our first one from Michigan. We still don't have the timing right down on that. We did 3 teams with him, and that lasted about an hour and a half. And our last one we did with Cody Goodwin, who you're going to have on later, doing just the Iowa Hawkeyes, and that was about 2.5 hours. So
well, Cody likes to talk too. I know that too firsthand. I mean,
we do too.
He's got the gift of gab, and he's journalists. We do that thing. So that's what we do.
But it's always fun. It's so much fun just getting on tangents and just talking wrestling. And like most shows, it was 2 guys that drink beer and talk podcasts. That seems to be like a running trend that we find.
Yeah, one thing I've also been quick to tell people is that I host shows through Spreaker and through Libsyn. Those are my 2 primary distribution outlets in terms of and Blueberry before that. So, and being in the podcast space, one thing if you're curious about your numbers is, one, don't obsess about them, because I obsessed about them like initially. Now I check them once a month, the end of the month, just to see what it is. I don't even worry about, unless it's like, okay, I think that one's going to do good, or I'm curious on what goes where, because I know like the Guillotine Show, for example, that I have, and when I put it up on their homepage, they get their homepage traffic is phenomenal. So usually something there gets a ton of views if it's related, if it's not just the Guillotine Show. If there's an On the Mat that features, say, Brandon Paulson, that gets put up there, and just the numbers are big, because certain viewers of websites and whatnot, if it's on the front page, they're going to hit play, and it's not an autoplay, it's not cheating it. And then you look at where I'm going with this story is Libsyn has a show called The Feed, and at every other episode they do the podcast stats of the mean downloads, for their clients, and they have like 27,000, 30,000 users. So that's a pretty good cross section to say. And then they said like the median or median. So the middle value is about anywhere from 130 to 170 given the month. So if you are there, if you're over that much, so you think 170 or 130 is like, well, that's not very many. Well, that's better than half of the podcasters. So don't think that every show has to be, I got to get 2,000 and 3,000, 4,000. Well, you're not going to nobody's getting Joe Rogan numbers in the wrestling community. Sorry, Ben Askren, you're on later with your cryptocurrency. Not going to happen unless you're on with Ariel Helwani or Uncle Chael. So one thing that I stress to podcasters is don't obsess about the stats. If you're having fun, keep having fun. I mean, if you're looking to make a business out of it, eventually great. Eventually great was what happened to me. I was like, I can make a business out of this after I realized that, okay, I'm going to have to do something on my own. So one thing is don't obsess over the stats. Now, moving forward, we don't have the off season. Do you guys take season breaks? How does your scheduling work because right now we don't know when we're going to have a season. So how is that impacting your show schedule?
It's killing us because the uncertainty. So after nationals, yes, I say nationals on national title or whatever, states. We kind of take a little bit of a break during the summer because that's more research. That's taking in all the numbers, looking at, who was the high man on the totem pole in each weight. Drew Hildebrandt was the highest 125 guy. Evan Cheek was the highest 141 pounder in front of Luke Pletcher and Nick Lee this season. He's obviously graduating. So research is really during the off season, but because of COVID and we don't know what the start time is going to be, assuming it's, and you know what they say about assuming it's January 1st, and no team has come out with their schedules, which is killing me too, because schedules are a huge part of your drafting strategy and what matchups you're going to have. Spencer Lee is going to have all the top competition in the Big Ten compared to, maybe, who's another 25 pounder at maybe Nick Sirianno will say going 125 or something like that, and he's not going to be wrestling maybe a lesser Big Ten schedule. Maybe between the two, you're picking Nick Sirianno instead of Spencer Lee. I don't know. It's killing because we can't really give any insight to who we should pick or who we shouldn't pick or draft above or below. So without knowing the schedules or anything, it's killing us. But ultimately, once we get the schedules out, we'll be putting out like a master schedule with all the teams. We'll be putting out who we think should be drafted as your number one pick, things like that. Our articles are on Matt Scouts right now through Rockfin. So you can go through and click through that, do your research for the upcoming drafts. And hopefully we'll have some more material coming out with that too.
Yeah. The other thing that's kind of killing us right now is red shirts with the Olympics. Obviously the Olympics were supposed to be this summer, and now they're next summer. And, who's going to take another Olympic red shirt, and not wrestle this year. And you definitely don't want to, draft somebody unless you have a dynasty league where you keep people, but if you don't want to draft somebody that's not going to wrestle this year because they're going to take another Olympic red shirt. So, guys like Yanni, Dika Mihalis, Spencer Lee, guys that have Olympic aspirations may not wrestle this year. Gable Stevenson at heavyweight. So that kind of will factor into it too. I'd love to be able to, at least get some kind of information on who's going to redshirt and who isn't, so that we could also give, make sure that people know ahead of time not to draft certain guys if they're not going to have even wrestle this college season.
Nope, lost you.
I had to cough and I didn't hit the mute button again. I've done that 3 times. 3 times in 7 hours. That's pretty good with that.
I think that's 97%.
What's the bonus rate on that? How many fantasy points do I get on that? So, Tony, I'll leave it to you to wrap up in the short time, no pun intended, we got left. So where can they find you? Where can they find information out for all their major decisions?
For all your major decisions, you can find us on Twitter at FantasyD1Russell. Our articles, like I said, are through Rockfin right now on the Matt Scouts channel, Willie Sailor's channel. Podcast you can find on all the major platforms, Apple, Spotify, I believe Spreaker and all those, but I think Anchor, Apple, and Spotify are like the big 3 that people usually listen to. So you can find us there. Our DMs are open if you have any questions, you have any advice or critiques of our show. I mean, right now we only have 1 review, and that was I'll say it was by Ross Bendick, because I had an Eddie Mush reference in one of our podcasts. So he said Eddie Mush 5-star review. There you go. So
I have no idea who that is. So
from Bronx Tale, the guy who gets his
no.
Okay.
No. Just like the meatloaf reference from Tommy. You can tell me all you want. I'm not going to get it.
That's fine.
All right, gentlemen. Much appreciation. I'll be sure to tune in once, even though I can't participate based on the whole NCAA rule thinger, because I don't want to lose my sweet gig that I have calling up the names at nationals. But I'll be there for all your fantasy inquests, perhaps. But anyway, gentlemen, always a pleasure. Thank you again, Tony, for your contributions, and Todd, great meeting you. And I'll be sure to listen.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having us. Take care.
All right, folks.
What's up?
You're glutton for punishment. We're starting hour 7. And now I finally get to you, jokers. Oh, so well, what's happened with Tony here? You kicked him out. See, here I am thinking I'm going to be the one to screw it all up. All right. Hour 7 of International
How about now?
Podcast Day, Wrestling Edition. I got
I
you.
can't
fine.
hear you though. My
Well,
audio
I'm
is set up.
I'm not muted.
Uh,
I am still here.
Weird.
I'm still talking.
You hear him?
I can't hear him.
Did I plug something?
Yeah, that was a heavy sigh. I am okay. Aaron Swayze was waiting for you guys to get your audio coming through. Yeah, I'm doing fine.
The guy was just talking all nice about you, even though you're a dumbass.
Well, I'm getting ready for you guys because it's happy hour. You can't hear me. See, the one thing is Tony was actually smart because he still can't hear me. Is 2 hours, or he picked an hour time slot.
I'm good.
You got me now?
I'm good.
Okay, it's happy hour, so
Bam. Got a beer.
you got one. Well,
Well,
look what
it's
I got.
It's in a cup. Ooh, you still drinking Mardo? It wasn't bad. Which one did you have? You had the Oktoberfest?
That's the one you gave me. This is the Martoberfest.
Nice.
So, but I've also got a suitable mug.
There you go.
To drink it out of. So, making sure I don't spill things here. We're getting a little early jump on things.
How long have you been rolling here?
This is 7 hours and 4 minutes.
Jesus.
That's why I needed the eye drops before we started. So, all right.
So you're drinking at hour number 7. How long do you have to go?
Let's see. Well, from here and then after we go with Hager's Happy Hour, we got Ryan Warner from Wrestling Changed My Life from 5 to 5:30 Central Time. And then we go with Jeremy Barnes from The Grind, the App State Wrestling Podcast. Then we take a break for dinner. Then I come back from 7 to 8 with Cody Goodwin of the Des Moines Register. Then 8 to 8:30 with Al and Josh from the Al and Josh Show. Then Claunch hits at 8:30, along with Austin Early from Changing Levels. Then Women Wrestle 2 at 9, Morgan O'Brien at 9:30, Andrew Spey and Ben Askren at 10 to 10:30 to whatever. So
Nice.
still got about halfway through.
You got to pace yourself at this point.
Well, this is number 1.
There you go. Cheers
So we
to
got
that.
a nice German beer out of a nice German Stein. So daughter's just gotten back from school, and see, here's the thing with this particular time slot is don't exactly have to spend every second talking about the podcast, but we are, because Tony, you have a couple different things brewing. Of course, I'm staying on brand with the hat I picked up this weekend at Night of Conflict. And before we talk about the podcasting side of things with IA Wrestle, what an event. Night of Conflict. I want to dial this back a little bit and actually do a little bit of a news, because we didn't do a podcast out there. I did bring my gear, but there were just too many shenanigans being done and too much great wrestling. So first things first, Night of Conflict. What was the genesis behind the actual event and how it's grown? And now a 2-night event. We had an all-girls card on Friday night, blew the roof off of every expectation I ever had. So I guess we talk about how the event starts before we get into the real brass tacks of International Podcast Day.
I mean, the Night of Conflict first got started at, we were partnered with Naked High Horse, Luke Eustace, Hawkeye Wrestling Club. They used to run Conflict at Carver, and that tournament just kept on getting bigger and bigger. And I Wrestle started to get a little bit more popular. And I was like, dude, let's put on a high school event prior to this. Let's try to get some bigger names to the tournament to wrestle in that, to make that more, get more prestigious. And man, the first year that we had it, we had some pretty big names, and obviously Alex Marinelli is there right now. So that's a name off that always gets brought up as our first Night of Conflict. So the first concept was that, and did it there for a couple years, took a year off because we lost Carver date. The tournament just went away. That we just brought it back here last year in Waterloo. We coincided with another tournament, and this year we're not associated with any tournaments whatsoever. So we were able to
have time to be able to do 2 events because we're not worrying about setting up the stream or anything like that. So the girls able to get their own night or setting up the event anyways, instead of just having it within the event where there's 2 or 3 girls. We have enough numbers now in Iowa to where they get their own night. And that was, as you said, it was just special to be there and it go off and the girls had a blast, right?
Yeah, what I loved about it was just what it meant, because Sanction Iowa is a movement right now. You saw the shirts everywhere, and we were witnessing history. And it was, again, I didn't have anything other to do with the events other than you guys brought me in to announce, which was, I'm pushing the agenda of wrestling on social. Whenever there's a new state tournament puts up, it makes the newsletter. I put it on the in the Twitterverse and whatnot. But what I saw Friday night in Sioux City was just, I don't want to use overly done words like it was transcendent or whatever, but I thought all those words that we were using to talk about the event were apt, because we showed that granted there was 9 falls out of 12 matches, I think the numbers were, but the fact is the girls went after it, and they went after each other. They were ready, they were pumped, and it was, just in talking with Emma Grimm afterwards when Heath came by and hung out with us, her father, the coach at Upper Iowa, just talking about, just the girl was glowing about the experience she had. And just think now, soon Iowa, hopefully, if we can get the girls union in that state to start girls wrestling or create a sanctioned state girls wrestling tournament, there are how many more, hundreds and thousands of girls that will get to experience that. And, Emma got it just on the small scale. Imagine winning a state tournament that's got the Iowa, High School Association's name on it. It'd be a real tournament. So that's one thing that I really, to be able to witness what's going on in Iowa was really special to me.
Think of, it's just one gal I interviewed, Abby Bohm. She just started wrestling last year, I believe. She's going to go to SDSU to be a shot putter, and someone talked her into coming out for wrestling, and she comes in and gets a win. And think about the people that were watching that event, and maybe they have a young girl and they're like, hey, let's try wrestling, just because she had never wrestled in her life. She's been doing shot put, had lots of success in it. It's just, wrestling is just one of those things where, and I think girls wrestling is just getting them out there on the mat, seeing other girls, competing against other girls. It's just a different feel than if you've seen a girl wrestle a boy. And that's what was awesome about Friday.
Yeah, or you had the opportunity to put more than just 1 or 2 girls bouts on a card, because that's, we're seeing it. The numbers right now may work out to be, okay, we have this many wrestlers, we have this many girl wrestlers. Well, this is how many, adequately fills out whatever the proportion ratio, whatever you want to call it. But now, once you go that way, it's going to be hard. You can't dial it back, because what I saw Friday night and Saturday night and again, I'm not telling you how to run your business, but that's a 2-night event that was awesome. And what do I get to see? I get to see all the good stuff anyway. And I'm saying that was one of the, granted, I'm not saying it's because we haven't done an event since March, but I'm saying I had so much fun calling those bouts from kids I really didn't know. And just, they got that championship feeling, and it was intimate. The folks in Sioux City, I know Chris McGowan from their Chamber of Commerce came up and was talking to us afterwards, and he's a guy that's now on the Board of Visitors for the National Wrestling Hall of Fame, Board of Governors, for the National Wrestling Hall of Fame. And you got people like that involved and bringing wrestling to Western Iowa. A lot of the time it's Iowa City, it's Waterloo, it's Dubuque has a bunch of events typically. But, to bring something to Sioux City, I thought was great too, because there's a great wrestling community out there.
The support out there was mainly why. You don't think about it because there's not a lot of events out there, like you said. There's, I believe the trials were there one time. They were,
2006 World Team Trials were there. It was a year Andy Rovat pinned Mola Wall while I was in the bathroom.
So that was like the last time there's been a big event there. But wrestling has evolved so much since then, and there's more kids clubs around the area. Legends of Gold is just up the road in in South Dakota. South Dakota. North Dakota. I'm sorry. South Dakota. I'm getting these confused here. Sorry.
I
So
believe it's Beresford, if that's how you say it.
Beresford, yes, Beresford. So they had tried to get a couple kids in there, but the community around the whole event leading up to it, they were super supportive. They were out trying to find sponsors. That was great. I mean, from hotel rooms to restaurants around the area, they were excited to have us there. And I'm not sure if some of these places even heard of IA Wrestle, right? So, the people like Chris McGowan and Bill Gockel saying, hey, like, this is a big deal, not just the girls event, but the boys event as well. So that community support was really, you felt it on Friday and Saturday night, and they came out in support, and the place was packed really both nights. I mean, Friday was not as crazy, but those girls had support, and that was really important to see that on a Friday night when there's football going in Iowa. That's what people do in Iowa during football season. To see a good crowd there was very, going forward, great to see. Like, hey, we can still do these Friday, Saturday back to back anywhere where we go, but Sioux City, if we come back, we know we're going to have the support.
Well, one thing that I also liked about it, and we heard this from some coaches, is it wasn't a tournament. If you had girls wrestling on Friday night, you could get them ready, and then on Saturday you could get the boys ready, and you could make a weekend out of it. And the sponsors, and for example, I'm a craft beer guy. We all know that. Look, you've got a Gable Gold behind you and the Matt Talk draft glass, which is fine drinking apparatus. So I've got the Gable Gold Stein, and again, the beer was from Mardo, the brewing company across the street, and they really, opened their doors. They stayed open for the parents, and they had great. I mean, I was talking to Tyler Wells' dad, and he's like, "Hey, where do you get something to eat?" I says, "Well, there's, if it's wrestler food, you want a big pretzel, you want, the wood brick oven pizza," and then I got over there and I'm waiting to order. And I see these sliders walk by. I'm like, "Give me those." I didn't even need to see the menu. I was like, "I saw that. I want that." So. You talk about the businesses and such, and it was just a real atmosphere where you could kick back. You didn't have to worry about, okay, we got to be back at the gym at 7:30 for weigh-ins. I mean, it was one of those things that, from an event standpoint, it would be a destination. If I'm an Iowa wrestling fan, if I live in the state of Iowa, this is a destination weekend if this is how this format stays. So that's my endorsement for, if you do it like this again, I'll be back, as long as there's, maybe not a world championships that overlaps it or something.
Yeah.
But I know it was just so much freaking fun, man. I mean, it's like I was talking with my wife about it once we got done, because just the movement we have for women's wrestling in this country. And, I still talk about my greatest Olympic moment was when I got to say, when Helen Maroulis won the gold, it's like, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of the United States of America. And to know that I was there for that, and I witnessed Helen, I'd known her since she was 15, and just see that girls now have that dream. That's attainable because there's somebody that's done it before. And just, it was, honestly, I can't rave about, especially the girls event. I mean, there's great wrestling Saturday night, but I'm kind of more blown away by what I witnessed from the girls on Friday. And I really think you guys have done something special here with the dual days and the doubleheader, girls and boys.
I agree that a destination weekend, that's what you want to do. If you're not just coming out for one night, support both nights, and being able to, sleep in the morning and go out and do whatever you want in the Sioux City, because there's plenty of great things to do out there. You have plenty of time to kind of decompress and then get pumped up again for Saturday night. So that was, I agree. A destination weekend. That's what I'm looking forward to.
So one person that made it a destination, I think he's sitting in there with you as your off-camera co-host who's been amped up for this. I think between him, he was in the corner, him and TJ were in the corner for 900 of the 800 bouts?
Yeah. Adam Fellers, TJ Siebel, they got a ton of kids, and they've got kids throughout the state. It's not just like a central located club. They're all over the place.
Kids come from Wisconsin, right?
It's crazy. Yeah, and that's, they're in the corner a lot, but there's lots of kids, and that's just the way it is. There's plenty of other clubs that were, almost all of them were represented. Big Game Wrestling Club was there. DC Elite was there. They got obviously Seabolt. There's Immortal was there. Davenport, the girls were obviously well represented out there on Friday.
You have your own peanut gallery for this show, for this segment too.
One beer and he's done, Bryant.
Fella-
He's already slurring.
Fellers is always chirping in my ear. He's my backup. He's my backup, or I'm his backup. I'm not sure what it is.
I just think his kids did a pretty good job coaching, because we knew it wasn't from the guy holding him.
he was there's.
Keep doing a good job, Bryant.
He came up to me right before. He said, "When we go to happy hour? When we go to happy hour?" The only good thing about him being in the corner so much is he wasn't sitting next to me at the table the whole time.
He would have been loud in your mic.
It might be too deep for. I might be too deep for Bryant.
Oh, you can go deep. He can go deep. But yes, the whole weekend, man. Thank you for coming. There's lots of people to thank, obviously, for that weekend, and the people of Sioux City, from the coaches to the athletes, really for them to put it on the line in a time where like a lot of uncertainty, very like just tons of positive vibes, really zero positive, negative things to take away from the event, things you can improve on, right? But overall, the feeling when you walk away from that event this weekend was, damn, like it hits on so many levels for so many different reasons. It really an emotional weekend again for me, like just to be able to put all the pieces together. It comes through, and people walked away smiling. Even if they lost, they were just really on Friday for sure. All the girls were just stoked to get a singlet, but they were just a lot of positive vibes this weekend. That's what we need right now. A lot of positivity.
Now, shifting gears to why we're here, International Podcast Day. I mean, we're going to talk about wrestling topics over the course of the next. We got 40 more minutes we're talking here because I don't know, the Iowans wanted to take that hour, so we got 2 hours more of Iowa to go. But we're talking about IA Wrestle. You guys were National Wrestling Media Association's website of the year a couple years ago. Have gone from being basically a Hawkeye fan blog to putting certain bloggers / journalists at places, bloggers that kind of morphed into actual bona fide journalists at Northern Iowa, Iowa State, and then the state's other programs, whether they be NAI, Division III, Division II, a lot of coverage, and it's become a media enterprise in the state of Iowa, and kind of freshen things up. Granted, not without your own, trip ups and learning experiences along the way, but when you guys started IA Wrestle and created a website that was for the state, what was the initial goal behind it, and where are you guys at now from when that goal was initially stated?
It seems like it was so long ago. Kirk and I were sitting in a bar, and the conversation was, we just want to cover Iowa Hawkeye wrestling. At the time, we were fanboys, I guess you could say. We were doing some stuff for Blackheart Gold Pants. We were at the Hawkeye Nation, Hawkeye Report, doing all this stuff, and really putting in a lot of time into message boards posts. And we just decided to start a website that was started IA Wrestle for the Hawkeyes. And then once people were like, wow, like, are you guys going to cover other, UNI and Iowa State? And we found the right people for that. And then got into high school wrestling, mainly because we thought there's a big niche for an online market. That we live in a state, if you're not familiar, like we've had some of the, I would say, the best journalists around the country for wrestling, writing for newspapers than anywhere else in the country, hands down. I mean, there's a reason why when you go to a wrestling tournament, maybe it's just because it's been Iowa Hawkeyes and the college events, but you see 3 to 4 Iowa journalists in the stand or on media row knocking out articles, because that those Iowa fans they're gonna want that article in the newspaper when they wake up in the morning. But we thought that there was a spot where we could come in too on the digital side of things. And from there, we've just been able to, that's just where we're trying to be in our lane and stay out of print and let those guys do what they do best. And we stay over here. And, since then, streaming has come along, partnered with Track Wrestling, and they showed us the way a little bit of what we should do. And There's lots of big tournaments in Iowa. So it just continues to evolve. And if you don't evolve, you're going to get left behind. And that's one thing that I think that our crew has been able to do is evolve and try new things. Yeah, we might fall on our face. We're just a bunch of wrestling fans, and we might not. We have our faults, but we're going to try to do the best we can with our situation that we have. And most of the people have full-time jobs, and they're just having fun on the weekends. So we're competing with guys that this is what they do for full-time. This is what they do for a living. I guess you say competing. I don't look at it like that anymore since joining Rockfin, which has been nice. We're working together to grow wrestling, and that's what IRL has been able to do. Is people want to be involved. That hard work has got us to this point.
Yeah, you bring up Rockfin, you bring up, we're here for podcasting, and one of the things that was pervasive initially, actually not pervasive, but when you got involved in everything and started jumping on the podcast was potentially dangerous, which the first thing I jumped out at and got mad about was it was a better freaking name than I had anything. And, we all do these wrestling terminologies for things, blood round, blood time, short time, bonus points. Like, you got potentially dangerous.
Yeah, sick.
You bastard.
Yeah, it was sick. I don't know. I want to say that Ross came up with that, if I remember right, when we were coming up with names. I am almost 99% positive that was a Rossism that came up with, and then it just kind of evolved into, we started doing video at the time, like Google Meets, I think is when we were first starting on. Video was something that I really wanted to focus on, not necessarily like the podcast side of things, probably because I just didn't understand it. But eventually got into Libsyn, and it's evolved now into doing live shows like this one we're doing right now. And I enjoy the live shows versus podcasting, but it's all the same. Like you have a live show, then you podcast it. It's all the same thing, just a different medium or multiple mediums, right?
Yeah, because that's one reason why I have this studio built the way I did is, I've got my bar over there. Again, because of COVID, I haven't been able to build that over there for what I want. Oh, there's a Wrestle credential right there. To have, because what I want to have is, Richard Immel just moved here, a little over a year ago. I helped him move last week to their, him and Amanda just bought a new house. She's an Iowa native, actually from, Sloan outside of Sioux City. And the plan for me is to have him or Brandon Paulson or people, like a lot of wrestling people, come over here. We'll do a video show of us watching wrestling. We're not going to illegally stream anything, but we're going to, kind of like a Joe Rogan match companion type of thing. Yeah. And that's why the bar is built the way it is. That's why the stuff is the way it is. And we haven't had that opportunity. So when I'm seeing what you're doing with Hager's Happy Hour, it's like, okay, a lot cleaner than my setup is, but I got a bunch more crap on the walls because you collect crap over the years. You don't really want to collect it, but you want to have the cool backgrounds. Like I go back here and let's fade up. I got International Podcast Day, so you get a little, and you can see some sound treatment over there. So eventually, we want to sit over there and record this type of thing. This is my workstation. So where I see you've got the SM7B. In case anybody are wondering, we're talking broadcasting. Same microphone I have, and then you're running, I believe, Ecamm through most of your video stuff. I've played with it. I'm using StreamYard here. People might be familiar with it. Ben Askren uses it, but podcasters have been using it heavily because it's been stable. I also use Squadcast to record. I also use the traditional Skype means and things of that nature. So when we look at the tech behind building what you've got, what were you going for, and what did it take to kind of build that studio feel where you can go wide, you have the Stream Deck to press the buttons to change the camera up when you want to put fellers on camera, because who knows why would you want to do that. But just talk us through about building the studio and what you had in mind and how much it was for you personally, your Rockfin channel, and how much it impacts IA Wrestle and things you're doing there.
Yeah, so for people that don't know, I used to be on Takedown TV, and everything was post-production, and it started green screen, and we built the set, and that's where I kind of, once we started going to the live set, I knew that IA Wrestle could have that potential of bringing in guests and talking live. And the studio has moved in 2 different spots now. And the area that I have is fairly small. Like, people come in here and they're a little surprised by it. But the biggest thing I wanted was having multiple camera angles. How do you figure that out? Usually it's just been post-production that you can do those type of things. But how do you do it live? And how can I not have a producer do it? So Ecamm was the first thing that I saw. Now I'm getting a little bit more used to StreamYard. I've been seeing that, but Ecamm, super effective, and the ability to have multiple cameras, multiple overlays that don't seem like they're pre-produced. Like I can create whatever I want on there. It's just been that program. If you're starting out, just get it and play with it. Maybe it's similar to StreamYard. I haven't played with that a whole lot, but having the feel of, I guess, an ESPN show, but being able to produce it by yourself was really important to me. And branding is always been really important to me at iWrestle. So
branding, you say? Oh,
yeah.
Branding. Oh, look what we got there.
Pop.
There's a Mad Talk logo on the screen. Oh, wait. We
Yeah,
can
it's
also,
gone.
I'm going to go there. Let's try that.
One thing I'm not sure exactly, like that type of stuff is great. Like that stuff is, and that's great that StreamYard has that. And I think people have to just explore what's cost effective for them and something.
When
that
we
they
go
can
live on
figure out.
Rockfin, we can put one of those up there. I mean, I'm not sure how well you can see that screen, but there you go. Yeah. So, I mean, and as we talk about just going live and stuff, I mean, it's one of those things that, I built this space for that. It's one of those things that I feel like from a podcast host and stuff, I got to keep evolving in what I offer everybody. And it's one of those things that like, okay, what else can I do? Because now we've talked about, we got 25, 28 podcasters, something like that on just today. And there are tons of people that I wanted to get on the show, but I put it out there. If you wanted to be on, you signed up. I couldn't even get to everybody on my network. So you got that. What can you deliver? Is a talking head video like, when 2006, when Flow came around, there was a lot of talking head camera in your face videos. And now they've evolved. They've got a studio. They've got live production. They've got shows before their live streams and such. And then Track Wrestling the same way. I mean, we did that with USA Wrestling, creating the live streaming. So looking at it as a content producer, and if you're out there doing the same thing, what can you offer your viewers? What can you offer? Something that's different? Is it saying? I mean, I like the fact that I can hit a switcher on StreamYard right now, and it doesn't cost me very much per month. And it's always evolving. That's why you see Short Time never have. I mean, we've evolved in formats. I've tried to do the storytelling. I've tried to do the highly produced stuff. Sometimes you just ain't nobody got time for that. And sometimes you sit down and you've got happy hour, which is it's wrestling themed, but it's not a wrestling show.
Yeah.
And it's not with iWrestle, but it's on your Rockfin thing. And you got to figure out your offerings and things. So that's sometimes where, as a content creator, it gets frustrating. As a podcast host, you're like, what do people want? And a lot of times, those fans out there that love the show don't always offer the feedback. So sometimes we're guessing and throwing things at quite literally the dartboard, and hoping they stick and hit the bullseye.
Yeah, I mean, iWrestle. We're happy if we're going to happy hour route here. The conversation, I guess. iWrestle,
we can go both. I mean, we got time.
I mean, iWrestle, trying to be as professional journalists as we possibly can. I mean, in Iowa, we're trying. I mean, it's competing, but like we're getting compared to, say, Jim Nelson, KJ Pilcher, Andy Hamilton, Wyatt Schultz, like constant professionals. There's many more of them, right? But we toe the line of fanboy, having fun, but also bringing a high level product as high as we can. And sometimes you can get like real. It just gets like just so boring. Like it's the same thing you do every time. So Hager's Happy Hour really is a time, and it's just, it keeps evolving. I mean, sometimes the shows are super serious. Like Jesse Whitmer last week, Fellers hosted that one. To the week before, Lars was on here, and we were doing push-ups on this table, and we had like 40 beers. So, I mean, every episode's a little different with that one. That's kind of as a release from, I guess you could say, the rigid professional side of what I do for a living, I guess. And you get to be more, I guess, me, which I should do more in iWrestle, but happy hour, I can't really drink beer on iWrestle's podcast. So, I could, but.
Well, the thing is being an independent media professional, Yeah, sure. But that's the thing I want to do with the speakeasy here is our after hours stuff. Like recovery time later is going to be, where Tony Rotundo, who got me a bottle of Pliny, or actually he talked about bringing me a bottle of Pliny the Elder when he came for Nationals, but Nationals were canceled. And actually one of my patrons, Greer Reachout, he sent me a bottle of Pliny the Elder. Granted, I just probably committed an act of mail fraud or something by saying it. I didn't say how he sent it to me, so never mind.
There you go.
But yeah, so Tony's going to host that with me later. We're going to just kick back. We're finally going to recover and just kick back and have some beers and just talk about wrestling, kind of like a little bit. This is kind of a prelude of what's going on there. It's a different Tony this time, but
have you tried to do like the Wrestling Underground or the Flow card, the Rockfin card? Have you tried to do watch the live event like via this way and you do it together, or you're trying to go for like the live vibe, right? So
right.
The same spot, yeah.
I played around with a Facebook room with the Chimizo date card, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do because I was gonna pop my laptop over there and sit there and watch it like up on the screen and type back, and do it on Facebook Live or something. Eventually, that'll be where I put it on Rockfin because that's something I want to be different, and that'll be behind a paywall. You get Rockfin, you'll get a perspective unlike anything else while watching wrestling with your buddies. Is kind of how I'm framing it. And I couldn't get it to work because my Focusrite it was just something with the wiring over there. It wasn't quite great. I didn't really plan it super great. And then with the Wrestling Underground card, it was quick. I sat down, I watched it for an hour and a half, but it was also bedtime for the kids, and I've got a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old. So figuring that out, and then what I was going to do with the Nittany Lion card, I'm like, okay, I can't commit to how long it was going to be because it was 13 matches. I think it was 13 matches. You don't know how long those are going to go. So without having everything stop and like I have to carve that out a week ahead of time and say, okay, hey, I'm going to do this nightly thing. And when we get into the wrestling season, yeah, we know that I'm tied into wrestling because the Big Ten Network on Friday nights is, especially when they have double headers, that's 4 hours of wrestling on TV. It's fantastic. So ultimately, yeah, I do want the live thing. I played around with different technology, but now that I feel like this International Podcast Day has shown that this is stable and it works, and we can do people. We've had, the only thing we had was, Rob couldn't get the webcam to work, but that's not, he worked. It was just the EOS didn't like his camera. That's something that's immaterial. The platform, and this thing I can go to Periscope, I can go to Twitch, I can go to YouTube. I'm only going to Twitch because Facebook Live was really wonky in setting up the embeds. So. You got 3 of them, and then the comments come in. So that's really what I'm looking for is like, if I'm not going to be traveling, honestly, with Big Ten Network, I don't need to go to Carver as much as I love going to Carver. I don't need to. I don't need 10 hours on the road to see what I can see on TV. So, and then with Richard being close and then the wrestling community we have here in Minnesota, I feel like that can be another direction that Matt Talk can go and create content. It's not necessarily a podcast, but it's content that people want to hear. I mean, what I learned about the Rudis show, which is on hiatus, it's going to come back when the wrestling season's around. It's just like most of the time I'm hosting these shows and I'm not interjecting my opinion or my thoughts in them as much. So that's one thing that Mike Finn told me years ago, market myself. So, it's one of those things. We're sitting on a golf course at the Dan Gable golf tournament, and he goes, you know what? You need to market yourself more. And that's where basically Matt Talk was born. It was my creation in 1997, and when I had to come time to start my own business, that's where it came from, and that's why I've got International Podcast Day, and that's why I've got all these podcasters out here talking, because I can never not talk enough about wrestling.
Yeah, there's not that's what's interesting about this too. What you got set up here is finding out why people did certain things with the podcast. I've been listening. I listened to Rob Hill, just kind of how he got started, why he got started. There's so much different technology out there. You can make it right here, and just the one thing I learned from you is if you're gonna do it like half high quality, like that's one of your biggest pet peeves is you can do it from a phone. You can do it now. We have Zoom, so that helps a little bit for a lot of people, or you can have it as high level as you possibly want. And then you can. Are you gonna be someone that starts and gains, or everyone? What I really hate to see is when people start something and then they don't get that automatic return, or maybe you got 100 downloads at first, and then it went to 1,000, and then it went down to 500. You're like, I just don't want to do this anymore, because you're not getting that instant gratification. So what I'm hoping people are hearing and listening to these shows is I just need to keep after it. I got to evolve. If it's not successful, you just got to change it, or if you just want to do it just to get a release, like from freaking reality, then let's do it. I mean, happy hour, I literally had no plans for that. I mean, most people start things that, have you got a passion for it or you want to make money. Happy hour, just a release. But now, like, I mean, we're interviewing guys like Galvin Alger, Lubo, and people are opening up. Like at first you're thinking, oh, we're just going to drink beer and play video games. And then, guys like Randy Lewis, who you look up to, he's crying, talking about his life and talking about wrestling. So what your idea is for a show doesn't have to be what it is every single time. You can evolve. You don't have to be Jason Bryant. You don't have to be Joe Rogan. You can be whatever the hell you want. And if people are just watching this throughout the day, this is why you're doing this, is figure out just what makes you passionate and own that little spot. So the idea that you have with like watching wrestling and drinking beer and like, that's great. Like that's somebody else's, you've probably seen somebody else doing that in other sports. And you're like, we should definitely could do that in wrestling. Let's freaking do it. So you built a freaking studio around it. Like, that's awesome.
Well, and some of it, honestly, is I had the idea to do it. And then, Ty Eustace called me when he was still working with J-Rob. And it's like, hey, I've got this idea about doing Match Companion. I'm like, and this is before probably a year before we even started the renovation down here. And it was like, you know what, Ty? We can do that. Just give me some time to build the studio. And then he went and took the job at Mankato again. And it was like, okay, well, and then Richard moves to the area. So we got to just make sure once we get post-COVID, we're comfortable having people in here. As I move the camera up, he goes, like an international podcast day up there. Yeah, working on that. But once we get that there, it's like, I want this to be, that's why I had this place ready to go for nationals. People were going to come over here. We're going to break this bar in the right way.
Yeah.
And sadly, we didn't get to do that. And so hopefully when there's an event in Minnesota, maybe another event comes to Minnesota, we can have people over. But I was going to give my wife and kids the hotel room for the night. They go swimming in the pool, and I'd be bringing, it would be dangerous to have, it wouldn't be potentially dangerous. It'd be just straight up dangerous to have everybody I was going to bring over. Jerry Briscoe would have been here. I mean, the Blood Round guys would have been here. I mean, it would have been just, it would have been
rough morning.
It would have been
A
afternoon.
day.
A rough afternoon.
Rough day was NCAA championships, and you got to pace yourself.
Well, you remember, I have to pace myself. It's maybe me and Hazard maybe have one beverage after we get out of there. Like if it's in the Eastern time zone, we're kind of hosed because it's starting at 8 and you're done at 11:30, and you're like, I got to go to bed because you got to be up early. You need good sleep. So, in my younger years, my gallivanting around tournaments was, I think I made the turf legendary in wrestling circles in Fargo. So, it's been, it's been a life of learning from your mistakes and whatnot. So, but when it comes to podcasting, it's like we've been able to do these things in great places. I think I've done podcasts from 10 or 12 different countries, various formats. I've done them live. I've done them, we did live in Fargo when it was me and Earl and Julia Salata and Willie, and, we had parents and fans coming up and just having a good time and being able to be functional, be like, okay, let's pop up the recorders. Let's go and do something that people are going to enjoy. So that's one thing I also like about the whole medium as well.
Where I got a question for you in regards to the podcasting, before, as far as, it's your job. Like, so revenue is like, okay, you want the most podcast, downloads, right, for potential advertisers. You're only dog pony and show, then there's now like, hey, there's 100 people out there doing podcasts. How do people out there that are watching this create a niche for themselves or where they can, create revenue from it if they want to? What do you think is the next thing, I guess, without giving away all your secrets?
Well, one thing I learned is if you don't have a show and you want to start a podcast with the sole intention of making money, good luck. Because, I look at my, like my Patreon, for example, which I'm going to actually put up on the screen now. I can do a banner, put it here. You can, whether it be PayPal, buy me a coffee, join Rockfin, whatever. I'll throw that on here as a shameless self-promotion because, again, I'm 7 hours and 40 minutes in 7 hours and 42 minutes in to International Podcast Day. But, you pop up a Patreon and it doesn't happen overnight. I mean, it depends on your following, because now people know what Patreon is. I say Patreon to my nephew, who's a sophomore at the University of Minnesota, and he's like, like influencers do that. Well, I'm not trying to be a social media influencer, but it takes a while to build up that listenership. And, Tony DiMarco was just on, and he's a patron. And then, some people come in and out. We had a guy that just bailed out after about 5 years of supporting. And it's not like you've got to have all those people all the time. And some people say, well, it's the 10 active people that are greater than the 1,000 inactive people. So, I mean, if people want to contribute, I encourage it, because I do a lot of free stuff. That newsletter, that daily newsletter, that's a free thing. Yeah, I put if you want to donate, great. The Rockfin thing is provided another option, whether it be if people send me PayPal or something like that. So a lot of it, I don't want it to be handout based. I want you to have, my friend Jen Bryant does a show called Congressional Dish, where she started out reading the bills and here's what kind of stuff's getting through Congress and whatnot. And then it's become she's basically become a journalist in terms of reporting on what bills are getting passed, what's stuffed in them, what the riders are. And she does a great job. And she's got like Ethereum, Litecoin, Bitcoin, PayPal, paper check. She has like 19 different ways to contribute. And it took her 8 years to really get to the point where it was like, this is how she's making her living. And, value for value is the model. In wrestling, where I found the biggest trouble with the podcasting side of things is we expect things for free. And that is a hard sell sometimes, because when I was at Intermat in 2005 to 2008, nobody in this sport, and I mean, and I'm not trying to just say like be an egotistical, pat myself on the back. Nobody was putting out more wrestling content than Intermat was. And it was premium service items almost every day. I had the recruiting cornered. I mean, and this was before social media. So, I mean, I didn't just pull a tweet and that's a commitment. I was chasing this stuff down. A little bit of MySpace. That's about it. The high school kids didn't even have Facebook yet, because it was only college kids at the time, or recent graduates.
Pull up Adam Feller's MySpace. I guarantee he's still got Adam Feller's got MySpace still rolling. I guarantee.
Yeah, with that, he's the guy that's got like Lips of an Angel by Hinder on his player. Yes. That's what he had. I guarantee he's that guy.
Shit.
I know he's shaking his head because I'm right. But in terms of like trying to create something, so I set out to make a model that wasn't about a donation based or a handout model. So I provided a service, and ODU jumped on board, Virginia Tech jumped on board, Buena Vista jumped on board, Maryland jumped on board. So my initial thoughts was I was going to have 20 shows like that. And it started out with 5, and then Short Time was kind of like this is my passion project, and then a Patreon really to pay for the Hall of Fame show that we're working on, and then that kind of became a Patreon for everything. So in order to try to make a living off of it, it was good when I had those clients, and then we have the NWCA now has a show, and there's been 18 shows have come and gone. It's not like I've had 37 shows on the network. So, all of them have paid it some way, shape, or form. The only thing, Kyle Klingman and I have had a good relationship since, we mended fences after our 411 thing, and which we've talked about publicly and on other shows. But I've always been, that show needs to be a podcast, and we made it a podcast, and it's always been kind of there for me and there for him. So trying to develop something, you're not going to get ad revenue with no audience base. But most of these places like Midroll won't even talk to you unless you get 50,000 downloads an episode. So get it out of your mind that if you're a wrestling show, you're going to get that. FRL doesn't get that. I mean, granted, I don't know what their numbers are, but I guarantee I know what they're not. And same with, and Rogan gets those numbers. He got how much money from Spotify? We're not going to get that.
Yeah.
So when creating something for the podcast, for the wrestling community through podcasting, it's, again, I want to do something that nobody's doing, but I also want to do something that will change. So right now, okay, all of a sudden, all these interviews are popping up. Like I think Earl had talked about, that if you have a big event on Friday, everybody wants to get that match. Okay, that's their news topic. That's your news item. And, he did it with his sudden history. Well, sometimes I want to tell the stories that are getting overlooked. And, the D3 guys, thankfully, the Bonaventuras have picked up where the Ice Hour ended, D3 Nation has picked up. So thankfully, I'm grateful for them. But ultimately, it's time, too, because a lot of people can do podcasts, but at some point, you hire an announcer, or do you hire an announcer, when I'm doing announcing, you hire an announcer, great, here's the rate. Well, you hire the Olympic announcer, well, that's not going to be the same rate because there's value. I mean, I bring that experience, that sound to it. I mean, so, you get what you pay for in some regards. So the hardest thing is to try to pitch something when, I don't want to say there's clutter because I don't get protective over the podcast space like some people did about audio. Everybody has the right to do whatever. If they want to create a website, they want to do a Rockfin channel, they want to do a podcast, they want to do a YouTube channel, they want to have Twitch, they can do fine. Absolutely great. In podcasting, I encourage everybody to podcast. That is why I did this today, is because I felt like the wrestling community doesn't know enough about the podcasting community and the information and the tools available. And I've been kind of that bridge for that, which is where all my information comes from, talking to those people, the Dave Jacksons, the Jim Collisons from Ask the Podcast Coach, the Rob Walsh from Libsyn, Todd Cochran from Blueberry. These are people that have been in the space since day one. And I jumped in 4 years after the first podcast was out there. I mean, Adam Curry, you might know him from MTV back in the day.
Yeah.
He created podcasts with a guy named Dave Weiner. So the technology is no longer a barrier, but I don't get protective every time there's a new show coming in. Granted, like Jude Swisher and Sam Herring, they got Bo Nickel on their show after Bo said no to my request that I submitted through Penn State. So, so you can't get all hot and bothered about not getting a guest that shows on somebody else. Like I wanted Jay Moore for years. Blood Round's gotten him twice. So you get out of the protective owning it. Well, I did this, I should do this. No, just evolve, change. I mean, if something happens and everybody's doing it, I'm gonna veer this way and put a different spin on it.
Correct. Yeah, that's just have your own show culture.
And that doesn't say that you can't have the same format as somebody else. If
Correct.
It's different, I mean, it's not you're not copying the show. Now, when you copy the show, that's when I might get a little, or you take something, that's where I'm okay, let's pump the brakes on that a little bit. But, for the most part, I've always tried to provide something that it's different because I want to educate. And I feel like, I didn't get into wrestling until, 1995. I saw my first match. I didn't grow up wrestling. My wrestling hometown was great. So that's how I discovered wrestling, but I'm still learning. I mean, I'm going through from 97 on, I'm pretty good, but I'm looking through amateur wrestling news from 1959 right now. I got these guys, I'm putting together these historical databases that nobody's ever done. And I'm going to get content out of that. And guess what? If you're a Rockfin subscriber, if you're a patron, you're going to get stuff that unless you're 80 years old, you've never seen before. Because nobody's got those archives. I mean, they're right over here. You can kind of see them off the bottom of my screen. That's some of them. There's some NCAA wrestling guides there. Now, the guides are available online through the Hall of Fame, but the AWNs, the hard copy, the data that's in there, and combine that with the events I've been to and my Fargo database, nobody's got that stuff. And that's going to become content. And that is where educationally, you're going to listen to my shows and you're going to learn something each and every time.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't like to. There's nothing wrong with a rehash. There's nothing wrong with a recap and giving your own perspective. There's no problem with that. But I also know that you're going to pick what you want with that type of stuff. And a lot of people aren't looking at me for the technical analysis because I was a shitty wrestler. So that's not going to happen. With me and Dernlin, he was the D1 coach. He was the D1 athlete. I'm the guy that looks behind the X Factor stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at with what I want to bring. I want to bring something you've never heard before. Or if you have, a different spin on it. So that's kind of really where I come from. And that's wow, it's my show, yet you've turned it around on me. Good job, Tony.
Hey, well, I mean, I think anybody out there, looking at podcasting, art creates art. So when you start getting protective about certain things that you've done or you are doing, like, you've helped a lot of people that have, their podcast maybe was just like right here, right? And then you might have done one thing that has gotten them to here, like, so you've done a lot for specific people. I listen to Blood Round and he, those guys don't know what the hell they were doing. They just want to drink beer. And I've heard things that you've done for them. So, and I don't know if you charge them or not, but
no. And here's the thing. I want to just cut in real quick. I have a consultant thing on the website, like whatever, but you know what? You asked me a question about a podcast. I'm going to tell you what I think. Yeah. And I'm going to tell you what I think the best way to do it. And there's platforms out there people have used that I would never start a show with, but there's nothing wrong with you starting a show there. That don't just because I don't endorse something for me doesn't mean I don't think it's good for you. Kind of like Anchor is an example. They get beat up a lot, but they're free, they're quick, and if you want to fire up a show pretty quickly, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
I had the same general thought with SoundCloud years ago, and then they haven't updated their specs since 2015. So it's not where I would advise you to start a show there now. I mean, musicians are great. Hey, what's your SoundCloud? Put it on Twitter. But yeah, if you've got a question, ask me. I'm always willing to provide the advice. And, I've been helped over the years by people, and I don't want to say paying it forward, but yeah, I've been trying to, pay it forward, probably paying it more forward than I've actually received. But if you got a question about podcasting, that's what I'm here for. That's why I'm doing this. I mean, these aren't paid promotions. You're not paying to be here. Ryan Warner coming up next. He's not paying to be here. I just put a tweet out. Who wants to be part of the show? And 14 hours of podcasting. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help and promote the medium, and just if we can educate the wrestling podcasters to do things and be aware of the medium they're using, and not just Google something first and use the first response. So that's kind of the one thing that I'm really kind of hanging on is, listen, if you're going to do something right, ask me. I can help you do it the right way. You don't have to do it the exact way I do it, because there is no wrong. There's some wrong ways to do it, but there's a lot of right ways to do it too.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of out there right now with podcasting. So, I think it is what you want it to be. Fellers has knew nothing about podcasting when he came in, and what things that I care about, he doesn't care, and the things that it's good. It's good that he's good for me, because I just let loose a little bit, because I shouldn't care about the things that I do care. So, bouncing things off of each other and getting feedback is always a good thing. I think that taking feedback is really important too. With people that are maybe listening is, don't be afraid when someone says, "Hey dude, your camera sucks." Put your camera by your head, or if someone says "Hey, your audio sucks," that pisses me off.
Well, also you don't just say your audio sucks. If you're going to offer that type of criticism, but also don't try to, for lack of a better term, mansplain to them. I usually formulate that with hey, what are you, with Kevin and Tommy? I'm like, hey, what are you guys doing? Roxana Scott at USA Today had an Olympic podcast that was right before Rio. And I'm like, hey, I really like, her DMs were open, thankfully. I'm like, hey, really like your show. Can I ask you what you're doing with your audio? Because I'm a guy, I'm a one AirPod guy. So when you've got one guest on one channel and one guest on the other, and I can't hear it, I'm curious. Plus, your file size is smaller if it's mono.
Uh-huh.
A lot of people don't know that too. So, but again, I reached out, but I didn't try to be big shot smarty pants in terms of here's what you're doing wrong. I was like, no, tell me what you're doing, and maybe I think I know what I can help you with your audio.
Yep.
And some people don't want that. Another friend of mine did a podcast, and I said, hey, I think I can help you with that. There was no interest in correcting it. It was just I use the term passion project a lot now, because it was just their show. AC was going on in the background. They didn't care. They just loved the show, and that's what it was. So sometimes people don't want your help. So don't be offended when they don't want it.
For sure. I appreciate having me on here, and
a lot of behind the dirt, so to speak, or how the sausage is made, and some of the mindset that goes in with doing a show, and just having an outlet. We've got Rockfin shows. We want to promote those things here, and these videos are going to go up after the fact there. You do do that one on the free side, and there's going to be a lot of content that comes out of this as we're coming up on hour number 8.
Yeah, this Friday, I'm just going to do a plug right now. This Friday, we've got Ryan Morningstar on the show live. He's coming from Iowa City. And everyone, it's been public now what's going on with him, and so Friday is going to be a deep show. I'm hoping that we'll have a few beers. Brian won't, but it will go deep, and things that you probably didn't know about Ryan are hopefully going to come out, and that's going to be therapeutic for everyone involved. So that'll be Friday at 2. I hope people watch that, and then next Wednesday we've got Jason Christensen. For the wrestling folks, he's made a Hall of Fame career at Southeast Polk. That's
I'll get that hat around here somewhere.
Yeah, Southeast Polk. That's going to be dropping next Wednesday, and that's live as well. Thank God for Ross Barczyk, because I've gotten into these live shows, the video side of things, and he's able to format them in MP3 and get them up on the podcast side of things. So shout out to him for, keeping me in check and not being lazy on the podcast side. So
yeah, when it comes to Morningstar, one of the greatest days I've had at a wrestling event was with Ryan Morningstar and Royce Alger. So before you get to the deep stuff, ask him about Sheriff Royce and the haunted pub crawl of London 2012.
Okay. Yes. All right. I'm in. I'll remember that.
Yeah, because if I ever go back to London, I know where I'm going because I got to see if my dollar bill is still on the ceiling.
Okay. I'm in.
All right. With that, we're going to shut down this. Your happy hour is going to keep going. We've gone, an hour. We got Ryan Warner coming up next, and this is going to be a fun one. It's International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition continues. Tony Hager, iWrestle.com. Going to bring it up on screen real quick. That's where you're at. Actually, let's put both of us on there. There we go.
Boom.
All of that, all the juiciness from Night of Conflict still there. Everything you can do, potentially dangerous, all that stuff, good stuff. Mr. Hager.
Yeah, iWrestle.com is, it's evolving to other states now, and that's what we're excited about too. Is you get the right people and go in these other states, and they get passionate people there, and where states maybe weren't doing what we're doing in Iowa, now we're growing wrestling in those other states too, and turn it into a business, right? That's the goal. Now this is what I do full time. And I appreciate everybody that's come on to Rockfin here this past year, because it's been able for me to pay our people around iWrestle, and now they want to do more. And that's just going to ramp up what we're able to do here in Iowa and bring the wrestling coverage to the level that people in Iowa and I think the country haven't been able to see at our type of level, in a state run, not a multi-million-dollar company. I mean, that's the goal, right? But
grassroots, brother,
grassroots wrestling. So
bootstrapping the grassroots.
Thanks for the time. And Ryan Warner, that's a guy that's started a podcast and he owns it, man. He's traveling and getting likes of John Smith and crew. So kudos to him for what he's been able to build and the social media branding behind that too. So
yeah, he's going to be good to talk to here in a bit. So 311's got Grassroots for Your Mama. That's Any Russell's new theme song, because 311's from Omaha. But Tony Hager, we'll be in touch.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
JB.
Welcome back to International Podcast Day Wrestling Editions. We begin hour number 8. Hour number 8 with Ryan Warner, the man behind Wrestling Changed My Life podcast. One of the most prolific podcasters of 2019 and 2020, dude. You have been all over the place. You've been putting out content left and right. Welcome to International Podcast Day Wrestling Edition.
It's an honor, and thank you for doing this. I know how wore out you must be 8 hours in, man.
Oh, well, I've still got, let's see, we've got this hour coming up. We've got you on the front half. Then we got Jeremy Barnes, a.k.a. just simply JB from The Grind. And then I get to have dinner. Then I come back and then close it out from 7 until whenever. We just went 1 hour with Tony Hager on the Hager's Happy Hour. Only had one beer. Granted, it was 25 ounces. But we're good to go there. So first off, Wrestling Changed My Life. We'll bring it up on screen here. This is something that it really has been just an amazing listen to. I mean, you've got series like here, Assembly Fall. This was a good thing, with Illinois where you were from, and a lot of things. Of course, the Gable documentary. You do something here where you definitely label the most downloaded things. That's a cool way of marketing your shows. And before we get to what you're doing next, I want to know where you began. So why did you start a podcast called Wrestling Changed My Life, and I guess what was the genesis behind it?
Yeah, so I've always loved podcasts. Since about 2011, I've listened to probably 80% of the Joe Rogan episodes and really love that in the sense that, I learned so much from Joe Rogan, I couldn't even believe it. And, through him, I started finding other people. And, when I was living in San Francisco in about 2017, my roommate and I started a podcast. And it was kind of like Tim Ferriss, where we would just interview people who were successful, and that was it. And so we had no real focus, but we got a lot of guests and a lot of interviews. And so it was good practice with how to conduct interviews, so on and so forth. And then I moved back to Chicago in the spring of 2018, knew I wanted to do a wrestling podcast. And then October of 2018, finally found the name. I couldn't decide on the name. And then Wrestling Changed My Life just kind of came to me one night. I'll never forget it. Wrote it down in a journal. And the next day just started the process to create a logo, and then kind of identifying what the theme of the show would be. And, really took off in 2019, and here we are. It's just been an honor, because I love doing these conversations, because after you're done, you feel so fired up and so excited. And I'm just like, man, how lucky am I that I get to do it twice, sometimes 3 times a week, and people like to hear the other end of it.
Yeah, and some of the things I noticed that through your journey through this is starting out from scratch, and you're learning as you go, not just about the technology, but you're learning. I mean, I remember the Bannock interview, and I'm sitting there mowing my grass, and you go through, and you're younger than me, but I'm still learning things about those guys. And when I played golf with Ed at a golf tournament one time, and didn't realize that he had worked at Iowa State for 25 years. So it was one of those things, and I remember thinking the same thing you did as you go through that. And I'm like, watching the learning process. And how much do you feel like as a wrestling fan, before we give it to the tech, that you've learned about the sport through, I think we're at 166 episodes, not counting documentaries?
Yeah. And there's, a few in the queue as well. But man, I tell you, that's probably the most important thing about what I do is the level of prep for each interview is anywhere from 2 to 3 hours. And I fill up, I have a ton of these 4x6 note cards, but I fill up at least, 2 to 3 per guest. And to your point, you're going back through all the old NCAA brackets. You're looking at who were their college coaches, who were their teammates, what did they do? And you just find so much more about the history of the sport just through preparing for the interviews, and then obviously through the conversations. I got to tell you though, JB, sometimes I feel like I don't know anything about what's going on in the current landscape because I'm so focused in like the 80s or the 90s or whatever documentary I'm working on. But yeah, just learned a ton through all the prep for these interviews.
Yeah, and it's one thing that helps, I think, for me going through, not getting into wrestling. I just mentioned with Tony Hager that I didn't see a wrestling match until 1995. I didn't grow up wrestling until, I didn't put the shoes on until I was 16 years old. And then you go through, you start looking through brackets, as you're saying, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that. I mean, like Greg Warren, the stand-up comedian, he beat Sean Bourmet in the blood round. That's the guy he beat to win. And then you look back at, the history with Mark Branch and Tom Ryan, Darrell Weber, all those guys that come through, and you're like, wow, I didn't know that, or I didn't know that, or I didn't know that, or like I didn't realize that, okay, Les Gutchis was a monster in the late 90s. Didn't realize he was wrestling up a weight as a freshman, because that was a little bit before I got into it. So part of the glory that I like about, or the mental glory, I guess would be the term, that when you find something that you didn't know, and then you get that person to expound on something that might be common knowledge or just a common question to them, and then you actually learn, and then because there's somebody that's younger than you listening, or maybe even older than you listening, that didn't know that about somebody. You sometimes often have to speak like you've never met this person before.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's sometimes a couple of things in that. One is sometimes you ask questions you already know the answer to, and you feel weird doing it. Because generally I like to follow the rule of curiosity, ask about what you're curious. But because of all the research, sometimes you can't do that. The second thing is, you find all these connections. And one of the most recent ones I found was Joe Williams' first collegiate match was against Pat Smith. And I'm just thinking, what are the chances? Because, Pat Smith's first match was against Dan Russell, who was a great in his own right. But the reason I'm saying that is because, conversation is a conversation. It's not about stats and how much you know. And so sometimes I have to be careful that I'm not going too in the weeds and trying to ask questions to show off my knowledge. And that's really hard for me to do, because you want them to know you've done your research so they trust you, but also the listeners enjoy the history, but they also enjoy what was the meaning of the event to the person. And that's where they can really relate to it. So it's a fine balance, but man, when you find a connection, and the one like the Joe Williams one, I literally was in my apartment. I'm just like, holy crap. And I said it out loud. And, if anyone was here with me, they would have thought I was crazy, but you find them and they're exciting.
Yeah, and talking about guys like Dan Russell and then Carlton Hasselrig, the D2 guys that come in, that's one thing that always gets people talking. And you learn things like, okay, then you learn about the Division III guys that were still around then. I think Montclair State, Ken Mallory, I think is the last name that jumps off the page at me. I could be misremembering that. But, from people in 41, I'm using my age, and under, we're still learning about things, pre the internet. And those are things that are really kind of enticing. So when you set out on this journey for Wrestling Change Your Life, you've got your first show, but what was your plan in mapping out this show? I mean, what did you have? Did you say, I'm going to start with 3 shows in the can, I'm going to start with 5, I'm going to start with 10? I mean, once you got the idea to start a show and you came up with the name, how did you get the process started?
Yeah, so the thing I didn't do was really focus on the tech at all, because when you reached out, I was still using Zoom and Apple headphones. And, I think that's good and bad. I think it's important just to get started. And a lot of people who reach out to me, they get too hung up on the gear at first, when really it's just getting the interviews under your belt. So the first step was, I knew I wanted to have 5 episodes before I went live on Apple. So I think I recorded 5 and reached out to Jesse Jansen blindly on Twitter. He got back to me, and, because my day job is in sales and I'm reaching out to people all day long, the reaching out, cold reach out, cold email, cold call, that all came, I guess, naturally, just because it's my day job. So I started prospecting. Like, I made a list, prospected 10 people. I think 4 or 5 agreed, and rolled them out. But the first 6-7 months, I was just doing that. I was just releasing 1 episode a week. No, what I call micro content. So no social media of taking clips from the interviews and then sharing them. That started about 6 months in, and that was the big differentiator for the growth. Is once I started taking 30-second clips from the interviews, putting transcripts on the videos, putting a title on the video, and then sharing it, that was a huge proponent of growth. But the first step was just getting interviews under the belt and talking to people who I'm actually curious about. Even if it's, this is a terrible example because I'd love to interview Kale, but if I wasn't actually curious in talking to Kale, I probably wouldn't have reached out at the beginning. So just following that curiosity, and once you have 20 interviews under your belt, then it's time to do what I call the audio enhancement project, right? Take a weekend and get yourself straightened up so that sounding as clear as possible. And every like 20 or 30 episodes I take on our new project to just kind of fine tune and tweak. But the beginning was just, let's get episodes in the book, let's start interviewing and really honing that interview skill.
And when it comes to the tech, okay, so right now, if I can look at I think, was that an SM58 you're using there?
It is.
With a switch or no switch?
No switch.
Okay, so I've got the SM58 with a switch that I use for PA announcing because the mic is indestructible. I also have the wireless SM58 that I use for wireless because now with COVID, I'm not going to be borrowing somebody's wireless microphone. I'm going to be bringing my own. So you've got the most indestructible microphone, I believe, on the planet. What are you using as far as gear? We're going to get in the weeds about the gear stuff because, as far as what are you using, audio interface, mixers, what do you got there for the tech?
So there's two distinct groups. 95% of my interviews are done remotely and they're interview based. So for conversations like this and just like a podcast I did yesterday, I use the SMB58. I did upgrade my XLR cable. I use a Mogami XLR cable. It's pretty pricey, but I noticed a big difference between this and the Amazon XLR cable where you can kind of hear it rattling around the ports. And so this XLR cable is awesome. And that goes into the Scarlett, the 2i2, the one you sent me. And then all the recordings done through Zoom. And then for video, I have the Logitech Brio, which is the 4K webcam. A couple $100. It's an investment, but I really noticed a heck of a difference. And then headphones, I think these are just Yamaha studio headphones, probably about $100. So there's an investment. But by no means do you have to do this at the beginning. And this is all, honestly, it's just coming directly from you, man, on what you recommended.
Yeah, but like the SM58, that's one that's just indestructible. I'm running an SM7B, which was, and again, I'm 690-ish on short time, if you count the shots and the interview ones. And then overall, 2,700 episodes I think I've done. But when we look at the microphone, I didn't actually get this until 2 years ago. And before that, I was running an AT2005, which is like kind of the cousin to the ATR 2100. And if you're sitting there thinking I'm throwing alphabet soup at you, listen to any podcast show because we've got the RE320, the RE20. We got all these. Everybody wants the high LPR 40. We've got the podcast microphones, and of course, there's the Blue Yeti. Jude said he started out with a Blue Snowball from Home Ad Advantage. So. We're looking at, there's a lot of microphones you can choose. Matter of fact, there's a couple mics today by guests that I had never even heard of that people have been using for podcasting. So you don't have to have this is the Joe Rogan mic.
Yeah.
I did not get the mic because it's the Joe Rogan mic. I got the mic because I like the way the SM7B works with my voice. The high LPR 40 or the RE320, RE20, those might work with my voice too. But I was a Scarlett 2i2. Initially it was a mixer into a Scarlett 2i2, and then I had like a Behringer U cable. So it was evolving. And then finally, after about 5 years, I got my PreSonus Studio 192. That's like the dream thing. And this is before
we had a mixer?
No, it's an audio interface, but it's also a digital mixer. So I've got the two plugs on the front XLR, and then I've got over there, I've wired through the ceiling, through the wall, into my studio, into the back of this. So I've got an 8-box output over there that I can plug 8 mics into and talk to my mixer over here. So when I'm doing those things, I'm talking about the Bike Companion, I'm set. Built that in mind. But again, to your point, I didn't gear up until I knew I was ready. So, okay, do I have, am I going to spend the money on this? Use the Patreon for travel and whatnot. But I didn't buy this, I'd be honest with you, it's probably too much mixer for me. It's too much. I could probably still work fine on the 2i2. But like you said, you get a couple episodes in, you want to upgrade. And I think my audio quality has improved considerably. And then there's audio treatment where I've got, you don't foam your wall necessarily like a radio studio. So these are things, audio treatment versus soundproofing. So there's the geekery stuff. And then I record into an H5 externally. I've got Capture running. I've also I edit in Adobe Audition. So when we get to the tech stuff, what are you editing in when you are doing just an interview show? Because your mobile stuff I want to talk about next.
Yeah, that's a whole other world. And the equipment there is a lot more robust. But for the editing, I use a tool called Hindenburg, Hindenburg, Hindenburg Pro. But I used to do everything in Audacity. And the reason I switched to Hindenburg was once I started getting into the audio documentary realm, where you have 6-7 tracks at one time, Audacity kept crashing. And so I actually reached out to the guy, Jody Avergain, who does the ESPN 30 for 30 audio documentaries. And they said that they don't use Hindenburg, but he knows a lot of radio stations that do. And it's just super, super convenient. And I watched like 2 hours of YouTube videos on how to use it. And that's been my go-to ever since.
Yeah, there's also the less expensive one, the Hindenburg Journalist, which you can. I think they had a sale on it last year. You could buy it for $1, I think, but it's less robust. It didn't have the Skype integration to it, but Hindenburg has definitely been a good program. People talk about it. I started with GarageBand at USA Wrestling, then Audacity with the first 50 episodes of Short Time, and then I realized I had the Creative Cloud anyway. So then now I'm using Adobe Audition with that, and I've been using that ever since. So it's one of those things that people like what they like. There's no wrong answer. I know people that edit multi-track in Ferrite, which is it's an iPad program, and they edit shows with the Apple Pencil and stuff. So it's crazy that you can have multi-track recordings. One thing I don't like about Audacity is I guess I've become accustomed to the color coding of different tracks. Like, okay, that track is blue, that track is green. Okay, here's my voiceover, here's my bed music, here's my intro and outro. So, but yeah, Hindenburg's been a good one, and it looks similar to GarageBand in terms of its bubbles and whatnot. So if you're a Mac head, you shouldn't have a problem going from GarageBand to Hindenburg. It's
just so easy to use, and I use Adobe Premiere for all the videos, and I've started some. A lot of podcasts now go right on YouTube. And so I have a client where I do some podcasts for them, and I actually just export the audio track out of Adobe Premiere for that. So I don't do that for my own because I like to have a little bit finer controls over the audio. But a lot of people just do it through Adobe Premiere. It's just incredible how complex and how much those Adobe apps can do.
We look at what's next for Wrestling Changed My Life. You got interviews upon interviews upon interviews, and you're adapting, you're energetic, it's an infectious show to listen to. And it's one of those things where, again, I told Tony that I don't get protective over the space, but sometimes I'm like, son of a freaking Warner got him before I did. Like, you put it out because they'd be on my list. Like, I have a list of, I think of 220 people that are on my list to get, whether they be for all the Hall of Fame shows, whether they be for Legends, they be for Short Time, whether they be for Virginia Tech, my clients. There's just a list of people that I've wanted to get for, probably it's been growing for years, and it never gets shorter. It never gets shorter. So how do you look at your time and budgeting time to do these shows, to put 3 out a week, put a legitimate edit on them? Because with what I'm hearing, you're not hitting record, save, upload. You're doing some actual audio correction and cuts out of the ums and stuff like that. You're doing some real editing here. So budgeting the time, budgeting the guests, knocking down your list of guests to get. How do you handle all that?
Yeah, it's something I've had to fine tune because I could spend 12 hours a day on this, and I would love to do that, but sometimes real world calls. So what I do is I try to do all the interviews on the same day. So usually Friday's a good interview day. And I'll never do more than 2. You can do 3 though, but usually do interviews at like a 10 a.m. on a Friday and maybe a noon on Friday or earlier. And then on Monday is my edit day. So Monday, my sole job of the day is to get both episode 1 and episode 2 for the week done and ready to upload. And then I actually upload episode 1. So I upload 2 a week, Monday and Wednesday. Monday is the day I put it all together. Friday is the day I record. And then in terms of the outreach, I used to have to spend an hour prospecting and doing some cold outreach to get guests on. But now there's thank God, there's so many people who have enjoyed it that I almost have a problem where so many people have suggested people to come on, like a Joe Gonzalez, where I just haven't got to it yet. So it depends on if I'm directing a documentary or not. That is the focus. But if not, it's just, hey, I have an Evernote running, kind of like you do, I'm sure, where it's just hundreds of names on there. And sometimes I'll look at it. Sometimes people will suggest people, but other times I'll look at my guests and I'll say, hey, are you excited about these? Because if you're not, you better get excited about them or start getting people you are. And luckily, it's just, the specificity of people's stories never ceases to amaze me. When you're building these things out and you're kind of leaking, one thing that I had run into early
when I was actually it's the Wrestling 411 era, is Kyle and I would put out a press release of here's who we got coming on the show, and then some people would kind of ambulance chase him and jump in and get him out and release him before we did. And that, now I think, I've done to the point where, you can have the same guest and get different answers because you're going to ask different questions, but there's that protectiveness of it. And what's your opinion on when you see, like I said, sometimes I get I don't get mad, but I'm just man, I really wanted to release that person so-and-so, because some people, a lot of great minds think alike, so to speak.
Yeah.
So when you see an interview come out that you've got, or maybe you've had in the can for a week and you're waiting and you're like, it kind of steals your social media juice sometimes. I mean, how do you respond to that?
If it's recorded, I'm not going to change the day I drop it, just because I saw somebody else do it. And mainly because, to your point, people's interview styles are so different. I'm not really a current events guy. A lot of times because I listen to other interviews when I'm prepping, and I'm like, all right, that was more of a current events one. Or I try not to ask the same questions if the guest I'm interviewing was also on a more of a story-based show. But if it's recorded in the can, I drop it. I don't really care. Like, we release so many that it doesn't matter if someone else has interviewed that person. But if I notice, for example, here's a real example. I'd love to get RBY on the show, and I think he's been on a couple as of late. Maybe it was earlier this summer, but I said, all right, I'll hold on that for a couple months. Then revisit it, so to speak. So if someone just released one, and I haven't reached out to the person, I may hold off. But there's just so many good stories to go around, and never once do I interview someone and I say, man, I've got everything I can. You can't get another story out of that guy, because the reality is that you're only going to get the stories once you have multiple interviews with these people and you start to build more trust. So it doesn't really bother me a lot, mainly because I like hearing their stories too.
Last thing we're going to touch on, I mean, we got a little bit of time before we get to our next guest. We're going to talk about the grind with Appalachian State, but you and I have both been working on a project with the National Wrestling Hall of Fame, granted independently, but together, if that makes sense. It's called Etched in Stone. I worked on a Mark Chiarella series. It's going to be coming out. You've been working on, you had the Dan Gable series, which you're working with the Hall of Fame to repurpose, and then you've got the Smith family thing coming out. And what's it been like to go from like kind of hobbyist podcaster to like, okay, I'm being looked at to produce a series now about some of the biggest names in wrestling? Because I know that in discovering everything that Pat Christensen sent me with the Chiarella series, I learned so much about this guy, and I didn't even do the interview. And it was just one of those things that's like, I'm excited for the project.
It's such a humbling experience, and Pat Christensen and Leroy Smith and Rich Bender, and they're all doing just such a great thing with the Etched in Stone series. It's really just a product of, I think the universe opens up once you start following your passion and living your true purpose. And to me, I've always been fascinated with documentaries. And so doing an audio documentary just seemed like a natural fit. And, doing Gable, that I just did it. And Pat heard it and fortunately wanted me to help with the Etched in Stone series. So it's a huge honor, and hopefully just the beginning. And like you said, it's just such a different, one interview might take up 4 hours of your time, 2 hours to prep, an hour for the interview, and an hour to edit. An audio documentary will take up 6 months of your time. And but a lot of folks can't understand how deep you are in every little detail with these people's lives. So you kind of get to know these people a lot, and it's just an awesome experience, especially when you're talking to Smiths. I mean, my God, what more could you ask for?
Yeah, Pat was a great topic when I was doing the Rocked Up series, which was really,
I
tell you what, with Etched in Stone, I wouldn't be able to do what I did with the Chiarella series that nobody's heard yet, except for a couple people.
I've heard it; it's good.
That I go through with Rocked Up, because some of those interviews were in December of the previous year, and then by the time they were actually released, those like administrators had left and gone to other schools, and it's like it kind of changes your storytelling narrative, how you set it up, and it was like, okay, do we go back? And Rocked Up was something that you want to talk. I've used the term passion project a lot today here on International Podcast Day, but granted, I was paid for that, but at the same point, there was just so much that just gets those gears turning, and you want to do more of that stuff. And there's just sometimes not enough time today. Even if you've got a sales job and you don't have to worry about watching your kids for school twice a week, you still don't have enough time to do what you want. And Ryan, we're going to come back, and we're going to have you back on short time to go more in the weeds on this stuff, because this is stuff I could geek out about. 30 minutes. I appreciate you reaching out, wanting to be a part of International Podcast Day, the Wrestling Edition. 166 plus episodes, WrestlingChangeMyLife.com. Ryan, we will be in touch. Love all you do, man. Appreciate it.
Jason, you're the man. You're the OG, and Rocked Up is the OG original audio documentary, first ever. So thank you for doing that. I've listened to it many times, and I can't tell you how often I stumble upon interviews that you or Kyle did back in 2015 that are still out there. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for organizing this.
All right, International Podcast Day. We're going to be talking about App State coming up right after the break. And we are live 8.5 hours in, and we are going to Boone, North Carolina. We are going to home of Yosef. Is it Yosef? Is that how you say that?
Yes,
say the man's
sir.
name?
That's it, Yosef.
Okay, going to the home of Yosef. He has not just made popular because of a win over Michigan years ago, but there's been a wrestling program in Boone, North Carolina going back to, I don't know, back to the 40s at least. But we're talking wrestling with Jeremy Barnes. This is the first time we've had a chance to talk. You go by simply JB. Love the initials because, hey, from one to another. But you are the host of The Grind, talking about Appalachian State Wrestling. And this is something that I'm really intrigued to hear your story about how not just you got into podcasting, but how you discovered App State Wrestling. So let's just start there. How did you discover App State Wrestling?
Yeah, it's my alma mater, so it was pretty easy. Obviously, as you said, a lot of people know Appalachian State and the brand from the win over Michigan just a few years back in football. But our wrestling program is, I would dare say, even more successful. So great brand. Obviously, when you're a school that's, a football school like we are known for, it can be a little bit of a challenge to get the wrestling name out there. So that's, going to school here, still living in the high country. We live just down the road from Boone in Blowing Rock, North Carolina. Great program, great brand. Coach John Mark is an excellent guy to work with. Great student athletes, and that's really what piqued my interest in the program. I'm originally from Michigan, and just like I tell a lot of people, wrestling in the Midwest is like basketball is in North Carolina. Here they roll you out on a basketball court with a ball in your hand as soon as you can walk. In those Midwestern states, it's a wrestling mat. So I think that wrestling here kind of gets overlooked a little bit, just because of the area that we're in, and we're competing with a couple other sports. So that was really the premise behind it all.
Yeah, looking at the shows, and you started just before we got shut down, so it's like, oh man. I mean, so the impetus behind starting a podcast about App State wrestling. I mean, there's, we've got shows within ACC country. Got a couple. NC State's been on the network. You were chiming in about the schedule there earlier, which Brian answered that he doesn't even know the schedule yet. But we look at App State and such a great sports culture. And John Mark Bentley, you said he's done a great job. Not only does he do a great job at putting guys on the podium and bringing people into Boone. There's a couple kids from my high school that have wrestled there. In fact, Mason Facella's there right now. He's from my hometown by way of another town, but go back with his family a long time. But, what John Mark has done, and to basically solidify the program, because we lost some sports at App State earlier this year, and my alma mater lost wrestling. And when we see what he does and presents to the administration every year to say, here's what we bring to the program, it's more than just, okay, how much money do they bring in with ticket sales? It's much more than that. And then there's the performance, there's the conference championships, there's the pride that goes along with being a Mountaineer. So explain the understanding of what you've learned more about wrestling from an App State standpoint and doing this show in the last couple months.
Yeah, so just being completely transparent, I don't know a damn thing about wrestling. I wrestled my freshman year in high school. That's about all the experience I have in wrestling. It was one of those things. You had to do another sport when you weren't playing football, and that was the thing that I was doing at the time. Very challenging. Obviously, one of the most challenging years athletically of my high school career was wrestling and the football year. Started school here, and just like you said, and I'm a non-traditional student. I graduated grad school at App in 2016, so I'm a recent grad of it. Obviously knew the football success growing up in Michigan, and hearing and being a part of that victory. But really, getting involved in the program, just, I knew wrestling. You follow it a little bit on App State athletic channels. You hear about it. You see the wins. I mean, you see, schools that are coming to Boone that's not making the paper. Oklahoma's, whoever it is that's coming to town. You hear about that. And obviously, as a guy that grew up in the Midwest and kind of understand that and know enough about wrestling to know what the good programs are and the ones that have, consistently performed very well, it really caught me off guard, because I'm also a part, very involved in the Yosef Advisory Board, which is our booster program. So it really, for me, it piqued my curiosity as to why it wasn't happening. Why wasn't somebody being more vocal about such a tremendous asset and a resource that we had on our campus? The thing that I like to tell everybody is Kid Brewer is our football stadium. If you think the energy in Kid Brewer on a Saturday for football is something, step foot in the varsity gym when NC State or Duke or UNC or any of those guys are in Boone, North Carolina wrestling. That place is packed and it is electric. And our team always brings it. I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason I was poking fun at the NC State guy because there's, NC State's obviously a great program, but it is one of those situations where when we come to town or they come to town, there's always a possibility that App State can walk away with a win. Obviously, Duke, several years in a row now. UNC is always pretty close, but we're a small school. It's a very small program compared to most. We're not completely funded yet, still, but John Mark has a way of recruiting, and we kind of coined the phrase "homegrown." He can go into North Carolina and rural parts of North Carolina and pick out some gems that just make a name for themselves. We just talked to one on Monday night, Austin Trotman, that is right down the road from us, an hour down the road. And that guy was in the tournament 3 times. So it's just, realizing how big wrestling is in the Midwest, and realizing the gem we have here. Why isn't somebody doing it? I've got a little podcasting background before we started this. I've done a little bit of a beer podcast before, still chugging away at that. But the pandemic, as you said, and as everybody's probably said here, it's kind of, it brought, and it's turned the grind, what started out into a podcast, still a podcast. I still produce a podcast, but it's turned it completely upside down. I mean, video, as you see now and as we're doing today, is pretty easy to put a highly produced video product on several social media outlets. And it doesn't take a genius to realize the growth that video gets right now, especially live stream video. So that is our format. We live stream most of our episodes. I'm trying to get to a point where we can do all of them live, even remotely, and then obviously rip the audio from there and put it onto the podcast platforms. But it's, the rich history, as you said, it started in the 40s. We're going to have a gentleman on, Wayne York, on next Monday's episode that wrestled here 49 through 51, I believe it was. And it's, we've got a tremendous program that I just feel needs to be brought to light. I mean, it's not, we're a small school and we're not a basketball team in North Carolina that's making waves, but you got to start somewhere. We're not bringing down monster numbers right now, but if somebody doesn't start, you'll never get to the point where you've got a good following that can stay informed.
Yeah, we were talking about numbers with the fantasy wrestling guys, and one thing about podcasting, you jump into it. Dave Jackson, who is with the School of Podcasting, a show I listen to every single Saturday morning. I've listened to it in Uzbekistan. I've listened to it in Denmark. I've been listening to it since I've been podcasting, since 2008. Probably actually he started a little later, but I've been listening to it in all over the places. And again, you're not going to have. Think about if you've got 200 listeners. Or if you have 50 listeners, put those 50 people in a room. That's a big room. If there's 200 people in a room, that's a big room. That's a small church. That's a decent sized church. I mean, so you look at, don't get hung up on the listenership for those who might be watching right now and be like, okay, well, I've been podcasting since 2008. I've had short time since 2013. I've had some dud episodes that I thought were great. I was like, oh man, I didn't get this much. And I've had some that have shot through the roof. And I'm like, wow, that one really resonated. What you've piqued my interest at is right now. You said you've got a beer podcast, and you said, do you mind if I have a beverage on the show? And I listen to several beer podcasts, and this is one thing where there's the crossover. Wrestling and beer drinkers tend to cross over, like
Yes,
Busch
sir.
Light being the official beer of Iowa. But Untapped, of course, the app a lot of people know of the craft beer. They've all got their guys based out of North Carolina. So I'm curious, one, what's your beer show? Because I'm going to listen to that. I'm going to sign up for that bad boy right now. What is it?
So we've got so this has been, I'll give you just a little bit of backstory, right?
I'm all for backstory.
Yeah.
By the way, I've got a Bent Paddle IPA here, and I'm not really an IPA guy, but Bent Paddle does a good one.
Yeah, I've got a Boonshine coffee porter. They're Hatchet Coffee Porter, local roastery, local beer company here in town.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Tremendous. So I've spent a little time in the beer industry prior to what I do now. So we started a podcast when I was working at the brewery called Hops News, and this was 2016. The premise behind Hops News was to showcase breweries that were doing amazing things in local communities, like most are today, right? I mean, that's not uncommon. You know, most of these small breweries are doing great things in their local communities with nonprofits. I just decided, hey man, this was my foot in the door into podcasting. You know, it'd be kind of cool to start a podcast just to talk to the brewers and talk to the nonprofits. And that's what started me into podcasting. I think we did 5 episodes in the beginning. Life changes hit everybody. That was my first go at podcasting. I had 3 other people that were involved. And if anybody's listening to start a podcast, do it and do it alone. Do not get co-host, you know, your brother, your sister, your cousin, or your friend, or your neighbor. Do it alone, because it really became a chore to try to get people together. There was 3 of us that were involved in it, and it was a struggle. Kind of died off. I kept everything going, kept the platforms up 4 years, which was obviously like burning money if anybody knows anything about Libsyn. But it was, you know, it's a cool brand. It had a great story with what we were doing with it. And I mean, there's worse things to do than get in front of a mic and talk about beer and people that are doing amazing things through liquid.
Oh yeah. Cause you know, with one of the crossover shows that I had prior to we were going to have the Nationals here in Minneapolis, and I was looking forward to that. So I had 2 crossover episodes I was going to work on. One was the food side of things, where it's Stephanie Hansen, who does a podcast and a radio show on My Talk 107.1 here. And she's a foodie, and she was a great guest. She did her podcast, Makers of Minnesota, Stephanie's Dish, and it was really good to have that food thing. Then I separated that from the craft beer, because this bar was built for guests in Minnesota craft beer. Now, being from Virginia, I know we've got some really good breweries there. North Carolina is up there with the quality of breweries. Same here with Minnesota. So I was going to bring those things together. So I went on the Minnesota Beer Cast and did a collaborative, we got, Modern Times and all the breweries that are, doing all sorts of things around the country. And it's like, okay, I got my collaborative. And then as soon as I released it, a day and a half later, we canceled the sport. So I'm still waiting for that wrestling craft beer podcast to resonate. So, it could be something there. Although things that you got down there in Boone, I can't get up here, and vice versa. Although, like I said, I'm opening a bottle of Pliny for the first time later tonight for the recovery time session. But getting back to App State and wrestling and the culture there, because before John Mark Bentley, Paul Mance was there forever, and there was some modest success. But when you bring up Austin Trotman, who knocked off Joe LeBlanc, who was the 1 seed at Nationals that year, really kind of became a little bit of one of the guys people wanted to watch. And him and Kyle Blevins placed. And he's an Oklahoma kid that came into Boone, North Carolina, opportunities. I mean, he's a guy that probably could have been on the team and done pretty well at Oklahoma or Oklahoma State, but maybe because he was behind those guys, he never had a chance to start, for example. He looks at App State, gives him an offer, and makes something different. Now he's coaching. I mean, Trotman and Blevins were 2 guys that stand out. But then you've had, guys like Matt Zovitowski. God, his name is screwing me up right now. Yeah. But you got kids like that come through. And then you've got, Cody Russell. His brother Sean, people know him from Edinburgh, University of Minnesota. Mm-hmm. There's so many different stories to tell. And one of your most recent shows, Randall Diabe, I didn't know a lot about this guy, and you really did a good job at peeling back the onion in terms of like what this kid went through, and deciding to focus on wrestling. And just what I loved about it is I found that his whole demeanor, and you know what, part of it's that Southern twang, man. When you hear somebody speak so eloquently and so gracious about a sport and do it with a little Southern accent, it takes me back home a little bit. So it's one of the shows that since I discovered it, you sent something to me a couple weeks ago, and I realized I had seen it a little bit before. It was really good to go back and listen to some of those shows. So what do you get out of the storytelling aspect of it, I guess, when talking to guys like Randall?
Yeah, so if you watch the last show with Austin Trotman, obviously I understand and appreciate my strengths and weaknesses, right? I can't talk X's and O's in wrestling. A lot of the program is still pretty new to me, but I know a little bit of obviously the more recent guys and kind of where they've come in the past couple of years. But I've recently made a great connection. A good friend, him and I have been friends for a couple of years now, is from the program. Dominic Parisi was a scholarship wrestler for App State for 4 years. So we did a show for him, and we announced that he's coming on as a host and being a part of the grind. And he did the Austin Trotman show. I was able to sit behind the technology and produce it, which is fine with me. And I absolutely love that show. But for me, and this is very much what I want to accomplish, is showcasing the talent. Jonathan Milner, I don't know if that name rings a bell to you. A local kid, another homegrown kid from North Carolina, started wrestling in high school. And I'm going to tell you right now, if he would have wrestled in Minneapolis, we're not responsible for what he would have done. Great kid. I am completely jacked about what he's going to do this season, but nobody knows his story. We see a lot of these kids, and we see a lot of the stories that are coming out of the Midwest and these powerhouse schools, and you hear about, they started wrestling at 3 or 4. John didn't take to the mat until high school, and that kid is wearing people out on the mat. And I think for me, it's just telling those stories. And I said it in the beginning, I'm involved in the Yosef Club, which our whole goal and mission is to raise money for scholarships. When you can see a kid come out of that and deal with some of the things that he dealt with in his youth, and to all of a sudden be a guy that's wrestling for, Appalachian State University as a starter, and, qualifying to go to the NCAA tournament, and, winning the conference championship, and, you add on to you ask that kid if he would have thought that he was in this position 4 years ago, he would have had no idea. But being able to share those stories, like you said, Randall Diabe is another one. Denzel's another one. We have a list. There's probably a list as long as my leg of guys that's wrestled for Appalachian State Wrestling that could fall into that criteria. And that is really, if we're not doing it, one thing I will say about podcasters and putting this medium into digital space, if we're not doing it, nobody's going to. I told John Mark the other day, I said, man, I get that, we're not the biggest and we're not reaching huge numbers and all of that. I said, but that, what the impact that we can have in 20 years when somebody that's, Randall's grandson Googles his name and sees a podcast episode up of his accomplishments and where he came from, that is where, that is when it's worth it for me. It definitely can't be for the instant gratification. Obviously, especially being a smaller program that we are, we don't have that following like the Iowas and those groups do. But, for me, it is just about getting this out there. And that's, we don't have a website right now. But a big part of what I'm trying to do there, or hope to do, is digitize the history, archive the history. There's a gentleman in town that's got totes just filled, like a room filled with old photos, a lot like the one that I posted of Wayne York, rosters, outcomes, newspaper articles and stuff like that. That's not even digitized. It's not archived anywhere. So that's a big part of it for me is obviously being able to be the medium that we can showcase, do a coach's show. Coach, who do you got coming to town this week? What do we expect? Who's going here? What's the team doing currently? But also be able to archive our history, whether it's the wrestlers or the program, is very important for me because, if we're not doing it, who's going to do it for us?
When we look at some of the people you've had on the show, Ian Miller just came on board, and that actually kind of broke the news. Really, it wasn't a thing out there, and it kind of almost. I think you got ahead of the press release a little bit. But what did you learn about Ian Miller with that show that's got you excited about him coming on board?
Dude, that's a hammer coming to teach hammers. Ian Miller's exciting for me. That's a young coach. Obviously, the story, what I told Ian is, hey man, you're coming in to fill some shoes with 2 head assistants that left to take head coaching jobs. Those are some big shoes to fill, but, you know, looking at Ian's past, he is not, you know, he's not just a guy that walked off the street and started wrestling, or is just happenstance across this job. I mean, he is very well qualified. He's gonna walk into a wrestling room with a lot of guys that have a lot of expectations for him. But he's been there and done that, and I think that that's important. And nothing against anybody else, but it's a great fit for our program. You know, we've been very successful. We sent 6 guys last season, tied a record for us. Having a coach that's kind of been there and done that, I think is pretty important. Because if you go back and listen to a lot of our episodes, especially these guys that qualified and stepped on the stage and took to the mat, the first thing that they will tell you is they were overwhelmed. Their first trip, I don't think I've talked to any of them that haven't said their first trip was completely a mind screwing, for the lack of a better word. Really got to them mentally. You know, they just weren't in the right spots, didn't have it all together. But I think having a coach that's kind of been there and done it and been a part of that process, and not to say that, you know, the other coaches haven't been, but I think you have a guy now in Ian Miller that's been there a few times. You know, I think he can share some of that anxiety that may have been happening in that wrestling room for those guys who were making that trip, and hopefully, you know, get some guys that end up finishing some big events like Austin Trotman. I mean, I know there's guys in that wrestling room that are very capable of doing it. But as we know, you know, I don't have to be a collegiate wrestler to know that a lot of that game out on that mat is just a mental game. Winning that mental battle is, you know, half of the battle. The other half is physically and technique when they hit that mat. So I think he's going to be a great fit. You know, it's Boone, North Carolina, kind of the type of people that wrestlers are end up loving Boone, North Carolina. So I think he's going to be a pretty good fit for our program.
Now, one thing that you've got to us, and if my eyes aren't mistaking me here, it looks like you've got some green screen going on back there. I see the high LPR 40. Mm-hmm. You got the boom mic coming on. It just looks crisp, and that's one thing we haven't talked about yet. In 8, almost 9 hours, nobody's popped up with a green screen yet here you are. So explain that technology and why you bring it to the video side of the podcast.
I bring it here because I'm sitting in basically a closet. Like most, we've got some ambitions for a studio, and we've got a space that we're working on right now to give us a little bit more room. I can't say much about it today, but we do have some bigger ambitions outside of just streaming some talking head content. We're in talks with the athletic department right now to hopefully help their production for the wrestling matches. So we're going to move into a little bit bigger space and kind of stretch out a little bit, but also, you know, I do some other production outside of the grind, as I said, with Hops News. So it makes it pretty easy to be able to switch back and forth. You know, I can throw up a beer background and, you know, there's beer in the background or whatever it may be. So
I got wrestling and beer in the background. I'm good there. I got some old school. I got my old school sports. Got the I'm happy with my space, and I got it definitely sound treated. And I've thought about green screen. I'm thinking like, do I bring then I'm like, why do I want to hide this space? This is great.
Yeah,
now,
awesome space.
We get to, again, as we wrap up with the tech side, because I'm about to take a dinner break for the first time in 9 hours, is the editing software. What are you using? Are you using, you doing video? So Ryan was talking about things that he used at Hindenburg, and then other people talking about using Final Cut Pro and whatnot. So what are you doing your video with? What are you doing your audio with? How are you polishing things off to upload them?
Yeah. So obviously when you do audio and video, the easiest thing for me was just to go with all Adobe, right? It's not the cheapest tool in the town, but when you get used to one Adobe, you know, whether it's After Effects, audio, Photoshop or Premiere, whatever it may be, Premiere Pro, whatever that it may be, once you kind of get used to one of them, and we in our show we do a lot with graphics, and you know, we have some animated graphics, so we use After Effects and that sort of thing. So I think once you get used to that, it's just easier to run with it, and that's what we use for pretty much everything. Podcast, obviously, as podcasters know, an hour of talking into a mic is 2 to 3 hours of post-production generally. Now that I'm tuning in a live feed or a live stream, I literally just rip the audio out. I'll clean it up with some denoise. I'll amplify it. I'll maybe do some space reduction if there's a long pause in there. But really that's about it, man. And it has saved a ton. I think once you get to the point where you can produce a live stream and keep people engaged, your audio part of it and the podcasting part of it just becomes so much easier. But we try to keep it simple. Obviously with some of the graphics and some of the things we do, want to get to the point where we can throw some videos up in the actual stream and talk about some matches and that sort of thing. But having a host, having Dominic coming on board the team and me being able to sit behind the computer and produce will be a ton easier. But really it's, just trying to get it streamlined. For me, producing a couple of different shows is pretty important.
As we wrap up there, I mean, you're taking me into my dinner break, so I know it's been. I don't want to say it's strange, but it's just been really enlightening to see, again, somebody coming from. I mean, you said you wrestled in high school, but I mean, give yourself a little bit more credit for what you know about wrestling, because I didn't wrestle very long in high school either, and fake it till you make it, right? But what I love about your show and what I love about what you're doing is, again, it was the passion for the sport and it's a passion for a school. And, granted, I've made this my business in regards to what, I started with my alma mater. Now, granted, my alma mater's leadership shown them to be complete idiots. So we won't go down that road right now, but I could speak on that for hours. But just to see that, and then to get the buy-in from Coach Bentley, because some people can be protective, like, I don't know, but there's a passion there for wrestling. There's a passion there for your university. There's a passion there from your coaching staff to buy into what you're doing. So that's one thing that, again, to the people out there listening, if you want to do a show with a school, it doesn't, I mean, my model is like, I've got them as clients. That doesn't have to be the model. You can do things in various different ways. And, some people get, have it paid forward, whether it's financially, whether it's with, some goodie bags, whether it's with just simple appreciation, mat side seat, something like that. So I really like what you're doing. I'm going to definitely be listening to more of the grind coming forward. And again, I had to figure out who JB was. The only thing I would say is, like, maybe tell people who you are on your show. That's the only thing I think I had to sit there and scratch my head on. I was like, okay, JB. We got a lot of them in wrestling, and like there's Jenna Burkett, Jordan Burroughs, myself. I mean, rather than have a number, just that's just the only thing I've got for you.
Yeah,
everything else has been great.
Yeah. I don't do a lot of, chatting it up before the episodes or anything like that. We're pretty tight line, but definitely that is in the works. And Jason, man, I appreciate your time. And if you ever want to do a wrestling beer crossover, definitely let me know. We'd definitely love to have you on Hops News. And
I am totally in for that.
We would love to do that. We feature all kinds of people on there, and I think it would be a great match. We can exchange some beer, so we're not a brewery.
I'm good with that too, because it's funny. A buddy of mine with the NAIA, his name shall remain nameless, but we're probably going to set up a. I don't want to call it a bottle share, but there will probably be 4-packs being somehow delivered. I'm not going to say how across the country, and because Minnesota, we've got people talk about Surly, but we've got so many. Yeah. Breweries here, and I'm actually running out. Usually I make one run a month, and the Total Wine gift card got re-upped. So once we get done with International Podcast Day, my happy hour with Tony Rotundo later. So we're going to dinner. We're going to come back from 7 to whenever. Let me just give you a rundown of who's coming up after the break. Take an hour break. Cody Goodwin from In the Room in the Des Moines Register. Al Venz and Josh Raymond from the Al and Josh Show here in Minnesota. Kevin Claunch is finally going to jump in from Blood Round. Austin Early is going to join him there with Changing Levels. Alexis Porter and Arian Carpio from Women Wrestle 2, Morgan O'Brien from Diplo Sport, Andrew Spey from Space Stupid Podcast and Flow Wrestling, and Ben Askren also going to be helping us close out with his work on Flow Wrestling Radio Live and On Deck with the Rudist. Before we get to recovery time, where Tony and I are going to be having beverages, we're going to open up the room. I can have about 10 people in here talking wrestling, talking some beverages. So if you're still up around that time, that's 10:30 Central, we'll be here enjoying some libations. But JB, really nice meeting you, sir, and keep up that grind, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers is right. And for that, you watch at home. We'll be back in an hour. Oh boy, 9 hours in the can. All right, let's shut her. I'm going to shut her down.